Looks like we already got someone.
Oh, we've had people
what's
waiting
their
in the chat.
retirement? What's their retirement situation?
There we go.
Oh, I gotta mute the.
Hi
stream so I have
Zobius. Hi Sammy.
background.
How y'all
Hi
doing?
Sammy. It is always good to have you join us.
Oh, Kyoto, are you here too? I'm sorry, I'm not doing the impromptu songs today. Oh, it's Sammy. Subscribing again. Oh, getting yourself that royalty money. I see.
Thank you for paying yourself. We
Time
appreciate it.
to pay Sammy. We're gonna have to pay Zope. Oop, never mind. I mean, we're not paying anybody else yet. No, there's definitely nobody else in the recap today.
Nope, no one. Just Sammy.
You're showing your hand.
Always just Sammy.
No.
We never get anyone else to help us out.
How's everybody doing though?
Oh man, I've got so much nervous energy going into this session. Actually, though.
Why are you nervous? You're unconscious. You, who knows how long you'll be unconscious for?
That's why I'm nervous. I could be.
I
there
have
the
got some ethereal moans to check out. I've got some big double doors to check out. I gotta go fight that crystal lizard again.
Why are you fighting the crystal lizard?
Because if Dark Souls has taught me anything, you get cool stuff by killing the crystal lizards. So I need that Titanite shard.
And that was Jason, our GM. You just heard. How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Usually a little bit on the quieter side in the beginning, so I just want to make sure everybody hears the real star here, Jason.
Oh no!
Don't
him
inflate
on the
his
spot,
ego.
Too. Yeah, he's fine as is. He
No,
doesn't
I'm
need
okay
any
with
more
inflating
reasons.
his ego. It means he won't kill me. Maybe.
He'll still
Probably
kill
not.
you.
He's got the long play. Yeah, no, he's too sadistic for that to work.
Just depends on if killing your character makes a better story.
I was gonna say, if anything, it makes it worse.
Justin's
like, all
ready.
the showered praise you give him more.
He's
of,
ready
it's
to
like,
bring in Frampton.
That'll make
I
it all
am.
the
I'm
better when you
prepared.
die.
Frampton is good to go.
Oh man.
Glad you all could join us. Is everybody ready to start the
Yes, sir.
recap?
Yes.
All right, audio up, and here we go. You see, Joseph, most folks believe the rumors that Jaren was there at Coastump, but truthfully, he was deep in the Fangwood slaying spiders.
Did he really lose an eye to an owl?
That he did. But that wasn't the only thing. You see,
Athletes, stay right where you are.
Oh, right.
now, sir, if you'd like to hear one of my ballads, you'll have to wait until tonight and join us at the Pleasant Crest Inn. Or for a small fee, I suppose I
Don't
could...
get ahead of yourself, Ulrich. Kidlos is looking for you.
Is he now? I don't suppose this is related to that Lila business in Tamron. I already told him I was merely an observer. And boy, was it fun to watch unfold.
You owe him, Ulrich, and he will collect. You're coming with me to Thane's Solitude.
I'll pass. That place is always too dreary. And don't get me started on his decorating.
Aldrich, please.
You misunderstand, Bart. He's not asking.
Don't point the thing at me. I have nothing to do with this. Aldrich, you tell him.
I still don't see what the problem is. I'm going to Pleasant Crest.
Then your cousin here is going to fight in the arena.
Aldrich!
Now that sounds like something I want to see. Very well. I'm in.
Cousin, what are you saying?
Oh, don't worry, Joseph. That's fine. Lead the way, good sir.
Ugh. Arrogant Bard. Just be sure to keep up.
Aldrich, what's going on here?
Joseph, sometimes life deals you a bad hand, and you have to make the most of every card you have. That's what survivors do. No, that's what heroes do. I'll tell you a story to pass the time and inspire you.
A bad hand? Oh, Aunt Kate, what have I gotten myself into?
Last we heard from the heroes of Phaendar. They were deep underground and a network of troglodyte tunnels. As they continued exploring the depths, they came across another room with crystals along the walls. A small, gem-like scorpion creature was clawing at the rocks, until it fixed its gaze on the haversack Nyari was carrying. Excitedly, it scurried towards her, leaping up to grasp the bag. Nyari scampered around the room, hollering at her companions to help her. Orin was beside himself. Theros awkwardly approached, unsure of what to do. Aiden strode forward to aid her, but the creature was quick. It pulled an item or two from the haversack, displeased, and tossed them aside. Thoroughly frustrated, Nyari struck the creature and it retaliated. Finally, Orin demanded Nyari surrender the bag, and he dumped its contents onto the cave floor. The creature snatched up the large amethyst gem they had discovered earlier and disappeared into the darkness. However, tensions rose amidst the group.
What are we going to do about him, though? If we are going to have everyone from Phaendar come here, he can't be here.
It's funny how you had no qualms about killing anything else in these caves. But the moment we get to this thing, suddenly it's not okay anymore. I don't understand.
I think there's something to be said about defending oneself and lashing out.
Was that not what all these creatures were doing up above? We came to their home. We came to their home and started to kill them. I would defend myself in that situation. But no, it was fine back then.
They attacked us first.
She was in the forest.
That's a crime?
That doesn't give us reason to come to their home and slaughter them. But we did it anyway because the people need a place to go, and we justified it by saying that.
If there had been another means of negotiating with them, I don't believe any of us would have taken that route of killing them, but...
We didn't even try. We came here, and we just started to kill them. And I'm not saying that was wrong. I don't see that as wrong. But you cannot tell me that that was okay and then that this is wrong. That is where I do not agree.
There's a clear difference. It's foolish to act like there's not.
That's all right, then I'll just be foolish.
I do not believe what you're saying is wrong, Nyari. I don't think attacking it would have been a problem, but it seemed that there might be another solution, so we might as well try. With the troglodytes, it did not seem so evident that another option existed.
I do not understand. They never came to our camp. Other things have come to our camp. We came across Gashmaw. We did not seek him out to kill him. We did not seek after that cat that attacked us. I don't understand. I can see if it came to our camp and attacked people in our camp, then that's justified. And yes, it attacked Kaining, so we dealt with those ones there. But then for us to seek out their home and get justice on them, revenge on them, whatever you call it, I don't see it as the same thing.
Nyari, I do not think that you are foolish, but it is not true everything you said. I will kill Gashma. I will take care of that other beast too. And I understand, Nyari, it's the frustration, but we're all doing our best to figure it out together. That is where we are. I wonder about what we did today, but the problem is, what's done is done. And there is no way we could have talked to them. And you saw the bird that flew back. I can't take the chance of what it might said about us.
Seeing all those corpses and bones up above, it's obvious they were killing other humans and humanoid people. We are just as much a threat as they are to us, but in this case, the balance is swayed. Nature has a balance to it, and I think we do our best to maintain that balance. Maybe it was upset by us coming into this cave, but I do not know.
I will decide what is right and wrong for myself. I don't need you, any of you, to tell me what is right or wrong.
That is what freedom is, Niari. But if we want to work together to ensure that life for Nirmathis, then that means we have to set aside our own freedoms, I think. And that hurts, Niari. I don't want to do that either. I want to live the way I want to. But we have more than ourselves to consider now. That is a different time. We are fighting for a future where you can live free. But that was taken from us.
Aiden, I think you forget. I am not near Mothi. And these people in our camp may tie me to this place now, but I have no ties to Nirmathis. And yes, I may have a vendetta against the hobgoblins, but I care nothing for this conflict with Molthun.
It's not about Malthun. It's about all of it. And you know what? If you don't want to fight our fight, then don't. That's fine. But if you're going to be here, then we all have to work together. And he's looking to the whole party now. I understand that, Orin, you're from Kragadon, and I understand that you have your own problems. And Niari, I understand that you have your own pain. And Theros too. But if you're here with these people, then I think you have to do more. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can go.
That's rich. You talk about working together as a team, and you just let me flounder with this creature here. You never trusted what I wanted to do. You never helped me. You laughed at me.
I did not laugh at you.
It doesn't matter who laughed. I felt that. And you know what? I will help us. I will help us survive. I'm just over this. And I'm over running for our lives, and it wasn't supposed to be like this when I left home. It was supposed to be good. I was supposed to be with my brother and my best friend, and we were supposed to find somewhere to settle down, and they were going to get married, and I was going to get married, and we were going to live peaceful lives. And all I've done since then is fight and watch my friends and my family die. And I'm sick of it. I'm tired of this.
It is fine to be tired, Niari. It has not been easy for us. That is true.
Their spirits burdened and weary, they trudged on, opening a set of massive doors. To their dismay, they discovered it was full of troglodytes, including the real Den Mother. Swords and clubs clashed, spells were slung. The Den Mother assaulted our heroes with an onslaught of magic. One by one, they traded blows, and one by one, both sides went down. Aiden collapsed. Orin was struck. Theros managed to revive Aiden before also falling unconscious. Soon the only ones still standing were Nyari, Aiden, Volus, and the Den Mother. Nyari raged and swung her battle axe. Aiden raised his sword. Volus roared and slashed at the reptilian queen. Panicking, she fled the room. Nyari and Aiden pursued and fired arrows after her. The Den Mother whipped around and pelted Aiden with magical stones, knocking him to the ground. Volus and Nyari made their final attacks, their lives hanging by a thread. Finally, the Mother Troll lay defeated, and all was still once more. Nyari scrambled around the bodies littered around the room, searching desperately for a means to heal her friends. But I wonder, will it be enough to save them?
Oh, Man.
Oh, snap.
I was not ready to feel those emotions again. Oh my gosh.
Right, like I
Oh.
could see the anxiety in Sarah before she even sent it. I was like, re-listening to this is definitely triggering PTSD to Sarah. Like I could see her mood visibly changing the more this goes on,
It's
and I
just-
don't like it.
the tension is so real. Like,
Ugh.
oh my gosh. Like, I haven't felt this uncomfortable about role playing in ever in my life. Like, oh my gosh.
Zovia,
Ooh.
Sammy, thank you for helping with the recap.
Yes,
It
thank you.
was-
And what was the name of your friend who did the intimidating voice? That makes-
Zovius.
Zovius. Thank you so much. What a great addition. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, as you can all see, we missed a lot last week when we didn't stream, but we're back, baby.
We are back. Oh man.
Okay.
Take us away,
So-
Jason.
So I might have just changed my mind a little bit. So I was going to start with us immediately talking about what we did for level 4, but I think that narratively it will make more sense if we wait until you guys make it back to camp, rest, and then wake up the next morning, and then we can delve into what you guys gained.
Sounds
I think
good.
that would make more sense, more flow. So instead of going into all of that, we're going to jump right back into the aftermath of this battle here.
Oh man.
Well, Nyar, you're up.
There's a pit in my stomach. Like, oh my gosh. Ooh,
We have 2 people still conscious in the party here. Nyari, who's at a quarter of her health, and Volus, who's at very, very low. Nyari was able to find 3 different sets of potions, and she attempted to identify each of them. And by luck, the only set that she successfully managed to identify was the set that she needed to find. So, Nyara, you are there surrounded by the unconscious bodies of your allies, and you have 2 potions of cure moderate wounds.
Who is she gonna save first? I wonder.
What are you gonna do?
I drink them both.
Yeah, I do it. I
Go
called
ahead
it.
and
I
roll for
had it
that.
written down on a piece of paper, actually. We already drank one. I thought you were going to give another one to Volus. That was
Yeah,
my
I thought about that,
You're a
Volus
bog
is-
bear now.
No, it's the adventures of Nyari and Volus from now on.
They just run off.
She
Forget
took
whatever
a-
defined bond they had with the druid. No,
She
that
took a
doesn't
level of druid at 4th level.
Oh, yeah.
Now
Volus is my animal companion.
fit. Volus is my animal companion now. I don't want to play with you anymore.
She grabs Theros' face. I'm the druid now.
Oh, no.
Oh
me.
man.
Look at me. I'm the druid.
To his unconscious body.
Right? He's just like,
All right. So Nyari kind of tastes the potion, and it triggers in her mind a familiar flavor. She's had this many times before, so she knows this is curing potion. She doesn't know necessarily how powerful it is, but she knows that this is what she needs to bring someone back up. And she's going to look at kind of the carnage around her, and she's trying to think about what to do, and acting on instinct, she's going to walk over to Theros, and she's going to give him the first of the potions.
okay, go ahead and roll 2d8 plus 3.
I almost rolled 2d98 because of a
No.
fat finger.
Nope.
Oh my gosh, it's so
Just barely gets me up.
He was at -7, and he just got 8 hit points back.
What does
Is
this
he-
look like?
Oops, nope, no,
No,
no, no. I'm not dead. I'm
Turns
not
out
dead
it
yet. I'll
It
get
was
better.
inflict moderate wounds.
Oh man. You pour the potion down his unconscious body. Oh, it's such like a gruesome image to actually like imagine trying to make someone unconscious drink something. Ugh, and not choke them.
Yeah. And while she's doing this, her hands are shaking so bad that when she
Oh, I
kind of
bet.
pulls out the stopper of this, it's flinging part of this potion on the ground, and she's like white as a sheet, and she gives it to Theros, and he comes up, and
yeah,
she
he'll barely come to conscious of just. No hurry, no hurry. What happened? Are you all right? Where's Volus? And he's just looking around.
fine. We're both fine.
And the others?
I don't know. I think they're still alive, but I don't know.
Help me up. I could use the wand.
Okay. There's this too if you need this potion. I think it will help as well. She'll help him stand up, and I can't face them, Theros. You're gonna have to do it. I can't face them.
Face who?
Warren and Iden. The last words I spoke to them were an argument. I can't face them. I almost lost my closest friends again.
I understand. So he'll just hobble over to Orin and use the wand of cure light wounds. So
Okay.
that's a roll 1d8 plus 1. Oh yes, still got it, baby.
No, actually, what?
I've rolled like top
Three in a
healing.
row. Three
Yeah.
in a row now. You've gotten max heal.
There we go.
Are you typing it right? Did you mess up?
I'm
No,
sorry.
That's all right.
I have
Is
to.
that accurate? That doesn't seem accurate.
While we're still joking, I have to include Kyoto. My friend in the chat said, I would be terrible at playing games like this. I would be so out of character. Here, Soggy, grab me wand and laugh. Hey.
Hey, hey.
Trust me, it'd be so much easier to play it that way.
It's much harder like this. Trust me.
So yeah, is that enough to get Orin conscious?
It is. So
Yes.
Hang on one second.
Orin's looking better than you are now.
And while Orin's standing up and getting his bearings, he's going to also use the wand on Iden.
Orin, while he's getting up,
Nice.
Torog's tongs that hurt, and stands up. That's gonna be a new catchphrase, by the way.
I like it. It's a good one.
Torog's tongs coming at you. That's a
Oh
new
my God.
catchphrase.
I love you guys so much. Oh,
Just put a little trademark on that.
TM, yeah.
Yep. Torog's tongs.
Is that enough to get Iden conscious as well?
He regains consciousness.
Poor bear.
Thank you, Theros. And he'll slowly sit up and go to stand up on his own. Immediately, as soon as he's regained consciousness, even though he's probably kind of like half stumbling, he's closing these doors here and like taking a sense of the perimeter and their surroundings, making sure everyone who's here is dead and that there's no other immediate threats. So Iden's kind of a little bit just quietly freaking out and taking care of that.
Yes, and I did clear out all of the tokens from the battle, but there are half a dozen bodies of troglodytes. They are dead at this point.
Yeah, if
or
not,
if
he's
they weren't
got
already. Yeah,
he's got a
yeah.
dagger out and he's just slitting necks that he see. Like if they look at all alive, he's slitting a neck.
Yep.
And just he's got a narrow, kind of terrifying focus as he's going through.
Yep, you go around and you ensure that you guys are in a temporarily safe position at the very least.
Naori, do you need any healing?
Probably.
Well, there's 8.
Well, there's 8. He just did it.
Oh, that was
Before
for
your
that was
answer.
for that was for Theros. He just
Oh, okay.
to use my phrase from the other day. He just topped himself off a little bit.
Okay. To handle this,
Naori,
handle this a little bit out of game, why don't we say what our HPs are, and so he knows how much to heal as we roleplay at the rest of the scenes. I am at 1 of 37.
okay. That's
4 of
for you,
36.
Naori. This is for
I'm
you,
a-
Aiden.
Wait, 4 for me?
4 for
Yes.
Naori, yes.
Look at this
9
guy
for
maxing.
Aiden.
He maxes for everyone except for Volus and Nyari, the 2 that were the ones that basically saved everybody else. Like everybody else can get 8s
Oh, way
and
to
9s.
way
but
to
here,
rub that.
we
Way to
get a
rub
1
that
and a
in.
4.
You know, for Nyari and the bear, the ones that saved everybody.
Little
big
pat
deal.
on our back.
No big deal. Nah,
That is 100% out of character.
we kill all trogs.
That's
no big deal.
for Aiden. Or wait, which one? No, 9 was for Aiden. Sorry, the 6 is for Naori again.
What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah.
I'm
What is this-
working on it.
What is this?
I
What
have
is
to
this
keep
healing
updating how
distribution
many
system?
uses I've done. I'm at 24 uses left on the wand.
Horn gets
There
Holy
is the
cow.
other.
We have gone through that. Holy,
Mhm.
that was a full wand when we got it.
We go back to Veld and we're like, hey,
This is for you,
we got
Oren.
another one of those
6 for you,
wands.
Oren.
We're gonna need it.
Give me some folks.
There is the potion, the other cure mod potion.
Right. The wand
That is
started with
accessible.
50 uses. By the way, to anybody listening later or now,
Or ever. Please listen to our podcast.
don't forget to like and subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube later.
Smooth.
Smooth.
We're just desperately trying to break the tension right now because I'm like,
We're all just coming down off of it still.
It's over here like, isn't that funny? How are we going to address the elephant in the room?
This is crazy.
Let's remain out of character as long as possible.
As long as possible to avoid the uncomfortable interactions that are certainly soon to come.
Oh man.
I mean, Theros isn't gonna break the ice. He's a freaking introvert.
Oh man, that was so good, guys. Oh man, I still feel it though. Yeah, that's 6 for Orin. So I could probably use
You could
3
use, like,
or
I was going to say 3 or 4 more.
3 or 4 more. So if you just want to roll 3d8 plus 4, and I'll take it.
I mean, maybe we should save the wand and just like go back to camp and rest.
Yeah.
So we're
mean, yeah.
not going to explore those 2 doors?
No, not yet.
Be my guest, Orin.
Be my guest. I think that
We should probably roleplay this.
yeah, we should roleplay this out because
Yeah.
Real quick, Jason, what's this thing? Was this a statue of something? Or is this a flavor statue?
That is another one of those statues that looks like a. It's very similar to the statue in the other large antechamber that you guys first came into.
Okay.
It's slightly different, like a different pose, but it's very similar.
It's the same insectoid creature.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like it. I think we need to go back to camp. I don't think we should stay here. We're
Jason,
in over our head.
I
As-
agree.
as they're talking, I want to look. Do there seem to be tracks going into this door here, like more footsteps and stuff? You know how I checked in this one, and they seem to be coming in. Does there seem to be more commotion or more people that way? They go there.
Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Yep.
I'll aid.
Ooh,
Never mind.
with half
That's
my
gotta be good
level.
enough.
Yeah, half my level to track added on top of that. So am I level 4 now or
Dang,
not?
boy.
Till I rest?
Functionally, we'll keep you guys doing things at level 4 just for the ease of things, but
Yeah, because I just realized I'm about to rank in that too. So
yeah, no, that's fine.
I have to
That's
be level
fine.
4. Right.
So yeah, so with that roll, you are able to, and it was going to be a hard DC because an entire battle was fought in this room. Spells were cast, like Stone Call and all of that. It is extremely difficult to discern what footsteps were naturally going from door to door, or which ones were just tread through the battle, or all that.
Right.
But you are able to discern that there are a fair number of somewhat recent footprints that lead up to the door, and these doors actually do have little scratchings on the ground that you can see they have been pulled open in the past. So you get a good sense that probably some creatures have come and gone from this doorway.
While she's talking, I'm gonna go and listen at the door, and see if there's anything on the other side of it. If I can't hear, or if that ethereal moan is there, or anything like that.
Okay, perception.
Yep. Oh man, I was just on it today, I guess. Goodness.
You
That's a 22.
hear complete silence on the other side of the door. And let me just go through and describe this room and the door again, just so you guys have a good mental
Yeah.
picture of what you're looking at.
After Leroy Jenkins. Let's not, okay? Let's just not.
So, enormous salt crystals hang from the ceiling here, glittering in the light of a glowing blue crystal set in an inhuman insect-like statue in the center of the floor. Mist drifts along the floor of this circular chamber, swirling in the gentle currents of air. The western wall has collapsed into stony debris, but on the eastern wall is a carving of a huge, withered dragon's face, leering above a metallic door set deep in the stone. Woven mats made of dried grasses cover the floor, while bundles of dried herbs hang from the walls, filling the room with a pungent, grassy odor. And as you're listening at this door, this door to the east of the room is otherworldly in the largely stone chamber, because it is made of polished blue steel,
Whoa.
and
Whoa.
it is decorated with a ring of pictograms. And at the center is a depiction of an unusual head with bulging eyes and wisps of hair that radiate in every direction. The head looks at once like an insect and an old woman, and if you kind of touch it a little bit, it spins freely on the wall. And the wheel of pictograms around it depicts a beetle, a rock, a wedge, a hammer, a crying face, a flame, a claw, a door, a metal bar, a figure standing in triumph, and a bottle.
Wow. Okay.
So is it like a puzzle?
I would say, does this statue remind us of the other weird creature that we saw?
Yeah, he
The
said
other-
that at the beginning.
The
Yeah.
other statue, I don't
This
know if you
one.
mean it is similar to the statue from the room you first entered, the one with the gelatinous
The
cube.
ooze room.
Right.
Yeah, it's a different pose, but it is like this insect-like creature with 4 arms.
Does this face match the head of that, or is it something else? And
Hmm.
does it ring any bells?
It doesn't look exactly the same. It has a distinct difference to it, because it does look insectoid, but it's got like bulging eyes and like wisps of hair and whatnot, so you don't know if it's supposed to be the same creature or not. It's kind of hard to make out.
And I can't piece anything together about this either, like the face.
No, I don't believe so. Again, so
Arcana,
the-
religion, nature is, and maybe engineering. That's all I have.
even if you had maxed out any of your knowledges, you wouldn't have the slightest of clues, especially regarding that statue of the insect creature. If you tried to identify that, you have no chance.
And can I identify any of these, like the pictures that are around the wheel and what they symbolize, maybe, or just that they're pictures?
You can see all the pictures. You know what all the pictures are. You probably don't know what they symbolize, but
Gotcha. Okay. And if I push very gently on the door, it appears locked.
it does not open. Correct.
Did you said, Jason, that at this time we would not be able to get back to camp tonight?
Because you pressed on, probably not. If you had gone back right after the forge fight, you probably could have just made it, but you kept going forward. You looked at that room with all of the depictions, the columns of text that you didn't know what they were. The room after that with the moaning, the fight with the crystal, the fight here. So you could maybe start making it back, but it would be a very, very late night if you were to do that. You'd be traveling in the dark for the last ways.
Oh, we're already in the dark.
Yeah. I did wonders, and maybe we'll bring it up, about camping somewhere around here. Not very far. Not going back all the way.
This seems like a nice room.
There's no way Nyari's gonna stay the night in the cave.
Yeah, I don't know. That one's gonna get by me. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Theros would not be too thrilled of it either.
So,
didn't
play with the little pictogram thing that spins?
Yeah, if you go up to it, you can start to kind of move it around and whatnot, and it does one of those things where you can spin it and then it kind of like locks into place a little bit as it points to one of the pictures, but then you can spin it again. So it's kind of like it doesn't just spin freely like a top. Like it definitely has notches at each of the pictures, but you can spin it around however you like, back and forth.
What are the pictures?
Here, I wonder.
You're
if
gonna
I
want to
can...
write. You're gonna want to write these down. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
While he's working on that, Jace, can I take a knowledge dungeoneering check to get a sense of like how much more we have to see, like the scope of how much I expect to find? You get what I'm asking? Like, if we're nearing the end of this structure, or if we are, at the very small entrance of what could be a whole underground city, like can you gauge the scope at all?
Sure, go ahead and make a check.
Dungeoneering?
Yes.
Okay, because I could also do geography, whatever you think would fit better for this kind of thing.
What is a craying face? Is that accurate?
It's crying. I was speed typing
okay.
as I was listening to Josh also ask what he was doing.
19, probably one short of the DC.
That's the first thing I pictured too, Justin.
You have no idea, because at this point you're probably 100, maybe a little bit more feet below the surface, and this is a crafted set of rooms and chambers. You have there's, as far as I'm aware, nothing you could possibly do to estimate how long this is. There's nothing you could think of.
Right.
Because for all you know, this door opens to another door, which opens to another door, and just keeps going on. There's nothing.
Good.
There's no boundary to how far you can go when you're this far underground. You could just keep building out if you wanted. So you have no idea how much further you technically have to go.
I think we should return to the surface for the night. I don't like the idea of being ambushed down here in the dark.
I don't want to be here any longer.
Aiden is going to slowly open this door as they're talking and check out on that crystal beast.
Okay.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there in the corner.
Okay.
Orin, will you be joining us?
I suppose.
Aiden nods and will lead the way as we backtrack where we've been since he has the light.
Dwarves are naturally inquisitive, though. We're just leaving doors with puzzles on them.
Don't worry, Orin, we will return.
Thinking of
That wasn't in character. That was Justin just being like, I want to know what that puzzle is. I care more about the puzzle than I do the thing behind the door.
I'm gonna squeeze through just to make sure that we verify that that goes around the right way.
Yep. So you guys just slowly making your way back up to the surface then?
Well,
Yeah.
Aiden is gonna ask them to hold up 1 second as he's gonna double back around. And does this keep going, or is there a door there?
So you when you had looked before, you saw that there were if I can get the exact wording.
It
here.
went down. It sloped down. You were saying.
Yeah. So, to the east, the room descends down at a steep angle to a tunnel, and a low ethereal moan rises from the cold depths. A barricade built of masonry blocks and crudely quarried chunks of stone partially blocks this wide, low tunnel in the south.
But
There
it's
is
like
enough.
ruins.
There is enough of a gap that you could walk through, but there's like a barricade that's been set up, so creatures of larger size than you probably would have difficulty getting through that barrier. But you could probably squeeze through without too much issue and keep going forward if you wished.
And taking a check there, I also want to look for tracks and see if anything goes that way.
Okay. Roll another survival.
So 26.
A couple, not nearly as much as tracks going north and south of the previous room. There's like a handful of tracks maybe, but probably none of them were recent.
Okay. He's gonna mark with chalk again here, kind of like a box with an arrow. Like we haven't gone down that way. Over here on this side, he'll mark some kind of symbol that matches a symbol on this side with like an arrow, meaning like a throughway kind of thing. He's gonna start marking some spots, and a part of him, like if we double back here, he's curious if they'll be messed with at all. Like, that's also part of his wonderings.
Okay. Then you guys continue out here, and you make it back to the room with all of the columns of text that you are not able to decipher, and
Ooh.
you can keep going into the next room where you had fought the gelatinous cube, and you can begin to ascend the chiseled staircase.
Real
to
quick.
It's dark.
Yeah, I remember an old trick. I am going to leave a single gold coin on the floor over there as we make our way out. Just a single gold coin.
Okay. Mark that off on your sheet.
Yep, I did. I'm just going to put it kind of like, hidden but visible, if that makes sense.
Oh,
This darn hex map. It's been so long since we've been back.
it
Oh
feels
my
like
gosh,
forever.
I forgot that this
Right.
was how we played a majority of this campaign so far.
Right.
I feel a sense of relief.
Uh,
Like seeing an old friend again.
I don't. Because
I hate it.
I
Can we
think
go back to the
Aiden,
cave?
well, I think Aiden wants to camp at the foot of the cave or the entrance.
The
Like,
mouth.
Yeah, the mouth, yeah, pretty darn close to it.
Yeah. I would say that you have maybe 4 hexes of movement left.
Yeah, I have no intention of really using them except for maybe to scout our immediate surroundings. So maybe I do that, but I think I want to
Where's the camp?
stay
Here?
here.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the camp?
we moved it a little bit if I remember correctly.
What's on top of it?
That's the
Oh, that's
hunter-
the camp. Oh, the.
Oh,
that's-
They're still at the hunter's cabin.
Yeah. So we have 4 hexes of movement.
Yeah.
Aiden will suggest that they start making camp, and then maybe some of us scout out our immediate surroundings, kind of thing.
Is that shrieker mushroom still active?
Yeah, so as you guys walk by it, it does shout out again, being triggered by your movement. Yep.
By the movement alone, I thought it was the light.
It's by both. I believe you guys rolled a high enough to identify that it is triggered by light and by movement.
So we'll know if they come to us from the from the mouth of the cave.
If
So-
anything tries to leave the cave, yeah.
So we'll hear it all the same.
Where's camp again? Right here?
Yeah.
Yes.
So mechanically speaking, my vote would be, well, to go to unexplored terrain takes double movement. So I would have Aiden kind of scout these spots out. You know what I mean? And then just come back to camp, effectively, or something like
Okay.
that.
So
Assuming you let me like cheat a little bit technically on the movement. You know what I mean?
nope, you'd have to either send 2 people out or only do 1.
Okay. But we could double like this way, right?
Yeah, but then you wouldn't make it back in time. You only
There's
have 4
1,
hexes.
2, 3. Oh, you're right. I see. Oh, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Right.
Yep.
So it'd be 1, 2, 3 to come back.
Yes.
Nairi is not going to advise. She's exhausted. She doesn't
Right.
want to do any strenuous exploration. She just wants to rest.
I don't want to explore anything either. I just want to get a bearing on our surroundings. So if no one volunteers, I think Aiden will be like, you guys set up camp. I'm going to make sure no one's going to be sneaking up from a place we don't expect, kind of thing, and set
Yeah.
up a little bit of a wider perimeter if you can.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so you're intending to explore one of these hexes, either the north or south, and then
Yeah.
head back?
Yep.
Okay, which
And-
one?
Not trying to get involved in anything. What do you guys think?
South.
South.
North.
All right. So do you want me to roll survival,
Bop it.
perception, or stealth for this, Jace?
I want you to roll all 3.
I thought so.
I'd actually like Aiden to go east.
I thought that might
Yes.
be the case.
Off the map.
Off
I
the
don't-
map.
I don't have my. Yikes! I wonder what would happen if I took off my breastplate. How that would affect my stealth. It
It
would
would
still.
probably help quite a bit.
It says that it'd still be 0, but I don't think that's right.
Well, probably because you're carrying so
You're
much
carrying
crap.
1,000,000 pounds of stuff.
Oh yes. Okay. So let's say I drop off some of that as well, real quick. Let's just. Oh, I have 12 provision points, so let's just drop those off at camp. Yeah, and I get my gear down a little bit. Is Jasper around?
He's
Yeah,
dead.
you left him out here. He's still tied up outside.
Okay. So I drop off. I give the
That's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a good sign. Is right. So I give my
Actually, you
provision.
probably wouldn't have tied him up. You probably have trained him to stay in the area so you can call him. Because if you tied him up, he'd probably just get killed.
Yeah, no, he's not.
Yeah,
tied
you
up.
you call for him and he's able to come back to you.
Awesome.
It's a different horse that comes.
It's Roach.
Well,
Yeah,
it
Witcher.
depends on what.
Time.
Yeah, it depends on what skin I'm using for Breath of the Wild.
I was gonna say it's Red Dead Redemption's horse. Shows
Yeah.
up. You're gonna be all right, girl.
So we get rid of that, and let's say that I'm able to, get back down to a light load. Let's say. So let's get that as low as we can. How does that help things? Let's get rid of that as well. Okay. So if I get rid of my light, get down to a
Just
light
Aiden
load.
exploring.
Yeah, I think. Unless you wanted to tag along, but think
No,
that-
I was just. No offense,
Question.
but no.
In that same time frame, would Orin be able to go down and study that written language in the cave? In the amount of time that he's exploring,
Probably, yeah.
yeah, probably.
Orin would like to do that.
Okay.
Orin can go back into the cave and take a look at that while Aiden is
I'll be right back.
scouting
Out
out.
of, out of game. What do you guys think? Should I leave the breastplate on, or should I take it off for the higher stealth roll?
Take it off for the higher stealth roll.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
and that improves my movement speed too, Jace. So I don't have to roll endurance checks.
Yes.
So, well, he's really trying to lay low, avoid conflict, stay out of the way, just see what's there, kind of thing. And I get my favorite terrain bonus back, so that's gonna help
Yes.
too a little bit. So yeah, okay, yeah, I feel a little bit more. I'm gonna do some ranger things, do
See how good you are at doing your ranger things.
yeah.
Ranger stuff. And he runs into York on his own.
Can
Or
I
Gashma.
take
Or
10 on some of
Gashma.
these?
If you're comfortable with taking 10.
I'm trying to think what narratively will be the best. Yeah, I'm gonna take 10 on survival at least. So if you want to keep track of them, that's a 21.
Okay.
And rage shadow legends. Stealth, I'll go ahead and roll. Ooh, yes.
That's
choice.
good. Ooh, that's a 28 for those of you listening on the podcast.
And perception,
Natural 20.
I don't think I could take 20 here, and I don't see him taking 10. I think he's gonna try his best, and so I'll leave it to fate. Okay, 26.
Okay. So I'll reveal that hex and
Hmm.
Okay.
oh boy,
Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
I'm gonna roll something else now.
Oh no.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
I was thinking with the roll you had, I would reduce the chances to like really low.
It's
But,
not even an opposed check. You just rolled a flat D100 for me. Oh man.
But an 8 is less than 10%.
For or
Okay.
against us?
Right. So I get spotted or I run into something.
Let's see, your stealth. Okay. That's a good stealth roll. You are traveling down, scouting around down here, and with a 21 survival, you're able to pretty easily look around your surroundings. With your perception roll of 26, you spot things pretty well. Let me roll another one of these actually, because
Sure. Also, I didn't say it, but if Niari's okay with it, he would have taken the moderate potion with him and just clipped it as he goes out.
so as you
She
are,
didn't have it. She gave it to Theros.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
takes it from him then.
Yep. Kobe.
So as you are exploring this southern bit here, you hear a noise a couple hundred feet in front of you, further to the south,
Okay.
like a branch cracking on the ground. And you're able to look into the distance, and it's not dark yet, so you're able to see just barely the figure of what looks to be a very, very large feline creature. And it looks familiar,
Hmm?
Yeah.
like the creature that you had fought before that had escaped. And you're looking at this creature, and it looks like it is currently getting further from you. It is moving towards the south. So if you do nothing, it will not be coming towards your camp. It's going the other direction. But you can see it probably 200 feet deeper into the forest. Actually, no, 100 feet deeper in the forest. The forest is too thick for you to see much further than that. So it's 100 feet away. It has not noticed you, and it is currently slowly stalking towards the south. Do you make any movements, or do you stay still?
Directly south or like
Yeah.
southwest?
When you say south, like
Directly south.
towards camp or down this way?
More like, ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Get onto the right thing here. More like in this direction.
Okay.
Okay, I can live with that. So he's just gonna freeze, watch him.
Okay.
Because the last time he saw him was all the way over here, right?
Yes.
So this is a surprise to him that it would cover that much distance and
Yep.
that much land. It really implies that he's got to take care of him before, unless we move as a group, all the people back through. We really got to take care of that. So he's gonna watch. Quietly.
Roll a knowledge arcana check.
Absolutely. Untrained, so it's just gonna be my
Yes.
intelligence.
Yes.
Do I turn on favorite enemy for it? I don't know. Let's just say I do.
I think so. I think you get your favorite enemy bonus on knowledge checks.
Okay,
or,
so
or it just lets you do it untrained and you don't get the bonus. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't know. He's
Yeah.
not as familiar with this one.
Yeah. So you're not 100% sure what this creature is, so you have no idea what might have caused it to be all the way out here. You don't know if it just has a naturally very large territory. You don't know if it is a type of creature who doesn't really have a territory, it just wanders around. You don't know if it's been driven away from its territory. There's a number of possibilities going through your head, but you don't have the information or the knowledge on this type of creature to narrow it down at all.
Well, I think he is reminded too of the other creature that they saw creating up dimensions and like blipping all around. I mean, it's not extra planar, he knows that, but who knows what it's capable of, you know what I mean?
And as you're standing there watching it, being very, very very still. And again, very lucky with your 28 stealth there. You beat its 22 perception.
Good thing I didn't take 10 on that.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if you were comfortable with taking 10. As you're watching it, it gets very still at a moment. And then further into the forest, you can't hear, but you hear another, you can't see, but you hear another noise of like maybe a hooved animal that like springs further into the distance. And as soon as that noise happens, this creature lunges out into the darkness and chases after it further to the south in the direction that I indicated. And within a minute, they're gone.
Maybe it was Gashma. Who knows? It would have been really, really bad if, like, it started attacking one of the stragglers from Phaendar that is somewhere in the penguin that we don't know about, and it's just like attacked a human. Oh, that'd be rough. I'm gonna check my inventory, and I don't know if I have the ability to do this, but maybe he has the know-how and the ability to, like, gather from his surroundings. Mechanically speaking, I have one more hex of movement that I won't end up using. Can I take some time to maybe like set up like a trap or something like that? Like using some rope and a tree or something like that to set up one of those hang ones or something. With a survival check maybe.
Like a small game trap?
No, one that could catch a larger animal. That's why I'm asking. Small game, I'm sure I could do, but it's to catch like a medium-sized creature.
See, that's tough because there's that one ranger archetype that's designed to let you make traps.
I wonder. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure there's traps you can make with like DCs and stuff, but you might.
I'd imagine there are, but there is. The only thing that I know about that type of thing is that there's an archetype for the ranger that replaces spells that lets you make traps like that. So I don't know if that's supposed to be something that they just can do easier, or if there are rules for it.
Right.
I would say that I would let you make a check to do that, but even if you succeeded, given that it's not necessarily your expertise, it's not going to be a perfect trap. Like there's not going to be a guarantee that it'll catch something. And even with a rope trap like that, a creature that large, it would be very, very difficult to hem in. It's a very powerful looking creature. It might be able to just tear free anyways.
Right.
It would have to be a very heavy duty trap.
So maybe taking stock of his available resources and realizing it might not be as effective as he's hoping. He is going to leave it alone and just double back.
Okay. And as Aiden is returning, Orin is down there studying the inscriptions on the walls. And again, Orin, these inscriptions are in a language that you don't quite understand, but there is a hint of familiarity to it. And if you would like, you could make a linguistics check to decipher these.
Sure.
Does he have time to take 20 or can he not?
I would say, given how late it is, he does not have a chance to take 20 on it today.
I rolled a 1. Oh
Okay.
boy, just like my style.
But maybe if we come back.
If you were to come back and take a deeper look at it, you probably could, but being down there alone in a cave that has not yet fully been discovered, there's a little bit maybe of paranoia there.
Yeah.
And you know that you can't stay down there forever.
Died.
Yeah, and you know you can't stay down there forever, so you kind of just going back and you're getting a second look, and you're realizing that you definitely would have to spend a good chunk of time to fully get these. But again, you get the sense that you could probably do it. It's just going to take more time than you currently have available.
Okay, I'll head back to the surface then.
Okay. So you all reconvene in your camp at the surface here outside the cave, and
Do you know
The very-
Yari and Theros have anything they wanted to do while they're sitting up camp? Roleplay moment or anything?
Well, you know what Theros is doing. He's brewing tea.
Of course.
Sarah, anything from you?
She's quiet.
Yeah,
very
Theros is
solemn
exhausted. He's
moment.
not going to be saying anything at this point unless prompted by someone else to. He's spent.
I think everyone's spent.
And so you all reconvene, and at this point it's getting close to night. So you guys all decide on watches and watch order and all of that. And you take the night and you rest. And the night passes fairly quietly. You don't hear anything approaching the camp. And as time goes, each of you take your watch, and eventually the light begins to peer through the canopy of trees, and the morning comes, and you are all able to get a full night's rest outside the cave here. So now that you've all woken up, you can first off gain your resting hit points. It's your level plus your con.
Yay!
Level 4?
I don't know if we if you go to configuration and just hit rest, I think it does.
No, that just resets your daily uses of abilities.
Well,
Yes.
that would also work.
It just like if you had like 3 out of 4 uses of this thing, it'll reset it back to 0 out of 4.
So it's your level plus
Ooh.
your con?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know when this would happen mechanically as far as like watches and stuff, but as you guys are waking up, Aiden would have gotten up incredibly early, probably before daybreak just about, and will be like, I don't know, firing arrows into a tree for like hours, just over and over and over and over and over, and kind of for the first time being more serious about his training on a day-to-day basis and not just some vague abstract thing he's working towards.
Probably
Cute.
hung something up from a rope and put it on a tree branch as a target.
Yep.
Is Nyari still suffering from wisdom damage?
Oh, I did get some of that back, didn't I?
You will get some of that back. I
Nice.
also
I
get
think she's
One.
only at 3 now because she had 4 and she just regained 1 from the night.
So
I
I'm
also get-
still a -2.
You're still a -1 penalty, but you have 3 wisdom damage.
-2.
Oh, no, a minus.
Because I had 4,
Yeah, so
Is it-
now you're at 3. So
right?
you only have a -1 penalty.
right.
It's for every 2 points of wisdom, every 2
Oh,
points of
okay.
ability damage. So you only have.
And I did
Two.
have some residual con, but that's gone as well.
So you just have the 3 wisdom damage, I believe, at this point.
Right. Also, I get some back of my dex.
Yeah, you get 1. Oh, yeah, that reminds me.
Oh,
Uh,
right.
We got some fortitude saves here. Because you still are poisoned. So you did take an anti-plague or an antitoxin, correct?
Yeah.
So you get a +5 alchemical bonus, I believe, correct? That's how that one works. That's not one of the ones where you get the roll twice. It's the bonus
Yeah,
on the save.
I think so. Maybe. Antitoxin?
Yes, if you drink a vial, you get a +5 alchemical bonus on fortitude saves against poison for an hour. Yep. And these
Yep.
things have a frequency of 1 hour. So
Oh, yeah.
go ahead and roll that fortitude save and either you can just add 5 after the roll is made.
Yeah, it's going to do that. So it'll be add 5
And
to this.
because you have 3 doses going on at the one time, the DC is increased.
And also, would one of the 2 have tried to treat poison?
Yeah. They could have. If
So I
I-
think either of you, if you wanted to, could roll heal to see if you could give him an
How
additional.
long does that take?
yeah, it's going to depend on
Because
that.
you guys were
Treat-
doing all this kinds of stuff.
Treat
you-
poison is a standard action.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's a
That's a heal
standard.
check.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the poison's DC.
Oh. Gosh. Orin and I
Oh.
not rolling our skills well
Okay.
this morning.
Hey,
you-
just
that's
for
a
just
one
for
from me,
kicks
by
and
the way.
Well,
giggles.
I was gonna ask. It's the poison's DC, so maybe they could have taken 10, but that's all right.
I don't.
I don't-
know.
I don't know either. Anyhow, that's all that it is. Here is my fort save.
Oh, that's a
13.
Okay.
oh, 13.
Because you have multiple doses and the DC is increased, that is not going to be enough.
So what happens?
So you take another iteration of.
Oh, each hour?
Yep. So you take one
Mhm.
more point of dexterity damage.
Oh.
And do you have any other antitoxins remaining? That's the last one?
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, I think we only had one.
Okay.
And I think we could roll heal again to
Yeah.
try to give a bonus.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the thing is that this happens every hour. So at some point, he's either going to be asleep or on watch, and there's not going to be anybody conscious to make the heal check except himself.
Right, but it's going to be each hour. So if they keep taking care of it by the hour, I guess I didn't realize that. Maybe he wouldn't have gone out scouting, but oh well. Each hour it says you can make a heal check to see, and it's against the DC of the poison. Retry varies. Generally speaking, you can't try a heal check again without witnessing proof of the original check's failure. So I guess it's up to GM call if they could try it each hour.
Did we see him get worse?
Yeah,
You
basically.
did. I'm just the only thing that I'm saying is that time-wise,
Right. Unless we wait here for another.
I was kind of in my head going back and forth on whether I'd allow anybody to attempt it the first time.
Hmm.
So consecutive attempts, unless Aiden makes the roll himself, I'm wondering if I would allow, is what I'm saying.
Got you.
That's fair.
Because you guys are all doing your own thing. You
Right.
come back and all of that. So
Okay, but
I would allow Aiden to make the check every time, though.
Right. Let's give it amount of time though. Let's say maybe they get 2 hours before we all head off to bed when we all reconvened. You know what I mean? That they could get those checks, and then after that, it wouldn't like obviously I'd be on my own because I didn't realize it was every hour it goes. Like that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a frequency of each hour. Yeah.
So I
Right.
don't know, Jason, if that original check would have been like when people first came back to consciousness down in the cave, and then you could say like another hour passed as we came out, and then we're setting up camp, and then after that,
Yeah.
it's on his own.
Yeah.
That's up to you.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure,
I'll roll again.
I'll allow this one to go through. So you have a successful treat poison by them, which gives you a +4 competence bonus.
Okay, so add 4 to this. 26.
Okay, so you didn't need the competence bonus. It was DC 18.
Wow.
Holy cow.
So yeah, so
That's yuck.
monitor lizards. So it's normally a DC 14, but because you took multiple doses, it went up to a DC 18. It normally has a frequency of once per hour for 6 hours, but because you took multiple doses, it was actually 12 hours. And the effect is 1d2 dexterity damage, and it is a cure of 1 save. So you are cured, but you did take that 1 extra point, so that's what you get back. So you're probably still at like 4. Or
I was at
5.
-5, so -4 effectively.
Holy cow.
What, you were
So-
at -5 with the one you just rolled?
No, I went to -6 after that.
So then
So-
you would be at -5.
So yeah, as you wake up this morning, you're back to the 5
Correct.
dexterity damage.
But mechanically speaking, it makes my modifier go down only 2 because of the way
yes,
the
you take a
yeah.
-2 penalty, but you have the
Yep.
5
Right.
damage. Yes.
So right now I have programmed in Roll20 a -4 temp, even though it's 1 higher in my head.
Yes.
I have a little note.
Yep. So Nyari's at 3 wisdom damage, and Aiden's at 5 dexterity damage. Is there anything else?
I
That
feel like
sounded amazing.
after that last session that Nairi should get more wisdom damage because I feel like I took wisdom damage from that whole thing.
Yeah, it was quite
It
the
shouldn't
interact-
actually get any back. I'm more traumatized than I was to start.
Yeah, so
Um,
yeah, like I said, that morning Aiden is training.
So actually, that night, I think Nairi would probably take an early watch, because she doesn't feel she's exhausted, but she's also doesn't feel like she's able to fall asleep right away. She's still kind of haunted by what happened. So she probably takes an early watch and then wakes up one of the others to take over for her, and she's laying there and tossing and turning. And at one point she opens her eyes and she sees a canopy of trees overhead, and she sits up and she looks to the side and sees there's a smoldering fire next to her. Its embers are still giving off a faint heat. And as she looks around, she's alone in a clearing in a forest. And she calls out to each of the others. She's confused. She doesn't know where they are. And just as she begins to panic, she hears a rustling in the dense brush of vegetation that's around her. Her heart begins to beat faster, and she reaches for a battle axe, but she finds that it's not there. The feeling of panic threatens to overwhelm her as she watches a figure step out of the trees directly ahead of her. She locks eyes with the figure, a female humanoid, and immediately a lump fills her throat, threatening to choke her. Ingrid Deerdahl, Ulfin warrior turned slave, smiles, her eyes filled with faint sadness. Stirnellis, my daughter, how I've missed you. Nyari goes to run to her mother, but her body is frozen in place. She tries to speak, but no words leave her mouth. However, a single tear slips from her eye, coursing down her face. Stirnellis, I wish I could embrace you and speak with you, but there's no time. I cannot linger here for long, and there's something I need to show you. Her mother comes within 5 feet of Nyari and stops. You were born with a great destiny, my daughter. The time has come for you to embrace who you are. The magic that runs through my blood also courses through yours, and it is time that power awakes. You must listen to me very carefully and do as I do. As she finishes speaking, she raises her hands and begins motioning through the air. She speaks strange incantations. Nyari is still frozen in place, but she finds that as her mother moves, so does she. Her own hands mimicking Ingrid's, and her mouth repeating the words. As Ingrid finishes, she turns to the side as the fire erupts from her hands towards the smoldering ashes of the dwindling campfire. There is not enough fuel to keep it going, but for a moment the fire shines brightly before dying down again. You have seen this before with the wand, but the power does not come from the wand. That is only a conduit. This power is from you. She turns her head sharply and inhales. The time has already come. I have to go. But I have shown you the way. From now on, you will know what to do. The image of her mother shimmers, as if a reflection in a running brook. Before she fades entirely, she raises her palm, hand toward Nyari. Nyari finds herself doing the same motion. Their two hands meet briefly as Ingrid says, Stirnellis, I am so very proud of you. With a smile on her face, she disappears, and Nyari wakes to the morning light.
Oh, that's awesome. I have something too,
awesome.
actually. It's so good. So I'm gonna riff off of that because I also had an image of kind of what's going through Aiden's head, and so like after we get that evening scene with Nyari and we're waking up the next morning and some people are getting ready, if it was like a TV, you'd see like the arrow goes, and every time it connects with the target, it kind of flashes back to a memory of Aiden's, and you see his mother, who the audience would recognize, as well as another little girl that's there, and they're kind of like making preparations in a household, gathering some clothes and food, and obviously getting together for a little bit of a journey. And the camera would pan, and you know, you'd see Aiden, and then another arrow hits back in reality as it flashes back and forth between these two scenes. And you know, it's a little annoying Aiden professing that, you know, complaining that I don't want to go to Phaendar, Mom, I want to stay here. And you know, she's trying her best to comfort him and explain that, you know, they have to go and it'll be nice, you'll get to see your father Nolan. You know, she's pleading
with obviously a disgruntled child. And back and forth it flashes between scenes as he's training, and it would kind of like do a little bit of a montage as he's not just practicing his archery. Maybe he starts doing some CrossFit, or hitting some kind of punching bag or something he set up, whatever you can do with the sword, back and forth. And the scene would end with them getting on a wagon and leaving a very, very big city on a road en route to Phaendar. And that's just is kind of in his head as he's training and trying to get stronger. I could have been a chicken tender.
Don't ever look in the chat.
Never know.
If you ever try to do a serious role play,
I have a good
Justin,
habit now.
Justin sees the chat and he's like, "It's free real estate."
I hide the chat now when I'm trying to describe things. I hide the chat.
I go to
No,
a different
I'm
page, but I hear the little notification. I'm like, don't be tempted. Just go to a different page.
You're a wizard now.
Right. The DBZ music, classic.
But that's an interesting point, is as they wake up and kind of everybody's getting around, and Theros is probably making tea and we're getting breakfast around.
Listen,
No,
I don't appreciate you assuming that. I mean, you're not wrong. He's absolutely
you're
making
not
tea,
wrong,
but
It's like, you're not wrong, but I disagree with your methodology.
little, at least it's a breakfast brew, okay?
All right, okay.
Oh, great.
Andrew, why don't you describe, what is Theros doing this morning?
Oh, well, I didn't prepare anything, but obviously he needs his morning pick-me-up as much as anybody else does, so he's just brewing some tea lightly by the campfire, just stroking Bolus's fur, and as he's stroking Bolus's neck, and he gets this sense of like goosebumps, like just prickling of the hair on his arm. He looks down, and at first he just thinks he sees Bolus's fur, but then he notices it's all across his arm, and it kind of shakes him up, and he lifts his arm to look at it closely, and it's just a normal arm again. But that's when he recollects something that he used to witness the druids of Crystalhurst doing. And they would go out in groups to observe the woods, to try to study the blighted fae. And he remembered hearing roars and the sound of rustling animals, but all he would see was these druids going off on their own. And he knew that they had the ability to take on the form of other animals, but he'd never felt or desired this power for himself. But he did remember one thing. His grandfather, it's not somebody he cared for much, and his grandfather didn't care for him, but one thing that he always took to heart that he remembered his grandfather taught him was balance. There's a balance to nature in all things, he would tell Theros. Just as you observe the woods and the trees and the animals, they bring life, they die. There's prey and there's predator. And understanding nature is all about understanding that balance. And with that balance, you can understand what makes nature so powerful. And he just continues to mull over those words as he drinks his tea. Justin.
Okay.
Oren just sleeps well and feels a little bit more hearty when he wakes up the next morning.
Okay. So you all have your moments, and as morning comes and you're all there disassembling the camp and getting ready for what comes next, let's go around and just real quick, like any major things that you all get at 4th level. So it doesn't have to be like in depth, like I put skill ranks into this. It's just like the highlights of 4th level for your character, and we'll just go down in the order that I see the pictures here. So Sarah, you're up first. What's the cool stuff at 4th level for you?
So 4th level is pretty big for a Blood Rager. First off, I get a second bloodline power, And
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
this is
really
also
good.
where my archetype, which is Primalist Blood Rager, which honestly, if you're playing a Blood Rager, always take this archetype because there's literally no reason not to.
That's actually true.
Yeah, so basically, a Primalist Blood Rager can substitute their Bloodline power for 2 Rage powers. So I looked through some of the Unchained Barbarian Rage powers, and I just didn't feel like any of them fit. So I decided to go with the actual Destined Bloodline power, which is called Fated Blood Rager, which just means when I'm raging, I get a +1 luck bonus to AC and saving throws, which will help because rage already brings your AC down by 2. So that'll help kind of offset that AC loss when I'm raging. But then the other really big thing for a Blood Rager at this level is they get magic and spells.
Yeah.
Not much. I think I only know 2 first level spells at this level, but still, like, that's where a Blood Rager becomes a Blood Rager unless they're just a barbarian. So I'm excited about that.
That's cool.
Yeah, it'll be real fun to see that in action. And next up we have Justin. What does Orin get at 4th level?
I speak Terran. That's about it.
Yeah.
It wasn't super exciting. 4th level's not really exciting for clerics.
Yeah.
My fortitude goes up a little bit, and that's about it. Really, the only exciting thing I really got, guys, was I speak Terran. That's about it.
Yeah.
Do you get a base attack bonus at this level, or is this not a level for cleric? No.
I don't think he gets very much at all at this level, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
Yeah.
4 is really not exciting for me at all. It was pretty quick leveling. It took what 5 minutes about.
I think 5th level will be bigger because I think that also is
yeah.
the level that your archetype starts actually doing stuff.
Yeah, I get my first
So,
boon at level
yeah.
5.
Nice.
5th level is the bigger one for him, but 4th level is not too jam packed. And Andrew, what about Theros? You were hinting at it there a little bit, but
cool stuff coming up
what's
here.
Theros get at 4th level?
Theros gets a pretty neat couple things here. He gets the feat Resist Nature's Lure, which gives him a +4 bonus on saving throws against spell-like and supernatural abilities of Fae. This bonus also applies to spells and effects that target plants such as Blight, Entangle, Spike Growth, and Warp Wood. The biggest thing is he gets the ability Wild Shape, where he can turn himself into any small or medium animal and then back into half elf again once per day. So that's fun.
How long does that last? Is that minutes per level or rounds per level? How long can you stay wild shaped for?
I want to say it's
doesn't say.
hours per level.
Oh, is it hours?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an incredibly long time.
He just
Yeah.
wild shapes into a bear, and then we have no idea which one is which.
I'm pretty
Like,
sure
honestly,
Volus is
they're-
actually going to be bigger.
I
at
think
this
it's
point.
hours per level because I'm pretty sure that's how it is.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
Volus is a medium size now, right?
Yeah, I just remembered that I had to go in and do that, so I just updated his sheet. He is now medium sized. I
Big
also
bear!
Ooh, that's
I also updated the damage die for his attacks because that goes up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like to think of it as because like it's not like overnight he suddenly gets bigger, but like as things have gone on, he's slowly been growing more and more, and this is just the point where he finally reaches that next level of size where he is now comparable to you guys in size. He's
Nice.
a fully grown adult bear now.
Good bear.
And
That's awesome.
last but not least, Josh, anything cool for Aiden?
Oh yeah. So at some point in either while he was scouting out ahead or maybe this morning, he will have collected some supplies that he wouldn't normally go out of his way to get. But he's feeling a shift in himself and in his bond with things, nature and his friends, and It's very funny story beat for me mechanically to be getting this, but he finds a hawk's feather among a couple of other miscellaneous supplies because he gains spell casting at this level, which is really, really, really important and very cool. But the unique ranger thing that he gets is what's called a hunter's bond.
Mm-hmm.
So at 4th level, a ranger forms a bond with his hunting companions, and normally this can take the form of 2 things. And a lot of people go and they get a companion, kind of like Volus. They get an animal. But I thought it made a lot more sense for Aiden to form a bond with his companions. So mechanically speaking, this allows him to spend a move action to grant half his favorite terrain bonus against a single target of the appropriate type to all allies. So when we go back to fight Gashma or the cat beast, you guys will all get half of my bonus against those creatures, which will be a +1 at this level, but it'll go up each time. And yeah, so that's the biggest thing. And I think it's really cool for like after probably coming to blows in the most dramatic of ways, Aiden feels a new sense of responsibility. I think like he feels closer to these people now. You know, it's crossed the type of fight it was is not one that you get it. It's not a physical confrontation. It's a clash of ideologies. It's the kinds of things that happen when you get to know people better. You learn where they stand on issues and where that's different from the way that you think. But hopefully you increase in each other's understanding. And I think that that's the aspect that he's focusing on. And that is indicative in his leveling up.
Okay, it's all very, very exciting. We'll have to see how all of those things work in action in the future. It's going to be pretty neat, I think. And you all wake up and you notice that you have these new abilities, these new revelations after this very difficult string of combats, the near-death experience that you've been through. It's like you've gone through a small metamorphosis in a way. So what are you guys doing in this day? You have your full movement left. It's going to be, I think, a little less than half to get back to camp. So what are y'all doing?
Probably want to go back to camp, I would imagine.
Oh, interesting. I think Aiden
What?
I think Aiden wants to explore the caves and to finish it. Finish what we
So first off, are we all like within the same area? Can I use a channel energy on everybody
Yeah.
from the beginning?
Yep.
Okay.
You can go ahead and spend those. I don't know what everybody's at this point.
19 out of 37.
2d6.
14 out of 30.
Is that a straight 2d6? No
Yes.
plus? Right. I always forget that with channel energy. It's no plus.
Man, we really are all like yikes or doodles.
Yeah, this is exactly the moment you need channels.
Oh my gosh.
You want me to roll that for you, Justin?
Yeah,
Kidding,
seriously.
I'm kidding.
We might
Right?
actually get something good.
That's 6 for everybody.
Yep.
I'm gonna burn one more.
Okay.
Good choice. Does he not get 3? Not yet.
I think he gets 3,
Fifth
yeah.
level. Yeah, I have 3 total, but I don't get anything
That's all.
bonus till next level.
Okay.
We
Yeah, it's-
immediately fight undead. Like,
That'd be funny.
no.
Oof. All right.
Another
Right,
5.
this sucks.
So,
However, you do also have to multiply it by the number of people affected. So it's actually more like 30 and 25.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thorax tongs.
I'm up to 30 out of 37.
Volus is pretty much good. I'm 25 of 30, so Theros is looking all right.
Yeah, I'm 38 out of 42, so I'm fine.
Okay.
That's pretty solid.
And then Orin's gonna approach Nyari slowly,
Delicately, hands behind it, like super far away. Like,
delicately.
Just-
Yeah, super awkwardly, very ashamed. Yeah, he's definitely doing the 2-finger thing, like.
oh,
Turn punches. Oh no! I think that would be opposite, bud. I'd have to swing up.
So you approach.
So he's gonna approach and just, how is she looking? Does she see him approach, and how does she look towards him? Is she mad? Do I
So-
sense that she's angry?
You approach her, And before you say anything, she's like, Oren, I need you to come with me right now. And she's gonna take you like away
On a
from the
magical
camp,
journey.
like outside of sight of the camp, like in the forest. She's gonna say, Oren, I have to try something. Don't freak out. And she's going to like turn away from him. She's
Trust
gonna
you.
start like muttering and like waving her arms, and then all of a sudden like fire shoots out of her hands, similar to like what happened with the wand. And she's gonna turn to him with wide eyes and she'll be like, Oren, it wasn't the wand. It was me this whole time.
You know magic now?
I guess so. I saw my mom in my dream last night and she taught me how to do it.
In a dream.
Yes. In my dream, it was like she was actually here. I know magic now, Oren.
That's amazing. I just any more than the fire or
Maybe.
like
And
what?
she will, like, she's got a huge smile on her face. She's a completely different person. She's gonna start muttering some other words, and then all of a sudden she like doubles in size. Like she's almost 12 feet tall, and she's like, this is crazy, Oren. What is this? I didn't know magic could do this. How do I know how to do this?
I imagine Oren just fell on his rump when she did that, like as she like Ine chucks into a 12-foot person. He just falls back on his back, like, oh my god.
She's like laughing hysterically as she just used her 2 spell slots for today, but that's fine.
Right. You're huge.
I mean, I'm actually just large, but that's fine. I don't know. Actually, I have to look this up because I don't know if this is dismissible. I think it is.
Could you imagine coming back to camp when Sarah's just sitting there? And I
He just drops his tea.
she's like laughing as she like says the same words again, and then she shrinks back down to her normal size. And then she'll try it again and nothing happens, and she's like, I don't know how much I can do this, but this is crazy.
It's amazing, Lassie. That's great.
Well, anyway, I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you because I know that you do this kind of stuff too, sort of. Maybe not this, I don't know, but I just had to see if it was
a little
real.
different. Mine comes from a god, not so much from magic, but it's similar, yes.
I don't know. My mother said that this magic was in her blood and that it was given to me. She never told me she could do magic.
So does her magic, like, does a barbarian's blood magic, like, emanate from religion, or is it more arcane in nature, Jason? Which one is it? Like,
it's innate. It's yeah, go ahead.
It is defined as a arcane set of spells, much like a sorcerer.
Sorcerer, okay.
They gain their spells from their bloodline. Most of the time,
awesome.
it's in the distant heritage. Some creature that had access to magic somehow either married into their bloodline, or maybe their bloodline was cursed by a creature that had that magic, or any number of things that occurred that caused their, basically on a genetic level, them to kind of mix with this arcane power.
It's not a good translate, but
That's
they're
cool.
like mutants. They're born with their superpowers.
Basically,
they might
yeah.
discover them later in life, but they're born with them.
That's a good example, though. I like that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
mutant works.
wizards are arcane spellcasters, but they get their magic through study, and they have
Right.
spell books, where sorcerers don't need materials or that's also a feat that she gets at this level. It's called eschew materials. So where somebody would need like a spell component pouch, she just, kind of ignores anything that has a certain GP value or less. She doesn't need those items to cast her spells.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Orin, I'm gonna go back into character now. Orin's gonna stand back up, and is grinning just ear from ear. We'll have to explore these more when we have more time. I don't know anything about this magic, but it's very exciting. I don't know how you got them, but that's very exciting. And then he'll get a little more serious and be like, your mind, is it still foggy at all from Veld's visions? How are you feeling on that?
It's yes, but I might be getting used to it because it doesn't feel quite as bad as it was lately.
Do you mind if I try clearing your mind just a little bit more with some of my magic?
Certainly.
Okay, so then Orin's gonna use one of his prepared spells for that day, which is Restoration Lesser.
Thorax magic, to be fair.
Thorax magic, yeah. He gives me the power.
The
Give
power
me
of Torog!
Torog's tongues!
Your mind be clear!
You hear a deep voice from the cloud say, "Stop using that phrase!"
Never!
You lose all your divine powers.
That's what I get a max roll. That's what I get a max roll on.
There you go.
Really?
Ooh, that's
Okay.
What was the roll for?
That was lesser restoration, 1d4 points of ability damage healed, and she had
My
3.
mind
so
is
she
cleared!
she's back to tip-top shape.
Yeah, that's gonna be really good. That'll
This
affect
is
your saves on the DCs against the spells you wasted today.
I was gonna say Aiden's gonna have to wait till tomorrow for me to fix his dexterity.
Well, you do still have that scroll, don't you?
Yes.
Oh, do I?
Yes.
Okay. So we can RP that out if you want, Aiden, or we can just hand wave it. It's up to you, bud. However you want to do it.
Yeah, no, you can go ahead and just do it. But
Okay.
you would find Aiden training still. If you guys, like, if you and Niari walk back, he'd still be there.
Snap!
Woof!
I am
Take my life.
mechanically okay. I have -1, but that doesn't actually affect it.
Yeah, boy, that's great. Orin on a
Yeah.
roll.
It's funny. He accidentally messed it up with the Scroll of Darkness and just cast darkness on you. You're like, oh, rats, wrong scroll.
Rats.
Um,
If only I had a higher linguistic score.
I'd say like there
Also-
was like some pleasantries exchanged, and then like as
Oh,
soon as you
absolutely.
cast it, phoom, another arrow goes, and he like has been missing a lot, and you can see a lot of other scattered arrows, and it finally is striking true more often. And you're like, ah, yes, it's good to be back. Thank you, Orin. I appreciate that. And he goes to pick up his missed arrows and out of the wedge trees and things.
Real quick, just going back, Nairi would have told you or would have asked you, Orin, to keep this as a secret. Just
Oh,
our
absolutely.
little secret.
Our little secret.
Aw, they're friends again, and they're sharing
Hot buddies.
secrets.
Okay, so were you... It sounded like some people wanted to go back to camp with the people, some people wanted to just go back into the caves. So what's the plan?
So, what's the reasoning for going back to camp? Is it just to check on them and then go back and start doing stuff, or is there a plan for once we get to the camp? What's the
Yeah.
thought process here?
I think Nayari's thought process is she wants to go back to the camp because the last time that we left them alone at night, like, well, I guess it wasn't, they weren't alone, we were there, but still, like, the last time they were on their own for watches, Zeph died. And she's in the back of her mind, she's very nervous about going back because she's afraid of what she's going to find. So it's kind of also like we have a ton of provisions to get to them. So kind of wanting to get some provisions to them and then maybe, you know, start guiding them in the direction of the caves, knowing that most of the threat has been eliminated. And then we can go on ahead again and just make sure that the rest of the underground is okay.
I kind of like that idea. I can agree with that line of thinking.
I was gonna say, mechanically speaking, let's say we double back. Can we get them, take
And
them
get
with us
to the
a
caves.
little bit way, and make it back to the caves?
Can we get them to the caves entirely?
You wouldn't be able to get them entirely to the caves, but you'd be able to
Okay.
get them pretty close.
And then we could
Okay.
get to the caves as our last set of movement, or no? Because we
Um,
get
we wanna-
14 or 16 movement.
So I believe with your rolls it's 16.
So would we prefer, guys? I'm thinking to like get them all the way to the caves, and at least in the top part of the caves where we know it's safe. Or at
Yeah,
least
we're
we-
also gonna have to
that's
establish a
certain.
lighting system somehow because these people can't see in the dark. So I don't know about torches or
Campfires.
What's the movement for them doubling back with us?
So the way I'm thinking, I can't remember exactly how we did it, but the way I'm thinking about it in my head, if you were to go back there today, you wouldn't be able to guide them all the way back to the caves. But if you stayed there, so if you went back to camp, stayed the night, and then in the next morning took your full complement of movement to get everybody going, then you could get them all there in one day, guiding them the whole way around. But with only half of a day remaining, you wouldn't be able to do that. So it's up to you whether or not you want to go back, guide them half of the way, then the next day get them there, or go back, stay in the cabin for the night, and then the next morning go.
I think, and I think Ida would think this too, I rather not camp out in the Fangwood if we can avoid it. So I rather like let's spend like the morning while we're all up and feeling a little bit better to clear as much more as we can, maybe not the whole thing, and then spend the remaining movement to meet up with camp, tell them what's up, and then all go up together. That way we could lead them the whole way through here,
That sounds
knowing
like a good
that
idea.
the way was safe. Yeah, like that's my thought.
I can support that decision.
As long as you don't spend like 7 hours in the caves, that is
Right.
a feasible plan, yes.
Right, that's what I mean. Like
Use the
let's
restroom
let's
real
just
quick while you're doing that.
let's take a moment to like go down in there, clear everything out, take out all the trogs, if we have the time for it, depending on how further in. But always in the back of our head, we're like being conscientious of the time. You know what I mean? We don't want to be down here for too long. That's my idea. So, what do you guys think, Justin, Sarah, or Niari?
Indubitably.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, I think in terms the same as you. I was thinking we would go back immediately, but you're right. We would only spend half a day getting back there, so we could use the first half of the day just
Right.
finishing
Okay.
up. Unless we end up finding a much bigger dungeon and basically
Right.
doing what we did the day before, but we'll
Well, we just get out of there then if that's the case. Like, because Aiden's perspective is like he trusts Auburn, you know, and he trusts Jet, and he trusts the leaders that we have there now to do their best, and we got that shelter, and I think that he is realizing, and Niari was right, that like it's really important that they have a place, and if they're out in the middle of the Fangwood, that's a less desirable outcome. So if we can take them the whole way, I think that's where the approach that he would come in. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're
Okay.
good. We'll wait for Andrew not and just go.
Andrew, we've decided to eat Volus. Was
the
a
dynamic
unanimous
lighting is
decision.
gone.
What happened?
Jace, we can see everything. Did you mean to do that?
Yep, you guys have cleared it out, so I decided I'd let you see the whole thing.
This is what Orin saw the whole time.
Now, yeah, this
No.
this is what you guys were
Jace,
not able to see all in once, but this is it all together.
I will have prepared a specific spell then, since
Okay.
I am a prepared caster.
is-
Why is my map funny? There we go.
And you didn't ask, but I feel like explaining it anyway, Justin. Rangers, their spellcasting is divine in nature, although it's not really in relation to like a god per se, although sometimes it takes that form. It's less obvious than some other classes, but it's similar to the way druids cast. They draw inspiration from nature, and my image of it is that they're very resourceful, so there's not like a technical understanding that a wizard would have of the interaction between things, but more of like a practical understanding of the way different elements interact, and they get in tune with kind of more of an emotional side with nature and their bond with people, and that guides their magical practice. They learn from experience, less from classical study. So in the past, they knew having this weird material component, for example, let them do this thing, and they kind of slowly pick it up. And for Aiden, that'll be watching Theros, watching you, watching his father Nolan, and
other druids and rangers that he knows, and drawing on his knowledge of botany and all that kind of stuff to cast his spells. So that's how it worked. Kind of more
Other systems refer to it more as like a primal magic rather than classifying it as divine.
right. It's more like it's just a innate understanding. It's obvious to him when it's within his frame of reference. It's not like he has to study or something. He just sees the way that interacts. Of course, a hunter's feather lets you see better. That kind of idea.
Obviously.
Right. It's just like you said, a primal understanding.
Jason, was this like a running river or was it stagnant?
It was a stream that was
Okay.
slowly flowing down
Okay.
towards that pond there, yeah. So what are your guys' plans? Are you just going room by room, or are you going straight down to the lower levels? What are you doing here?
We'll take a quick
just kinda-
sweep just to make sure that there's nobody came up, that there's nobody here, that kind of thing.
Yeah, did we like get stuff? I want to make sure that we got all of the stuff in these rooms that we could have. We were
Well, I
kind
was-
of rushing before.
Right. I was thinking we'll do that on our way out. We'll go ahead.
Yeah, I
and-
mean, we got everything from this one. Everything from this one.
right. The way I
Yeah,
see it,
who has the lowest perception? Like if you guys were to take 20 on your way out, what would the lowest number be?
Mine's a
Probably
26.
me.
let's see here. You want the lowest?
Yeah, I just want to know like minimum DC. What would you guys get with a
Probably
24.
24.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I only have a 4 in perception.
Do you want the highest too, or just the lowest?
No, that's fine. So yeah, if you guys either on the way in or on the way out, just kind of like go room by room and take 20. You guys have like the full half of the day, so you could go room by room and just be as thorough as you could. And I know taking 20 normally takes a long time, but if there's 4 of you, 4 per room, taking 20 is not going to take that long.
Right.
So yeah, you could probably spend, depending on what you get into further down, you could probably take 20 in each of these rooms. I just wanted to know, are you doing that as you go down, or are you doing that on the way back up?
I'm more interested in specifically going to look at that language than looking into all this stuff. So
Yeah.
if they want to do that, that's fine. If you guys want to do that, that's fine. I think
I-
Oren would just go down to look at that language versus
I
checking
think
the rooms.
we'll split it up maybe. Like, I don't know how you want to do this, but maybe like if there's anything, hey, this is really gonna help us, we'll grab it. Else, it's kind of the idea. All right, we know where everything is. We'll remember to pick it up on our way back. Kind of idea.
Basically, Oren chugs ahead with his dark vision. The rest of us are like feeling against the walls.
Later, Tatus.
Okay, so we will do the taking 20 on the way back up then.
Okay.
So you go back through. It doesn't look like there's been any different activity on the top floor there. You make it back down into this room with all of that writing, and
Take another
Oren,
linguistic.
you
check.
can take the time if you want to take 20 on this.
How much?
It'll take some time, but again, you have a full half of the day, so I would probably just hand wave that.
Okay.
It would if you want to know the exact time, I'd probably say an hour or so, maybe 2, depending on what your total check is. But you could take 20 and just tell me what the total modifier is if you wanted to do it that way.
25 would be the total modifier.
Okay. And do you speak? I gotta scroll all the way down to the page it's on. Do you speak Dwarven or Gnome?
Oddly enough, no.
Oh,
Oh,
Kidding.
wow.
I speak Dwarven. I speak
Plot
Okay.
twist.
yeah.
there-
Actually, I took the adopted trait. I was raised human, so I only speak common.
Weirdest thing. I only speak common. It's weird, right?
So, characters who speak Dwarven or Gnome gain a +5 insight bonus on this check because of the similarity in the language. So that brings you to a 30 total.
Yeah.
So I would say with a check that high, the DC is 22, so you exceed it by 5. I'll say 1 hour flat. You're able to really quickly, like you get your journal out and you're just hammering away at this deciphering here. And I will say you're able to identify that the language is Aklo.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay.
okay. I think I know what that is.
Yes, you do not speak Aklo, but you are familiar with the language. It's got some derivative similarities to Dwarven.
Was
And-
that what they were speaking, the lizard folk? Aklo?
No.
Okay.
How you spell that? Aklo. A-K-L-O?
Oren's like, I know what I'm taking next level.
And So you can see, you're deciphering this text here, and you see that the text, it describes the puzzle door
I
in that
knew it.
other room.
I knew it.
Yeah.
And
Knew it.
you see that this was written by a race of creatures known as Darrow, which are the same creatures as those skeletons that you fought.
Yes.
And these Darrow, centuries ago, these Darrow found this place, this underground series of chambers, and they kind of tried to renovate it and whatnot. And they did so much that parts of it started to collapse because of all of the tampering that they were doing. But while they owned and resided in this place, they worshipped a god creature known as the Excavator. In their what they called it was the Excavator. And they describe in this column of text how they eventually figured out how to open the puzzle door. And you're reading a section, and it says, "Grandmother, in seeking the Excavator, turned her eyes to the stone and to the steel and finally to woe."
Oh.
So the stone. Say it again.
So she turned her eyes to the stone and to the steel and finally to woe.
Okay.
So I'll look at the group and just reiterate that. Just all I'm gonna say though is just I think I can open the puzzle at the other door, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, while he was researching, Aiden is going to come down around here and check out the markings that he had earlier. While the rest of the party's up there, assuming he can get a second light source.
Is the gold coin still on the floor?
That's what I'm checking. Yeah.
Oh,
It
I
is
thought that
still
was
on
in
the
the other
floor.
room.
It is still on the floor. It's been moved slightly, and it looks like it's bent as if something tried to bite it, but it's still there.
Little scorpion bite.
The rock creature, the little rock.
So he'll piece two
Nom,
and
nom,
two
nom.
together, go pick it back up, and bend it back over. And we'll ask the group if, do you want to go check out the puzzle door or go down here? Is the ethereal moan still there?
Yeah, you can still hear it kind of come and go.
Can you
Kind of like in
can we
waves.
peek through the crawl space?
Yeah.
Again, you can look through, and again, stonemasonry kind of blockading it, except for a small bit that you could.
Well, I think
You
he
could
means if
see
we
through.
approach that and look down, can we see?
It's a tunnel that curves down steeply,
Oh.
going deeper down. Yeah, it like goes out, like the way it's angled. You don't have like a straight shot.
Okay. My
So-
vote then is we check out the puzzle door and then we'll go down here.
Yeah.
Aiden will say as much.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just clearing my throat. I didn't have anything to say.
Where is Orin?
Huh? He's at the door.
Oh, you
He
already
peed out.
booked it down there. Dang.
Oh, jeepers.
Is the creature still here, just chilling?
Yeah, you see it's still there in the corner. It looks about like half of that gem has been kind of like gnawed away, and it's not still gnawing at it, but the creature's over there, and it looks up as you guys pass, and it just kind of stares at you.
Nairi goes
Out of
over
curiosity.
to the gem.
Orin's gonna say hello in Terran just to see what happens.
You say that, and it kind of cocks its head to the side in surprise, and it kind of replies. It says, "Hello," in Terran.
So Theros talks to cats. Orin talks to weird crystal lizards.
Well, I was gonna say who has the bag of holding because I thought about tossing him another treat. or something.
You hear he has a bit of irritation in his voice as he then says, "Yeah, if you could speak to me, I don't know why you made that last interaction so difficult."
I recently learned it in a dream. Pulling from Nyari's explanation that she learned magic in a dream, Orin's straight up just gonna do the same thing and be like,
Tor, I gifted you with knowledge.
I learned it in a my god, Tor. I don't know if you're familiar with him or not. If not, I can tell you all about him. Gifted me with the knowledge of rocks. So,
Right.
who are you?
mechanically does not make any sense the way language acquisition works in
Right?
Pathfinder.
Like I don't know how to like.
So
I
you
think
found a
it's
book.
generally like hand waved away as though like you're constantly like learning this, and so
Right,
when you
but
put
with
the rank in
broken
it, it's just when
parent,
you.
you could say hello. All right, that's an
Yeah.
introductory phrase. You learned that on day one, Jace. So, for that explanation, it does not work in this situation. I do like the idea of it maybe being like a divine blessing, though, or something like that.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I
makes
actually
sense.
really like that idea. Like Torag, that seems like something he would know, like how to speak Terran. And so he
Torag.
just taught it to me.
Yeah,
He saw what we did yesterday, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, these guys are gonna get themselves killed."
right. I have no problem with divine influence, especially for
Yep.
clerics like that.
Let's
that
go.
makes
We're
sense.
going
So
with.
what's he
I
gonna
had a
say?
dream, and he taught it to me in a dream. So anyway, yes, I had asked this rock creature who it is, if it has a name.
It responds and it says, "The lizards that used to reside here, they called me Cleelash.
Liash. How do you spell that?
I have to find it. 'cause it's spelled-
CL.
It is
C-L-E.
Cleash? Cleash? Kaliash?
Kaliash?
Cleelash.
Cleelash.
Kalilash. The LL is hard for me. It's kind of like the hoodle.
So I spend the next like 3 minutes trying to properly pronounce that, obviously. And then I'll look at him. Do you live here?
I have been living here for a short time. I came from below, and I came here in search of food, and
Like-
I have been here since.
Below in this cave?
Deeper, yes.
There's a really strange moaning sound coming from a crevice over there. Do you know what that is?
It is common in tunnels. It is the sound of the wind.
Yeah.
We love that. Love that. Can't believe I didn't pass
We-
that with a dungeoneering check.
we plan to bring a group of people like ourselves here. Is that going to be a problem to live in this cave for a little while?
I do not care who lives here. This is not my cave. I am simply here for food. And when the food is gone, I will be gone as well.
Okay. Anything else we should know about this cave? Do you know what's behind these doors?
I do not.
Okay.
Orion's
Yes, there's.
talking to the crystal thing now. If anyone has anything you'd want to say, I do not know.
While they're talking, Nyari kind of looks at Volus and just says, "Do you understand me?" I guess not.
Volus will just kind of like
Mhm.
do one of those things, head tilting.
It was a shot in the dark, and then she kind of like pats him like, dark. It's dark down here. Okay, never mind.
Ah!
That was something.
So I'm gonna reiterate that back to the group. I'm not RPing that whole thing back to them, but just anyone have any questions?
It does not mean us harm, you say?
Doesn't seem like it.
Could have used a bit more purring.
It
So-
should have been a little bit nicer about trying to get into our bag. It needs to know it just can't take things that are other people's just because it wants it.
I'm not reiterating that.
I want you to.
Our companion, the female companion here, would have liked to. You've been a little less direct in trying to acquire food. You could have asked, but of course we wouldn't have understood you. So I understand the miscommunication.
You say
could have
that,
asked,
and
except that you couldn't have.
as he begins to reply, he walks over to a spot in the wall and kind of knocks something out of position, and kind
Whoa.
of picks it up and starts carrying it towards you. And he's speaking as he does this, and he says, "I had grown quite irritated. The food in this area had grown scarce, and normally those lizards would bring me bits, but they had not done so in a while, so I was a bit impatient, and I could sense a great deal of food on your persons." And then he drops off something in front of you and he says, You may take this as thanks. I have no use of it. I could not use it.
Sorry for that reaction. So as soon as you said that he pushed back a thing, there was a sudden loud noise coming through my speakers. I thought that somehow Andrew had perfectly timed rhythm bot for like a
Soundboard something
and I was
in
like,
for
I
that.
was like, what is happening? But no, my computer's just being an idiot.
And he drops off some sort of necklace or brooch
Oh.
in front of you.
Is it a necklace or a brooch?
It is a brooch.
Brooch.
What do you eat?
I eat the gems that are usually so dense in these walls, but as you have seen, I have already bled this place dry. And you can look around. You remember all of the carvings or the digs in the walls that he had presumably been digging out gems.
So are all those gems that are still upstairs still there?
Yeah, there's plenty of gems up there. There's still some gems in the walls and in these other chambers, but they're pretty small ones. But there's still like tons of gems on the caves above. Yeah.
Aiden will offer to
So I'm just
Oren.
gonna-
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I
I
say
will
like
offer.
he'll say like if you explain what he eats, he's like,
Yeah.
We have some of that. Maybe we could gain an ally. Niari,
That's
do
exactly.
you have the bag of holding still? The not bag of holding, the whatever, the handy
Haversack.
haversack or whatever.
I don't know if I ever got that back or if Warren just kept it.
Yeah, you came up behind me and took it, right? In
Did
the
I?
last fight.
yeah, you took it back.
Yeah,
You're
you took it back.
It's all just a blur.
You drank your bull potion out of it.
Oh, I just took the potion out of that. I
Yeah,
don't know if I.
She didn't take the
Oh.
bag.
I
But-
thought you took the bag.
I'll
but-
I'll say I took the bag when you were unconscious. You know,
Alright,
mine.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just gonna offer it the gems that are up on the
Yeah.
next level if it'd be willing to stick around and maybe look after the people if it sees trouble.
I agree with that, and he won't take the bag then from Niari.
Would you be willing to maybe watch after the people that we have coming into the caves to stay here for a while? There's tons of gems up in the higher caves, and you're more than welcome to them if you'd be willing to maybe temporarily align yourself with us.
Apologize for our first interaction.
He's
You
sorry
should
for
say that.
grabbing you.
Yes. Thank you, Oren.
You say this, and he kind of looks at you and he says, "Well, as long as I am fed, I do not really care where I am. If there are gems above, then I will go there. I do not mind you coming and going as you please. I can do my best to help you, but I will not put my life on the line."
Understood. I think this could be a good arrangement. I appreciate the gift, and maybe we'll talk more in the future. And then Oren will just kind of wave and start walking back this way, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say to a crystal creature.
Yeah, and maybe like you point kind of in the general direction of the upper caves, and you like say like how far
Sure.
away they are, and as you do, once this conversation's done, you see him kind of like create this small extra dimensional portal in front of him, and he just steps through it and bamps away, and he is gone.
That's so cool.
I want to
Hey.
do that.
I'm glad I took Terran, and I'll be honest, had zero expectation that he would speak Terran. That was on a whim. Like, I didn't take Terran for any specific reason other than I was like, well, I'm a dwarf and I like caves, and like it kind of makes sense that I would know how to talk to rocks at some point in my life. So, you know, I think I'll just take that, because like I had thought about putting a skill into nobility since we kind of knew that was what it was, but then I was like, that's kind of metagaming to do that. I was like, so I'm just gonna take the language. And
No,
decide
it's
to
not
take Terran.
nobility.
Sure.
I think it's planes.
I think that was a joke. It
Planes?
wasn't actually nobility. It was
Yeah,
planes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's planes. Oh, see, so
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Yeah,
But I just
yeah.
straight up was like, I'll take Terran, because that seems like something that maybe Oren would want to know at some point.
Yeah.
How to
You know,
talk to-
Orin speaks for the rocks.
I'd speak for the rocks.
As Theros speaks for the trees.
Do I notice any? Do we notice anything magical about the brooch she gave us?
Yeah, there.
Yes.
Did a check.
With that detect magic, you are able to identify it as a brooch of shielding.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's not a joke.
That
What does
just
do?
eats
Uh,
magic missiles, doesn't it?
Yeah, it basically just it absorbs a certain number of points of damage from magic missile spells.
Very
Um,
specific.
Still kind of cool.
Yeah, I hate to like break the flow, Jason, but I don't know if we would have been able to retroactively roll for these unidentified items that we had that Nairi couldn't tell were magic. So 2 potions, a wand, and 2 feather tokens.
Sure, let me just bring up those things. You guys can
Like
start
it's
rolling
possible we'll
spellcrafts.
fail. We go back to
Either
King
either
Brew.
individually or aiding each other, whatever you want to do. Yeah, you can roll those.
I'll aid.
I'll aid. Maybe. Ooh.
For real though, on some level, isn't that technically a really important item to this creature who probably has hardness, and the only way to get past it would be magic missile?
No, as far as it was concerned, it couldn't eat it, so it didn't want it.
Okay.
Also, technically, it probably doesn't have a neck slot.
I think they. Oh well, maybe it doesn't. I think things do. It has a neck, doesn't it?
There's rules for it, and I didn't want to look into it for it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay,
It-
so we
it
were
just-
we said
yeah.
we were aiding Theros, so I think it's only a 19.
So it's a 19. So I'll say feather tokens, you can identify those. So you have a feather token bird and a feather token tree, the 2 different types of feather tokens.
Nope, not treat. Tree.
I will. Yeah, DC 19 is the 15 plus the caster level. Yeah, you're probably fine with the other things. We'll just kind of carry that over. So, there were 2 potions of Shield of Faith that were on the Den Mother lady.
Ooh.
The one acolyte had a potion of Owl's Wisdom.
I think I already knew that.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know why I knew that. Anyway, okay, so potion of Shield of Faith
Yes.
2. Okay.
And then the wand is a wand of Hold Person.
Oh, nice.
It has 9 charges left.
Wow.
9 charges. Oops.
You said
Okay.
a bird feather token and a tree feather token?
Yes.
The tree is less useful but cool. The bird feather token is actually pretty darn useful.
What are those
Also,
tokens
just as
do?
a heads up, I have hold person on my
Spell list.
What does
As
hold
do
person
I.
do?
Okay.
I don't know
Nice.
what these things mean. Y'all are like, ooh, ah, bird,
I'm putting it
person?
in chat for you.
bird person.
Bird person.
Bird person.
What's bird
So
person?
basically, hold person is a spell. It's a Blood Rager 3rd level spell, and it's an Oracle Cleric 2nd level spell, and basically it allows you to freeze someone in place. So I think that's what had happened to both Aiden and Nayari, that the lady, the Den Mother lady, had cast that. Like that's why Nayari was paralyzed, and we were talking about like, oh, can you coup de grace a paralyzed person with the hold person spell? So they have to roll a will save against that, and if they fail, then they're held in person for a number of rounds per level.
Nice.
But the tricky thing is that we found out in Jason's homebrew is that hold person is only effective against, what is it, humanoid?
Humanoids. Yeah.
So if you
Oh.
have like an Aasimar or a tiefling, they're both
Hey,
considered
tieflings are people
outsiders.
too.
Yeah,
With
they're
the
considered
native-
outsiders.
With the native subtype.
Yeah, so they would not be affected by. That's metagaming,
Fair
but
enough.
that's a little interesting tidbit.
It is fun.
And there's a couple other things here that you are able to, well, 2 other things you're able to identify. I had mentioned that she had a bunch of bandages that she was keeping on her person. These are items known as bandages of rapid recovery.
Okay. They give you
And
fast
then-
healing, I think, question mark?
No, I think they just increase the amount of healing you get from normal rests. It's just from memory, though. And the last thing of magic on her person was bracers of armor +1.
Bracers of armor +1. Oh.
Those aren't going to stack with any of your normal armor bonuses because I believe they're just armor bonuses.
Okay.
And you guys, your armor is higher than a +1 bonus. But if you had like a wizard, it'd be nice because they can't wear armor.
Oh,
Who's wearing the ring of protection?
Me.
Theros, yeah.
Wait,
I
no,
thought
I thought I didn't have the ring of protection.
Oh
You
yeah,
have the
that's right. Yeah. I have
The
an
amulet of
amulet.
natural armor.
I have
Okay,
the ring of prediction.
I'm giving Theros one of the potions of Shield of Faith because that's a deflection bonus. So that would give you a +2 to your AC if you drink it. So this won't stack with the ring of protection. So I will give the other one to Orin.
Okie dokie.
So one to Theros and one to Orin.
Okay,
And then we
I
can
thought-
talk about the other stuff later, but I just
yeah,
wanted
I
to,
think those
in
were
case
the
those,
main-
in case those were to help us or anything.
Okay, so you guys are at the door here. You have gone a little ways towards deciphering it. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna
I will
yeah.
place those things in there, and the text that you had found said this.
I think I have it figured out. in
Oh,
my
same.
head.
By the way, you're not
Yeah.
red damage anymore, Justin.
Oh, fair. So yeah, gonna turn it towards the rock.
I'm
Okay.
standing a little bit of a ways back.
And then, yeah, I'd give this a good 15 feet, y'all. Turn it towards the rock, then towards the metal bar, and then I'm thinking towards the crying face. Those are the three that I turn it towards.
Okay. So you turn it, and it kind of locks into place in the rock, and then you turn it again, and it locks into place in the metal bar, and then you turn it again, and it locks into place on the crying face, and you hear an audible click as almost like a large metal beam has been moved and shifted out of place. And if you kind of slightly push, actually no, you slightly pull, you feel you can open this door. It's very heavy. It's made of metal, but you're able to just nudge it open a little bit, and with enough effort, you are able to pull open these doors.
As I do so, I say, "Excavator, we're home." Oh, it's not a very big room. And then I guess walk in. Actually, hang on. Maybe someone a bit more dexterous should go first.
I will see
In
what's
case
there.
it's trapped.
He'll approach cautiously and kind of look for traps as he goes in.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
No.
Orin has a horrible history of taking spears to the face.
This is true.
Okay. So as this door opens and you're looking inside, you see a three-stepped riser fills most of this room, atop which lies what looks to be a stone sarcophagus.
What?
And
Oh.
it depicts a vaguely insectoid creature, similar to the ones depicted in either of those other two statues that you've seen. And as you're kind of stepping into the room, looking around, being careful to not trigger anything that you might be stepping on, you don't see anything immediately that can cause danger, and you continue to step up, and within this sarcophagus, this coffin, lies what looks like the partially crystallized remains of an ancient four-armed insectoid creature. And just by looking at it, it seems like this thing could crumble at the slightest touch. It is ancient.
And
And he can't. He's probably completely lost. He's got no idea.
Yeah. You see 4 lidless stone coffers placed around this raised dais.
Are there any
And-
inscriptions anywhere?
You don't see any other inscriptions in this room, but it does look like there's some things still in these coffers. It looks like most of them have been opened and stuff has been taken out. Probably the troglodytes or maybe the Darrow before them. People who came in here probably came out with some of the goods that must have been in here. Who knows what sort of immense riches might have been here originally. But it looks like there's still some stuff scattered in these 4 coffers. And I can just say, as you're looking in these, you notice, if you're ready to write down, there's a list of stuff here.
Yep.
115 copper pieces, 730 silver pieces,
We're rich.
335 gold pieces,
Holy crap.
10 platinum pieces.
Wow.
There are 14 amethysts, which Orin is able to identify as being roughly 25 gold each.
I mean, we're feeding
Oh,
them to the crystal guy
jeez.
anyway, but
Hold
There
on a
are-
minute. Okay.
Oh,
Sorry, 25 times 14. That's 24 times 14. Oh, shoot. I can't do this on the fly. 350. Okay.
Okay.
Carry on.
there are 9 aquamarines, which also you can identify as being worth 30 each.
Oh, geez. All right. 30 each. Okay.
You see what looks like a small shield, a sort of buckler. You are able to identify that as a magical buckler. We will do spellcrafts in a bit. And you see 2 other items that I believe are emanating magic. And you see a belt made of interlocking jade plates that is also detecting as magic.
Ooh.
So you guys can all roll more spellcraft checks to see how much of this stuff you're able to identify.
So you said there were 2 other items. The belt and the shield are those 2 items?
No, the belt is its own thing.
Okay, so 2 other magic items.
Yeah, I'm looking up what they are so I can.
there surely are magic.
I'd say at least you were aiding Theros, so that's good.
Yep. Although I do want to inspect the thing in the tomb.
Yeah, I figured that's what you're gonna
I
do.
had thought about rolling
Okay.
my own, but I didn't say it, so we'll say that I'm eating Theros.
20
Okay.
order.
It's going to be enough, I think, to identify these. So you find a +1 buckler. You find 2 steadfast gut stones.
Okay,
What's
2
that?
steadfast gut stones.
Gut stones, yes.
Sounds
I
gross.
will post their description in the chat because I've never actually really looked up these items either. And perhaps the most interesting of all of these items, which I imagine everybody is going to be very, very interested in taking for themselves, is a belt of mighty constitution +2.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay. Okay.
So that is a belt that once you wear it, it will increase your constitution score by 2. It's an enhancement bonus, so spells like Bear's Endurance won't stack with it, but it'll just give you a flat +2 while you're wearing it.
That's awesome.
So for constitution, that'll increase your hit points. It'll increase your fortitude save. It'll increase the number of hit points you can go down to before dying. It's a very important stat to increase.
I want that belt of incredible dexterity though when we stumble across that. But Constitution is no joke. That's what 4 extra HP for me plus, bringing that con up to a 16. What did that do for everyone else?
that brings so it's a +2.
Yes.
Bring me up to 18 for my con.
Ooh, holy
I'm building.
cow.
I'm building tanky. Tanky.
That'd be real tanky. You'd have to be in the
Tanky cleric.
fray more for that. That's a lot. That's a
Real
lot.
quick, you would also have noticed in the previous room, in one of the pouches, there was 2 doses of Dust of Appearance.
2 doses of dust of appearance.
Yes, and that was in the previous room with the troglodytes stuff.
This will be relevant to Theros, I think. You may be inclined not to take the buckler, but I don't know if can druids use bucklers? Question mark.
I think the
think we
buckler
already
is
looked it
made of
up.
metal.
Yeah, they cannot.
That's too bad. Bucklers would be really good if he could, because they allow you to continue to cast spells even while you have one. You just temporarily lose your
Yeah.
AC bonus while you're
Because you can
casting.
use your hand still. You don't hold on to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
Hold on, let me see. +1 buckler.
Is that better than a heavy steel shield?
A +1 buckler will give you a +2 bonus to your AC. That is probably the same bonus as a heavy steel shield, but it is lighter and it's more sturdy because it is magical. So it will mechanically do basically the same thing for you. It'll just be lighter. Because bucklers start out at a +1 shield bonus. So this thing just brings it up to what you have, basically. But the armor check penalty would be lower, the weight would be lower, all that stuff.
And you can cast spells with it, so. But you use a divine focus for most of yours, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But... Was there anything else standoutish? It's basically the belt of Constitution that we have to give to someone.
Yeah, that's the big thing, yeah.
Don't give it to Theros because it won't really benefit him as much as it would benefit somebody like Orin or
Niari.
you guys. Yeah, the frontline fighters.
Right. What would that do for Niari? It's pretty much do the same thing for everyone, right?
It would give the same bonus to everybody. Everybody would go up by 4 hit points basically and get a +1 to their fortitude save because of how their con would increase.
See, I don't really need the fortitude. My fortitude's at 8.
And Niari, what you looking at?
What? My fortitude would be 6, 7.
It'd be
That
7.
would put me at 40 hit points.
So it's 6 now. And so your con is the same as mine at 14.
Yeah, my con's 14, so it would give me 46 HP.
Oh, wow.
Which I'm just gonna say, if I do all the things that I can do to get more damage, my AC could go down to 13.
Oof.
Oof. So the Blood Rager, you lower your AC to do stuff instead of lowering your HP.
Well, because rage
right.
and enlarged person. So, yeah.
So when you become the Hulk,
basically, I become super easy to hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a con wouldn't hurt, especially since Aiden spends a lot more time up front, but I am totally okay letting Niari take this one.
I mean, I'm fine with rolling off for it, though. Like, I don't think we need to ever shy away from that.
That's true. We could just roll off for it.
Sure.
But I'm going to really want that belt of dexterity when that comes around. That's
well, you're really kind of the only one that would really utilize that, though. This is one that basically all of us could really utilize extra HP. Nobody here's like, no, nah, I couldn't use 4 extra hit points.
That's fair.
I'm good.
And it's an extra HP every time you level, too, so it'll continue to benefit.
I mean, and I think Aiden would want it is the other thing, though, too. Like, in character, he wants it a lot. For reasons.
I don't know if this would help, but if you allowed me to take the belt, maybe you could take these bracers.
He'll nod without really looking you in the eye.
But also, Orin, I know that this would benefit you as well, so I want to make sure that it's going to help the appropriate person. I don't want to be selfish.
Oh, if you want it, have at it. Orin doesn't care that much. I don't care that much. Orin doesn't care that much.
I do not think that you are selfish, Niari.
I think I have been selfish.
I'm trying to hide a smile. Aiden doesn't smile, but Josh does a little bit. That's so funny.
Just back to like kicking some dust on the floor,
So
looking down.
funny
Like,
for her. It's so funny for her to say. Yeah, that's awesome. I really appreciate that, Sarah. Thank you. And
Okay, so you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aiden is equally like thankful to Niari, and in character that also like he would be fine with that for other reasons.
So you're giving him What bracers?
The bracers of archery lesser.
Oh, those ones. Okay.
Yes.
Her divine gift.
I thought you were talking about the
Yes.
bracers of armor, and I'm like, that's not gonna help.
Here,
him.
these bracers.
That's a scam.
They're
She's
the
like,
scam.
gotcha.
Don't take that deal.
That'd have been slick.
Ooh.
It's like, I didn't say what bracers.
I definitely left that out on purpose.
Dude, I would play a lawful evil character who just scams people all the time.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny.
I do want to. Oh man, when you were talking about like, gosh, you should run the Crimson Throne, I was like, man, that would be fun actually. Like, I don't have the time for it now, but like, it's in the back of my head that maybe if things get better, we can look at that because I would love to have.
I'm gonna
an evil party in the character.
Take that shield unless anybody has an issue with that.
Nope, have at it. I am not actually like I have a masterwork buckler right now, but I'm not going to be using it anymore. So that +1 shield is definitely better than my buckler, but I didn't want that because I'm not going to be using it anymore.
What was it, by the way, that she gave me? It was a bracers of archery.
Bracers
lesser?
of archery lesser. Yes.
So I need to figure out what does that give? What did that give me so I can make sure I'm taking it off? A
The
+1
belt?
on attack rolls. Okay, no.
Oh, the archery. Yeah.
I don't see where I even had that in my character.
I don't know if you hard coded that into the weapon itself.
I thought I did.
Or a buff.
Well-
I could see you making it a buff, or also just completely forgetting.
I think I completely forgot, or I'm pretty sure I had it on, but then I was messing around with stuff in the last fight, like in my haste to get buffs on and stuff. So I may have just gotten rid of it and didn't mean to, but it's my base attack bonus, which is 4 plus my dex is 2. So yeah, it wasn't on there to begin with. So,
Okay.
Amazing.
all right. So
Okay, so you guys have cleared out this room, and again, there's not a whole lot else in this room. There's just the crystallized remains of what must once have been a truly ancient creature, and the few remaining items that had not yet been taken away. What are you guys gonna do?
Inspect the creature.
Okay. You
is there
can
any knowledge roll you can do on that?
try knowledge planes.
Balls. I do not have a rank in that.
And to be perfectly honest, even if I gave you the check, the DC is so high you'd never be able to hit it.
Even if all of us aided and they rolled a natural 20,
Oh
we
darn.
would fall short. Well, should we go back and see what lies at the end of that tunnel?
Suppose so.
I will follow you all.
All right. Awesome.
Chiselhead, come help me.
He gone. He dimension doored out of
Okay.
there.
So you guys are gonna slip through that crack in the barricade.
Do
look
we have
deeper
any
down in-
idea how much time we were working with here? Like,
Well, it was an hour for you to do the thing, and let's say it was a half hour ish to check the rooms upstairs, maybe.
Because you just did a quick. You didn't take 20 on any of those, so
Right.
that
So
was
it's
just a
been
quick thing. So it's probably been an hour and a half total. So you still have a couple hours left.
Right.
Okay.
We're good on time.
Cool.
Because we also discovered it's not like that puzzle door actually took any time. I mean, mechanically it did because we had to distribute stuff, but like you just hit a puzzle that you already knew the answer to.
I gotta be honest, we gotta be feeling better knowing that like it's just wind in the
Oh
tunnel.
yeah, no, I didn't feels good.
Josh, can you get the music playing again? I can't get the bot to work.
I can do my best.
And while he's doing that, I'll just kind of say, so you guys kind of slip through this crack in the barricade, and it's big enough basically just for you guys to kind of shimmy through. And again, beyond that, you see the tunnel curves down pretty steeply, maybe goes to the side a bit. How far are you guys continuing down this tunnel?
Real quick, everyone brace yourselves and maybe mute chat real quick before you can turn this down because I'm going to try to get the other bot that's really loud.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna have Groovy join.
Yeah, that's what
Dark ambient music.
So how
All
does groovy work? How do I add something to the playlist?
So it's going to be a hyphen play whatever you want, and for a full list of commands, there you go.
Ah, thank you.
And
Never
you
gonna
can
give,
set up
never gonna
a
give.
whole queue. The most useful tool is that you can actually change the order of songs. So if you had a long queue, you can be like, add this song to position 3 in the queue.
Ah, neat.
Yeah, so it has a little bit more functionality.
So we're going back
Okay.
up to the tunnel.
Yeah, you guys are starting to descend this tunnel. How far are you guys going?
How
Well, under the standard measurements of Narmathis, I'm gonna go 30 feet. So
Okay.
6 squares.
Okay, so you continue going down this tunnel, and again, it's angling down, and maybe to the side a little bit, then a little bit back, and it's a narrow tunnel. So I don't know how many videos you guys have seen of like cave delvers, like real cave delvers, not the big chambers or anything like that, but like the narrow tunnels that are almost like eerily shaped, just big enough for people to fit through. It's like one of those weird things where it's like you're just like, I can just barely fit in there. It's like there's no good reason why I should be able to fit in there, but I can, type of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It
And-
uncomfortably like urges you forward too, because you get
Yeah.
that feeling like, yeah, if you've ever done any amount of spelunking, or if you've ever even crawled through a narrow space with your arms in front of you, or like in any capacity where you're sideways,
I've seen
you
as
get to-
above, so below. Thank you. I'm good.
yeah, well, you get to a point where you're like, I can't go back. Like I have to just keep going and see. Like, cause you squeeze through something and you're like, that was too narrow.
Oh.
I can't go the other way. So I'm sure like that's starting to, that feeling, even if it's psychological and not real, is probably
I
something.
hear my breastplate like scraping against the
Yeah.
the rock, you know.
Yeah, and it's not so bad that like you're
Right.
afraid you're gonna get stuck. I'm
Right.
just saying it's narrow. It's like a couple feet across at most, you know.
Aiden is also trying to hide it, but he's beaming a little bit. He enjoys this. Like he really likes this kind of activity. So
And you go 30 feet, and it looks like it keeps going.
I mean, let's just roll the dice. I go another 30 feet.
yeah,
Okay.
would you?
Okay, you keep going, and it keeps descending. And you're going deeper and deeper, and
I
Couple-
crack a joke. Who wants to take the lead now? You know, because like they can't get by me, so it's a joke. You know.
yeah. Yeah, and you continue going down, and sometimes it'll level out, sometimes it'll widen, sometimes it'll curve, but it keeps going for a ways. And you keep going down in this a couple minutes maybe, and Oren, you're kind of given the lead here. Eventually you can hear this moaning more, the wind picking up a little bit more, and as a dwarf, you know quite a bit about caves. You are, after a certain point, after a couple 100 feet going down this tunnel, you are almost certain this tunnel will eventually lead you into the Darklands.
Excuse me? Can you say that one more time?
This tunnel,
I was distracted by Rhythm Bot. Did you just say this tunnel goes to the Darklands?
No, that
As
is
in-
not level 4 material. That is like, no.
I'll just read from the book. It says, this cavernous tunnel continues for thousands of feet, twisting and turning down into the Darklands.
That's bad. We're gonna have to like collapse this tunnel because what if stuff can come up through this tunnel from the
No.
Darklands?
Well, that's what
Yeah.
you notice is that barricade there. It must have been erected to keep the larger, more dangerous creatures of the Darklands at bay, preventing anything of a certain size from getting through.
Darndest
Sarah,
thing. Don't know if I told anybody about that.
Sarah,
We keep going.
I I hate to tell you, I actually think like my metagame mind is telling me we were always supposed to make it to the caves. This was always supposed to happen, and this is where the story continues. Like book 2 is going to the dark.
I'm not convinced of that. I do not think the Darklands are doable at this level.
Auburn's gonna say something. She's gonna come over and she'll be like, "Oh yeah, there's some magical artifact in there that you can go and you can get it, and it's gonna be really helpful." I promise. I have like a 30% amount of confidence.
So I'm fairly positive this is going to go into the Darklands.
You're pretty sure, and your knowledge as a dwarf, I imagine you would have a pretty good knowledge of how the Darklands works. The Darklands is split up into 3 distinct layers. The topmost layer is the one that most explorers, most probably dwarves even, most people on the surface of Galarian, when they say the Darklands, they're referring to this topmost layer, which is known as Narvoth. Nar-Voth. Narvoth. That is the uppermost layer of the Darklands. There's 2 layers below that, and the further down you go, things get weirder and crazier and far more dangerous.
So, knowledge of the drow is like out and about at this time, right?
At this point, they have made their appearance, yeah.
What year is this again? This is 47...
4717.
17? Okay, yeah. So, in Rise of the Rune Lords, which we're doing right now, that takes place in 4707, and it's actually in that year that people, like, outside of elves came to know the existence of drow, the dark elves.
Yep.
So it's kind of cool because, like, where we are in Rune Lords, you know, characters don't know that drow exist, but, you know, we're 10 years later, and
we do.
The dark elves, you know, they're down there.
And Oren, the Darklands are... I've been trying really hard to think of a good parallel, but I haven't really been able to think of one. But like the Darklands are like the place that dwarves hear in stories. Like they scare their children with these kind of stories. The best example I could think of is like maybe in like the Roman Empire they'd say like not to go north into like the barbarian lands or something like that. But even that didn't have the right sense to me. It didn't really fit. I was thinking maybe something like, you know, like in Game of Thrones where you've got like beyond the wall to the north, maybe.
Right.
There was one other example that
I was thinking like
of.
Dragon Age.
All right.
With
So
the,
yeah.
Where the what do they call those? Where all the like bad stuff comes from.
Yeah.
Because that's like underground, and like every so often things will come up from the underground.
So a good way to explain it though, in like fantasy terms, it's like a way line, like
the deep roads. Sorry, the deep roads.
Yeah.
Deep roads. Yep.
That instead of like channeling mana or magic energy from another plane or something like that, it's like a rift that opens, right? This is where demons and stuff spawn out of, right?
No.
No?
No, the Darklands are just incredibly deep cavernous tunnels.
Gotcha.
There's no extra
like kind of
well, there
So
might
there's
be
no
extra
demon.
planar stuff if you go super far down, but
Right.
it's mostly just the deep caves of Galarian. And yeah, the deep roads is a very good example. It's there are creatures down there that are not very well known because, again, even some of the best explorers of the Darklands only really know about the uppermost layer.
No, Sarah is right. By the way, we have. I don't know what our characters would feel about this. I'm struggling to get in that mindset. But I can tell you, as a player, we are. It's like in Dark Souls when you open a door to go down the crypts first instead of the other way, and you go, actually, maybe I'm in the wrong spot, and
Like,
then
I'll just go fight Pinwheel real quick, and then you're like, holy crap! To get to
Right.
Pinwheel is the most terrifying thing.
Right. So then you think maybe I'll go through the Undead Parish instead, and you go about the game as intended.
I think in game, I kind of expect that Oren would have grown up learning about the Durgar, the Dark Dwarves, and them being in the Darklands. And I mean, he probably would know that it's no joke, and that 4 of us wouldn't stand a chance, or 5 of us wouldn't stand a chance down there.
But maybe there's
I
a
have
spirit adventure there. Yeah.
Well, do I have any knowledge about whether this might potentially be a way to reach Kragadon?
Say no,
I mean, I know-
Jason. Please say
I know
no.
it's really far away, but like through this tunnel, could Kragadon be reached?
I would say you wouldn't know.
But
Okay.
there's a chance.
Because the Darklands are extensive,
Right.
so you can get to a lot of places from them. but you don't know exactly if this particular access into the Darklands is necessarily connected to an access up to Kragadan or not.
But
And if it is, you don't know if maybe that's been blocked off in any way. You could maybe assume that, but I don't think you could know for certain, because that is very, very far away.
But clearly there's a chance. What comes up into my head, could we get behind enemy lines, like pop up, like travel underground for a very extensive amount of time and then come up somewhere that, oh man.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I could use a dwarf army right about now. I'm just saying.
That's the last thing on Nayari's mind is not like, hey, let's suddenly join the conflict.
No, that's not on Aiden's mind either. But
we need to get these people in here and safe. I don't want to join some war.
But I want to go home.
So what
Don't
does
worry,
Orin?
I promise, Orin, that we'll get you back to Kragadan.
I believe you, so I'll take you on that.
I would say, what is Orin's explanation of this? Like, as we've been going for like what 5-10 minutes, not even that far in, not really. And then you get the sense that this is much deeper.
So right about the time I get the sense that this is leading toward the Darklands, I'm gonna just abruptly halt moving, and just we need to go back now, and just like start kind of shoving whoever's next to me back the direction we came. And I'll just say, when we get out of this, I'll explain, and just shove them back towards the other entrance. Not going any deeper in. Just...
All right, Aiden won't protest to that.
Yeah, especially since Orin is the one that has wanted to just keep exploring these caves. If he's like, nope, nope.
Yeah, if a cave dwester's like, nope, then it's time to go back the direction we came.
So then, Jace, that's what we do. We'll go back. We'll finish, mechanically speaking. We'll take a 20 on every room. We'll grab the bodies. We'll start like channeling them out and like use the remaining hours that we have left before we want to get going back to camp to clean this place out,
sweep it up,
find it, sweep it up, make it look, like I said, home ready. No, there wasn't
Bleach the blood off the floor and walls.
Is that a blood stain?
Guys,
no,
we found this empty cave. Like, we totally didn't commit genocide.
That was there like decades ago. You can tell it's an old stain. Yeah.
Trust us, we're the experts.
We're the heroes of Phaendar. What accusations are these? And that's how we'll play it.
Okay. So yeah, if you take 20 in each of the rooms, I'll just go down the list of anything that you guys missed. In the room with the forge, there was a DC 20 perception check to notice a +1 light steel shield.
Now that might be better than the buckler.
I'm like, wait a minute.
That might be better.
It's mechanically kind of the same as the buckler.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
As you go up to the top cavern level, in the room with all the bones, a DC 22 perception check. There were a couple things stashed away, hidden beneath the bones that you didn't find before. There's a silver locket containing a braided length of blonde hair. The locket is worth 25 gold pieces.
Okay.
You find 2 plain platinum rings worth 50 gold pieces each.
Go ahead and put those in Orin's inventory, please.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead and put those in Orin's inventory, thanks.
Okay, so those are 25 each? 50 each?
50 gold each.
Yep.
You find a battered wooden flute in a silver and velvet case decorated with mums and cypress.
Silver velvet?
So the flute itself is worthless, but the silver and velvet case is worth 125 gold pieces.
All right, we'll just call it a set.
And the last thing in that room you notice is a Pearl of Power 1, the first level Pearl of Power.
Ooh, it's so
What's
good.
that mean?
I always forget. So, a Pearl of Power allows you to basically recast one of, in this case, your level 1 spells as if you had prepared it. It takes 5 minutes to attune.
Tuning isn't a thing, I don't think.
Not attune. It does take 5 minutes to do something.
It takes a standard action to basically re-prepare a slot.
Right.
So, if you
get
had
an actual
prepared,
spell.
yeah, if you had prepared Barkskin, and you used it, and you just needed Barkskin again, you could spend an action to get Barkskin prepared again, and then cast it on the next turn. It's not terribly good in combat, but it allows you to basically get a spell back, and it helps with longevity.
That's cool.
And it's funny because the text of the Pearl of Power says, you know, it was a potent aid to all spellcasters who prepare spells, in parentheses, clerics, druids, rangers, paladins, and wizards. So yeah, I'm gonna take a step back from that because that's useless for me.
Let's give that to Orin so that he can do the channel energy more in case we need healing. And...
I think it would be more the cure light wounds he would be able to.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the level.
A Pearl of Power is useful to Orin the most, and then Aiden, it only helps. Normally, I only get one spell. This would let me get two, but I'd only get one. Like I'd only get one prepared spell anyway, so it's not like I gain a whole lot of versatility from it.
You could only re-prepare the same spell, I think.
Yeah, it's the way it works. I was just reading it. But yeah, it definitely makes sense for Orin. Druids it would work for, but Orin's like ability.
Does it only work once?
No.
Once per day.
Yes.
Oh, so it's a continuous item.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You have basically gained a spell slot.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
And I mean, it also would be useful for Theros because of Barkskin. He'd be able to cast that more than once a day
True.
for a little AC boost.
It's
But-
most beneficial to anyone who would want to cast the same spell multiple times. So Barks, again, for example, is a better spell, in my opinion, to use it on than Cure Light Wounds because we have other methods of healing. We don't have other methods of giving him that huge natural armor bonus. You know what I mean?
However, Orin now has access to a spell he's been wanting to use that could be useful when cast multiple times.
Correct. I don't know what's on what you have or what you've got. So basically, it's most beneficial to somebody who wants to use the same spell more than once. That's why like Magus, those people pick it up all the time because they love to sling their level 1 spells. It just depends.
Yeah.
Okay. And
You guys gonna roll for it, or just give it to one of the two of you?
Yeah, do you just want to do that, Andrew? You just want to roll for it, bud?
Theros in character would just let Orin take it.
You say that about every magic item.
Well,
though.
he doesn't
Right?
he doesn't really care much for possessions either. I know Orin doesn't either, so it really kind of is like a clash of the. No, you have it. No, you
Clash
have it.
of
No, you can have it.
passivity.
Yeah,
Where it's
like-
like, no, I insist you
All right,
take it.
Neither of
In
them like
character, then, I
material,
think
so we'll just
Theros
roll for it
wins
in that
that.
regard.
Yeah. I
Well,
think Theros
we'll just roll for it because neither of us really care for material possessions, so we'll just
Right.
What do we roll?
a D20
just roll a d20, and whoever rolls highest gets the thing.
or lowest, we could say, because it's funny.
Oh.
Wow. You had
Hold on,
literally
I'm just-
nothing to beat, and you got a 3.
I love it.
Yeah, she's like, excuse me, I'm a wizard now, as she tells everyone now that she's a wizard.
I'm glad we got those low rolls out of the way.
Me too.
Excuse me, I am not a wizard. Okay.
Yeah. So
She's
have
a
you
I'm a
know?
blood magician.
sorcerer.
Yeah, she's a
that's right.
banker.
I'm a,
Okay.
oh no.
Yeah,
No,
she,
no,
works,
no, no.
she works at a banking institution.
No.
Kidding.
No?
Okay, so it looks like Orin gets the pearl.
Aren't you basically a
Alright.
glorified teller, Sarah? Isn't that basically what you do? Like, just count and read money and talk to people? Like,
I used to be a member service representative. I was never a teller.
So what happens next, Jason?
The last thing.
It's a real fight.
Last thing is in that room with the cave fissures, that pool of congealed algae and all that, the kind of like small ecosystem that had arisen from that. You're taking your time looking into the pool a little bit, and you can see what looks like the remains of 3 troglodytes at the bottom of the pool. And they've got like their javelins and all their stuff in there. They're just barely visible beneath all of this muck. But you also notice what looks to be like maybe a halfling in robed clothing down there, and one of you maybe like kind of wades in and kind of dives down. It's about 10 feet down, but you go to the bottom of this pool and you pull up a couple things here. So there is an iron coffer that is filled with 120 gold pieces.
Ooh.
There is another wand that you'll have to identify. There is, oh, okay, a wand made of steel and decorated with engravings of helms and breastplates. It's a very fancy wand.
Oh wow.
You, with your perception checks, if you just take 20, you'll eventually also notice there is a skeleton of the coffer's previous owner, now lichen encrusted and almost impossible to see, but you're able to just find it. And this skeleton is still wearing a belt of fine gold links that is also magical. So you've got a wand and some kind of belt of golden links that you can identify.
I feel self-conscious when you're just reading off like that, and I'm just listening, so I zone out and don't look at anything. And I look over and I see myself on the camera. I'm like, oh man, I just look so bored. But that's not the case. Just listening.
So Theros rolled 1 spellcraft. Do you guys want to aid or roll your own?
Probably want to roll your own.
That was an aid, but
I'm gonna roll my own.
oh, look at me, I'm a sorcerer
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Oh,
I know magic!
I know magic.
DC 23.
Wait, seriously?
It's an 8th level item, so DC so
Shoot.
15 plus 8, yeah, DC 23. It is a belt of incredible dexterity plus 2.
I'd like to roll for it.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I want to be
And,
a dexterous.
Nairi puts it
wand-
on like a wrestler, so she's got just 2 belts.
Just 2 belts.
Kingdom Hearts now?
And the wand is a wand of mage armor with 28 charges.
Whoa!
Whoa. That's good stuff.
That's big. That'll
can't
help
use
you
it.
out, Theros buddy. I can. You guys can't cast it, but I can cast it.
Yeah. Cool.
And
All right,
that
so-
is everything you didn't find.
Wow, we didn't find a lot of stuff. Good lord.
Yeah, for real.
That belt of incredible dexterity could have helped earlier too.
Yeah, you guys finished off the cave fishers and then just left the room real quick, and I was like, well, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh man. Well, I mean that was the mindset of the characters. At the time.
Right. Was that
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we'll come back and look later?
Right.
That's really what it
Holy
was.
cow.
So do we have
So that's
time to make
a
it?
plus 2 to my dex from magic item, assuming that everyone's okay if I take that.
I told you rolling off for it.
I think we need to
kidding.
roll off for it.
I'm kidding.
Aiden's taken all the magic items. He's got the bracers of archery. He's got the ring of protection. Now he wants the belt of dexterity.
To be fair, the belt of dexterity would give Theros a boost to his AC.
That's
Josh is like, I hate you.
And a reflex save.
Things you choose to be.
There's
No,
no
I-
way Theros would wear a belt of gold links. That's not happening.
That is some bougie stuff right there.
Woo!
So
He's a whole
bougie.
new person.
Right?
So yeah, I'm fine with Aiden taking that.
Agreed.
And Andrew, what were you saying before we interrupted you?
Oh, I was just saying, at this point, do we still have time to go back to camp? Probably won't make it the whole way, right?
No,
Faster
you
camp.
you
Yeah,
have
we
you
will.
have time.
Okay.
You're getting to the point where like you have maybe half an hour left in this place before you have to really start heading out. Yeah, the only other things that to let you know is the crystals that are in all the walls. In one of the rooms, there's basically 50 gold pieces worth of crystals. The other one, there's 150 gold pieces worth. So once you guys are like going through, you see that the creature, which at this point there's really no harm in just telling you what the creature is. It's known as a chrismal.
Ooh.
Um,
And it what it was planes to roll against it?
Yep, it is an outsider. It's actually in the handouts now under the outsiders. But that Chrismal is here. Let me just see if I can find his. He's just in this room, just hanging out.
Hi.
Oh, hey, hi. How you doing?
Oh, hey, hi. How you doing?
wow.
But yeah, you
Awesome.
guys can start making your way back to camp.
Yeah, that's awesome. So that was a good haul.
I'm feeling really good. Thankfully, I didn't have to fight for magic items for a little while because he just got a big boost actually from all of that. Like,
Yeah.
non-insignificant is actually much more powerful now. So that's really good.
Sorry, I was looking up Christmas.
And now I think about it though too, Orin, you got an additional spell use per day. That's no joke. Niari, you're a bit tankier. Theros, did you get anything?
Not really.
No,
That's
you
okay.
took all the items.
I mean, in a sense, though, he will get the Wand of Mage Armor. So
Yeah, I'll experience the
always-
effects of it.
Right.
That's
yeah,
a
so
plus
for you,
4
Andrew,
all the
because
time.
your armor is a +1 right now, you won't get the full +4 that Mage Armor would give you, but you'd get a +3 to go up to the max of 4.
Yeah.
So that and the nice thing is, like, the wand will probably be at the lowest caster level, but Mage
Yeah,
Armor
so
lasts.
hour.
1
Hour.
hour per casting, and you have
Yeah.
28 charges.
Yeah.
So
28 individual hours of basically increasing your armor bonus from 1 to 4.
mhm.
Oh, I didn't do it, but I would have. While we were back in there, I cast a spell, by the way. Keen Senses, giving me a +2 on my perception while I was down there and increasing the vision that I can see. I meant to expend it, and I didn't say that because mechanically that makes sense. And I kind of see that as him like slowly drifting into magical affinity.
Yep. Okay.
Cool.
And then,
So
Orin, real quick, you probably took the +1 light steel shield over the buckler.
Oh, did I? Is there?
I don't know.
That? I mean,
there's no mechanical difference, I don't think. Buckler is probably better because it frees up your hand technically.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah, Buckler is technically better from a very small, like, situational standpoint. It also just allows you more easily to hand wave things. Like, what? But your hand is holding a shield. It's like, no, it's not. It's free.
free. Yes, I'll just stick with the buckler
Okay.
for now.
The bracers of armor +1, are those metal?
They won't help you.
You could swap them out for the armor you're wearing and reduce your carry weight a bit, though.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
could do that.
you could do that.
Yeah.
If you
Because
wanted to take off your armor.
if your armor is just giving you a +1, then those bracers would also give you a +1, but they basically weigh nothing. So
Barring GM approval, too, maybe Volus can wear them.
no.
They have wrist slots, man. They have wrist slots. I just looked it up. But okay, if you say no and want to fight Paizo on it on unofficial responses from a few of the developers,
Sure, I
then,
can call
like,
that.
fine.
Okay,
You
so you
can
will take
Act like you're the
bracers.
god of this world or something.
All right, so those will go to Theros. Nice,
Bracers
nice.
Of
Good
armor
stuff.
Yeah.
+1, you said?
Yes.
Armor, yep.
Yep. So you could just
Bracers of
change the
armor +1.
verbiage from your armor to.
Did we
the-
find any additional provision points?
No, not you. You found all of those.
What's the
Wow.
weight
Okay.
on those bracers?
It is. hold
I have them
please,
here. 1
1
pound.
pound.
Thanks.
So
Yep.
they're much lighter than armor.
So now I'm scared to go back to camp.
Well, let's get it over with.
You guys are all beefed up.
I feel like it's been forever.
Okay.
It's been for us like 4 or 5 sessions since we've been back to camp.
Let's do it, Jason.
Okay. So you guys pick up camp and you get everything around and you make your way back through the forest to the hunter's cabin, and you're able to get there with a little bit of time to spare. You spent a couple hours exploring the caves, but you left in time that the rest of your movement will get you where you need to go. And you make it back to camp, and the person, everybody's still around. I guess we can move back to the camp map here. Everybody's just kind of around doing their own thing, either mending any of the tents that might have gotten hit a little bit in the storm still, or people might be coming back from their missions to go get their survival missions to get resources, and we can figure out what they did that day after this session. who did what and when and whatnot. When you get back, the only major incident is that one of the people who went out to get supplies did their group did run into Gashma again. One person was wounded, but they are still alive, but they will be out for a day, because they did run into Gashma again, and they come back and they kind of explain that from what they can tell, Gashma is getting more aggressive and he's coming closer and closer to camp. He must be migrating or something. So he is a bit of a threat out here in the cabins. But other than that, nothing terribly eventful happened while you guys were gone, it seems.
I told y'all we're scared for nothing.
I think we're walking a fine line.
It was 4 sessions, sure, but it was also one day, if I'm not mistaken. Like
Let's
one
go
night.
pig hunt.
Yep. And as you guys arrive at camp, Auburn kind of somebody runs and gets Auburn. Auburn comes in and greets you. She says, "Oh, it's good to see you again. I didn't know how long you guys were going to be gone exploring those caves. Did you find anything? Was it a successful journey, or what news do you have?"
We have a place for you to stay. That is what we accomplished.
Good, good. I'm sure everyone here will be relieved. Is it? It's big enough for all of us.
He nods.
Good, good. And it's defensible. We can hold it if we need to. It's not out in the open like this cabin or the tents we've had.
Shakes
She's
his
nodding.
head.
She says, "Good. That's very good news. That's very good news. So is it safe there now? Could we start heading over there maybe tomorrow or something, or do you have something else planned? What's our next steps?"
We have our own business that we need to attend to. We made a promise to Niari. There's something we must do. But we will take you there first, I think. We will set out tomorrow, I think. And he looks to the group. We are in agreement. Then we will guide you tomorrow. Tell everyone to make camp and pick things up, and we will go.
She nods. She says, "All right, I'll spread the word." And then she kind of puts a hand out onto your shoulder, and she says, "You've done good."
He kind of like puts his hand on hers and is like,
I think brighter days may be in our future.
and he'll go tend to other things that he has to do.
Okay. Anything specific that you guys want to do at camp for the rest of the day? There's maybe an hour or two left before nightfall.
I don't think so, other than just giving all of these provision points to Jet. Basically like dumping like bags of meat in front of her.
I have 12 for her on I think, and then maybe
So we have a total of 14 and 20.
Yeah, I have 3 on me.
you kept tally of the total though, right, Sarah?
Yep. I just tallied them all together. I just put them all in the camp, so it's 20 that we can add to our NPC chart.
I'm removing them from my inventory though.
Thank God, 30 freaking pounds gone.
Right.
That's a lot, yeah. Well, less than 20 for me.
Yeah, so you guys can offload. Yeah, you guys can offload all of that stuff there, and they will start getting around setting up so that they can carry everything with them the next morning.
So there is one thing that I want to do, Jace. I want to repurpose one of my existing pouches or belts or something on my person into what would mechanically would be a spell component pouch. Obviously, I can't find a store, but it is a 5 gold piece item, and so I was hoping that maybe we can just get a leather pouch somewhere in camp.
I mean, I would say that Jin Varric could help craft one of those.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Jin's the man.
He's only got one hand left, but
Yeah.
he can, at the very least, he would help be able to direct you on how to do it and make a good one. So
I would say so with the leather tools and all that. I'll assume because it's only like I said, it's 5 gold. So assuming we can track by day, I think he could finish one. So we'll
Yeah.
assume like I repurpose one of them, and that's what I'll do.
yeah, you can see he's starting to he's starting to try to get used to having only the one hand. Like he's got some carvings that he's trying to work on, where he just kind of like holds it in place with his arm and maybe against his leg or something like that, and tries to carve with his one hand. And he's starting to try to get as dexterous as he can with what he's got.
I think Aiden will maybe even say to him, it's like,
I find what you do very inspiring, Jin. Your sense to not give up, I admire that.
as he's like teaching him like what to do and how to craft it and that kind of thing.
And he kind of just maybe sighs a little bit and he says, I don't think it's so much about not giving up. As far as I know, I was ready to give up there for a moment, but once these warriors, and he kind of nods towards the 3 people who made it back from the bridge, says once they returned to us, I felt that I'd gained everything back. As long as Theros is okay, I don't quite care what happens to me.
Well, I care, but I also have to say, I am very grateful for what you have done. Our success is in some way due to you. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, but I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm just an old man at this point. Just doing what I can to help.
That is what we all do. Do not sell yourself short.
And just more similar pleasantries. Maybe he makes a rude hand joke or something. I don't know. Classic.
A rude hand joke.
Well, unintentionally, he'll probably like, oh, I'll offer a hand. I mean,
Do you need a hand?
Like,
Do you need a hand for that?
I'll help you is what I mean. That kind of thing.
You're quite handy.
But gets to know Jin a little bit better. He's been an NPC
Handy
that
to have you around.
Aiden hasn't interacted with yet, so.
Theros would also want to check in on his dad real quick and ask him a question. So he would come in after Aiden had spoken with him, and
Yeah, maybe Aiden's still there trying to sew the leather for a little while, not doing anything helpful.
he'll ask his father how Father, how are you faring these days?
Oh well, I'm doing as best as I can. I'm starting to get used to this situation. I think it's what's left of my arm is started to heal up pretty good. It's not quite as painful as it used to be. I think I'm getting the hang of things here. And he kind of motions to a couple like wooden carvings that he's done, and he says, they're not quite as detailed as they used to be, but I think maybe I'll get back to that at some point. Maybe my skill will return. Who knows?
I would like to be of more use to my companions. As you know, I've never been too good with other people and working together. I like my time alone. I'm not sure how to ask this, and he kind of awkwardly changes his stance a little bit, and it's like, how did you understand that you fell in love with my mother? I feel like I've heard, and I'm trying to understand my companions, and I believe one of them has feelings for somebody here in the camp, and I don't know how to help. How do you show love to someone?
He says, well, that's quite the question. It's a lot of memories there. I think I've told you this before, but I met your mother after she had run afoul of some creatures. She had been a member of the Foxclaws. I've told you this. And she was quite the woman of action there. And one day one of her hunts went a bit awry, and I stumbled across her, and well, I'm sure. Well, maybe you haven't quite experienced it yourself out there all alone.
We made Jason laugh. Yes, yes.
We did it.
We got him.
We did it.
We did it, Reddit.
For
We
those
did
of
it.
you listening in the podcast, Sarah wrote in the chat, Orin times Theros.
Just go watch this part of the video. You just have to see the chat.
Yes, for those of you listening to the podcast, go check out the video version on YouTube. Continue, Jason.
I love that we
Yeah,
try to make it.
I wasn't looking at the chat. It's just that I saw you. I was looking at your pictures.
Oh.
And all of you guys kept like laughing about it, and so I was like, "Oh man, there's something." And so, like, out of the corner of my eyes, I saw that last one. But yeah,
Okay. And it gotcha. It was over then. The secret look
Yeah.
of the camp. Theros has noticed. It's his own.
yeah. He goes into the story. He's probably told you before about, he found your mother. She had been injured in a fight against some kind of monster, the Foxclaws. One of the things that they often do is they hunt like the larger monsters and creatures that kind of harass locals. And she had kind of been injured a little bit, and he helped care for her. He was out gathering herbs, and he brought her back to Phaendar and helped to address her wound. And it's the story, the way he paints the story, it's very much like a love at first sight kind of a thing. And that's probably how he just pictures it, though, with all his nostalgia and all of that. Yeah, he'll go through that story, and he'll give you a little bit of advice about what he did and whatnot. But
Yeah, what kind of advice does the old man give in the game of modern dating and love?
I mean,
What does
I'm
he say?
literally the last person you ask.
No, it's not you. It's Jin. Remember, we're role playing.
I know it's Jin, but this is so out of my wheelhouse.
I love it.
Well, then
Wow.
in the middle, Theros would be like, well, does this same instruction apply to dwarves? No reason for that specific detail, just out of curiosity.
Aiden's laughing as he's trying to get this thing going. Does it apply to dwarves?
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea how it works with dwarves. I know that they're a stubborn and brunt bunch. I don't know if they'd quite do things the same way that I did. They're not quite as sensitive and delicate as I.
Stubborn and blunt. By the gods, they are in love with each other. Kind of think to himself, kept remembering the conversation Nyari was teasing Orin about, because in his mind, he doesn't really understand that she was just teasing him. He thinks she was serious at the whole thing, because he doesn't pick up on a lot of that.
Are you sure Theros just isn't into Orin? I mean, I can roleplay that, man. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm pretty sure I've
Theros
kissed
is
you in
too-
real life, so it's fine.
Theros,
I can
Oh
play
man,
That's amazing.
Theros is too far departed from like any kind of feeling like that to be interested in people.
He's too in tune with nature.
Ulrich,
He's
on the
kinda-
other hand, Justin, you might want to be careful about. No, but yeah. So okay, once he has that information from his father, he'll thank him and just kind of awkwardly walk out of the building, just trying to think about everything he just processed.
Assuming Aiden overheard parts of that, I think that it kind of strikes him as humorous, and he's thinking like, I don't know, the types of love that there are, and he's thinking about his companions and trying to make sense of the feelings that he has for his friends now, and for Auburn, and for the people of Phaendar, and for having a lack of a blood family. He's just thinking about that as he's kind of just quietly sitting with Jin as he's working away and laughing at Theros a little bit in his head, and just that's what's going through his mind.
Yep.
Listen here, tree boy.
Okay. Are there any other final moments before the night comes?
Don't
If-
think so.
No, I don't think so.
If not, then you guys spend the rest of the day kind of pre-prepping the move, and night comes, and you all take your watches again. You can all roll perception checks during your watch. I assume it's now that you guys are in camp, you four are the ones doing the watch, not the
Yes.
people here. As one by one, you guys are kind of keeping your eyes out, looking around, making sure that Gashma doesn't
I see a
come.
white.
Remember, if we find an elemental approach, everyone's more likely to notice. Or a magical beast for me. If it is a magical beast against Gashma, I do get a bonus.
I don't believe he is a magical beast.
And where to find them.
Gashma or the cat, I would get a +2. It reminds me, I just got to that point of the GCP where poor Joe is like, oh, and it's a +2 if it's this, and a +2 if it's that, or a +4 if it's that. And Joe would be like, that's gonna get annoying real fast, ain't it?
Yeah.
Troy's like, that's enough of that. Just I'll look at it.
Does anything happen while we're all sleepy?
You all take your turns, keeping your ears open. I don't know if you guys kind of like have a seat set up right outside the main door so you can kind of look at the tents as best as possible. There's tents all over the place, so you don't hear anything come or go. You don't see anything in the night. You don't see like a white just kind of pop up and stare at you or anything.
Thank goodness.
Good.
And the night ends and the morning comes, and as everybody's getting up and starting to tear down their tents and prepare to move, I want everybody to roll another perception check.
Real quick, before I was just thinking, at this level, if one of us had gotten a negative level, do you know how awful that would be? Like, Nairi was so excited to get magic, and then to get a negative level, and suddenly no more magic. That would be so sad.
Oh, that would be awful.
Super perceptive.
Okay.
I love that you guys rolled lower than Theros, who rolled a natural one.
Yeah.
I have 11 points in perception.
I know. That's pretty funny though.
Oh my gosh.
Remember,
Okay.
13 against magical beasts. That's all I'm gonna say. For the last time.
And where to find them.
And where to find them.
And where to find
So, everybody gets up, they start preparing, and Theros, Orin, Aiden, the three of you are distracted by helping out everybody else, trying to expedite this process as much as possible. But Nairi, you wake up, half an hour goes by, and something's wrong. Something is very, very wrong.
I swear to God, Jace.
You have this feeling. You can't place a finger on it. Something is wrong. It's gnawing at the back of your head. Something isn't right. And your senses, you're paying attention to everything you can. You're looking around, checking. You're like, what is going on? Do you hear anything? All of your senses heightened. After a couple minutes, this sensation just growing worse and worse as time goes on. You realize that it's not anything you saw or heard that's giving you this feeling. It's something you didn't hear. You see, ever since you guys have been in the Fangwood, there's something that you've grown accustomed to, something that happens quite often, every morning, something that you hear that at first it stood out to you, but it's been 8, maybe this might be the 9th day. It's been over a week that you've been out camping like this. And pretty much every day you have heard this noise. And Nyari, the moment you realize what it is that you didn't hear this morning,
Oh no.
a chill goes down your spine. Your blood runs cold. It drains out of your face. You go white as a sheet as you realize in utter horror that not once this morning did you hear Sir Derhudwal introduce himself to anyone in camp.
How dare you?
Jace.
How dare you? Jason
I quit.
Whiting.
I'm done.
Don't you dare
This-
kill Sir
No, this is
Dude Wall.
it. This is it. I refuse to record this podcast any further. Andrew, cut the stream. We're over.
Mission failed. We're going home.
He's gone. He's left the room.
Broke him.
God. Oh, he's coming back.
It was a good bit. It was a good bit.
So, a little out of
No,
game bit
God.
here.
I
A
want
little-
to know. I want.
A little out of game bit here. So, I don't know if I told all of you this or if I just told Sarah, but for a couple weeks now, for like 5 sessions, 6 sessions, a long time, I have had something that I have thought about doing. And I've been going back and forth on how I wanted to do it because I knew you guys were going to hate it.
No, hate you.
I thought about who it was going to be. I considered Jin. I considered Illica. But as the roleplay progressed over those weeks, it became clearer and clearer how it was going to go. And I knew you guys weren't going to like it.
He's like, I want it to hurt the most. I want it to be like the biggest punch in their gut.
And so, Nyari, you're there, and you suddenly realize exactly what it is that you didn't hear, that you expected to hear, and that's why everything felt so wrong. What do you do?
I wanted to end on a happy note this week, Jace, because we had just gotten back and we were talking to everyone, and we found a place to stay, and we had leveled up, and we had got really strong, and I just wanted it to be done.
Do I know which tent he would usually sleep in?
Yeah.
I go and I look the tent.
You go up to Sir Derhudwal's tent, and the front is draped closed. You kind of call out for him, maybe. No response. You peel back the curtain, the front flap of the tent, and you look in, and you can see the back of the tent. There's a cut, as if something like broke into the tent, and there's a splash of blood inside, and then drag marks leading out from the back of the tent into the forest.
He failed his fortitude save and his perception check.
Yeah, I had you guys roll perception.
Who is the closest of our group to me? Like, I don't know where everybody is.
They're probably all within sight. They're helping people around with tents and
Yeah,
whatnot.
maybe roll a d3 if you just
It
meet
looks,
party
it
members.
looks like they haven't even noticed that anything's wrong. You're the only one, it seems, that has realized what's gone on. Everybody's very distracted about the prospect of going to the caves and a safe place and such.
Let's go in order of pictures. So Justin, Andrew, and Josh. So Orin, Theros, and Aiden. 1, 2, 3, just like that. So she sees Orin first.
All right, she's going to walk hastily over to Orin. Orin,
Morning, lassie.
I need you to get Aiden and meet me at Sir Derhudwal's tent, please. I'll
I
explain
love that man.
just a minute. And then she will go and find Theros and say, Theros, I need you to quietly come with me for a moment. And then, like, as casually as she can, like, face white as sheet, like, trying to keep the horror off her face, trying to keep from, like, getting sick, she leads them back to Sir de Hoodwall's tent and will say, I need you all to remain calm. But I think Sir de Hoodwall is dead.
In his tent?
I don't know. Something got him last night. He's not there. There's drag marks out the back. We should have followed whatever got Zev. I think it's back. And it's picking us off one by one.
Alright, so I'm going to take a look at the blood stain. Like, I'm seeing this as like just quick glance at the blood stain. Does it look like there was a struggle or anything? Like from what I can tell, is the tent ruffled, or does it look like he was killed in his sleep and dragged off, like, kind of situation?
Looks like it was in his sleep.
Does that tell me how much blood there is? Like, could he still be alive? Or...
It's a substantial amount. And it looks like it had kind of splashed or spurted onto the side of the tent.
In an unprecedented moment, Aiden is going to attempt to take charge here a little bit. He's going to be like,
We can't draw attention to this. I will follow these tracks as far as I can go. Everyone else, pretend you saw nothing. Orin and Theros, make sure there's nothing here in the tent and begin tearing it down. Like we're just cleaning up.
I think that is a bad idea.
We can't do this.
You
again.
cannot go by yourself. I will not allow it.
I'm not going to fight anything.
It doesn't matter. You may choose not to fight it, but if you stumble upon it, it could fight you. We are better together. You guys told me this in the caves. You told me that we must stay together. I have made a lot of mistakes, but I am trying, Aiden.
All right, then we go today. Then we go together, right now.
and he'll start following the tracks and won't wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go after him.
Yep.
Wow. It
Oh
was
my
so-
goodness.
Orin was not gonna do the whole like, yeah, let's like hide it, yeah, again from the rest of the group. Like they're gonna start noticing that more people are missing from what is already a small group of people.
Right. So we've got.
Do
Yeah.
we shout to Auburn
they-
that we're going, or are we just like, peace?
Yeah, do you guys let anybody know?
Yeah, like we told them to tear down camp and prepare to move out. Like,
I will run over to Auburn and I will say in a low voice, Auburn, we have a situation like with Zeph. We need you to keep everyone calm and stall for as long as you can. We're going after it. We cannot allow this to keep happening. We'll explain more when we get back, but this is something that we have to do. Please do not let this leak out right now. We will let everybody know when we're back.
She nods, and before you leave, she puts her hand out. She says, whatever it is you find, I want you to kill it and bring it back so we can show everyone that it's done. Because once they find out, they're not going to be able to rest until they know for sure.
That's our plan. Wish us luck.
Okay. And so, with a series of 25
27.
two 25s and a modified 27.
oh, hang on, let me aid.
Oh, sure.
You know, who knows how tricky it is to find a dragged dead body.
Curse.
All right, there you go, guys.
You got one higher.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are able to follow the drag marks very easily.
I thought you said dragon. It's like,
No.
honey, we changed our minds.
You follow the ancient black dragon.
Nope. Sorry, Dodwall. This is one fight that we're not.
Gonna
My
miss you,
last,
friend.
my last words to Dahoodwall were, yes, Dahoodwall, I understand the standard measurement for Neurotis. 5-foot increments. I was not born yesterday. That was my last words to Dahoodwall.
And going a couple 100 feet into the forest, you eventually track down a pile of leaves. And as you kind of spread them away, it's very similar to Zeph. You find a body, and it is very clearly Sir Dahoodwall's body. The head is missing. It looks like the neck, there are jagged marks as though somebody was like sawing or hacking off the head. And
We didn't notice last night with our perceptions as we were on watch.
you did not. And he is very dead. And with those survival checks, you can see it looks like somebody tried to kind of cover their tracks, but you can very faintly see a set of what looks to be maybe footprints.
It looks
going deeper.
bipedal.
Yes.
It looks like
Going
a man.
deeper into the forest.
Also, they're bipedal.
Yeah. What's the name of the man that was the traitor? That wasn't
Edrin?
Elwood? Edrin.
Yeah, do they look human? Like human feet?
Like boot prints or like footprints?
They look like heavy boot prints.
Okay.
Okay.
Which could be Hobgoblin.
Aiden points in the direction and is moving. He's trucking it, man.
Okay.
Yeah, following after him with my short
Same.
baby legs.
We'll
Boots of striding don't fail me now.
Yeah, Nyari's like shaking. She's trying to hold back her anger right now, and it's very difficult.
Oh, did we get to heal at the beginning of that morning?
Yeah, we
yeah,
would have gotten
so
our rest.
Your level plus con again.
Sorry, just
No, that's fine.
That's
yeah,
that's
no,
important.
Yeah. So I think you guys would probably be at full because you had
favorite
plenty of
terrain
stuff
as well. Yeah, favorite terrain. Forgot
Well,
about
and yeah, and we would have used channels from the day before because we
Yeah.
didn't actually
oh
So-
yeah,
like that
so,
final
yeah,
channel,
yeah, you're
which
right.
would put me up at max.
Yep, I'm
Yeah.
at max.
What's
So
the
you guys
hurry
are
using
full.
my channels.
So, as you guys are following these tracks, everybody roll your perception checks as you're looking around, trying to see your surroundings.
Oh, sorry, I forgot what.
Gross.
Yeah, I know what.
Double
what,
gross.
What spell I'm gonna prepare.
As per the typical Nyari and Orin are like, what's going on? Where are we?
Ah,
I forgot my favorite terrain. I always gotta remember to take that on. But here it is.
Nice.
Why do I talk
It's a good old natural one.
before I roll?
we're all or nothing. It's like everybody's all like bad, and then one person is really good.
Yo.
Okay, so you guys are following these tracks, and it looks like eventually they start to get a little bit harder to follow, just because the ground starts getting a little bit drier over it, or firmer in the area that you're heading to, and you get close to what looks like the tracks eventually meet the base of a tree. And it almost looks like you guys have amazing survival, so you get the sense probably something climbed into one of these trees here. And the moment that you realize that, you hear, actually only Theros hears the sound of a bow being drawn back as an arrow is loosed at, let me just see who it's loosed at.
Which tree is this coming from?
Oh, I forgot
Nyari.
to mention I cast mage armor on Theros before you left the camp. Wink, wink.
Clearly.
On Nyari, huh?
Yes.
Why not? Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
So against Nyari, I'm gonna actually I think this is the first time that I've actually rolled this session with a physical die. Gonna get the stat block up here. Okay. So you are flat-footed, by the way.
I cannot.
Oh, that's right.
I have uncanny dodge, so I cannot be caught flat-footed.
It mildly sucks that it was you then.
Joke's on you guys. It's
Maybe
really
not,
Frampton in the
because-
tree. It's
maybe
Frampton in the trees.
That might do it though.
Taking heads.
It's a 19 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. You take 7 points of damage, and you begin bleeding.
I hate bleed.
So every round on your turn, you will take 2 points of bleed damage
All right.
as this
so-
arrow lodges in your shoulder. And
Hold on. I'm just.
I don't know how you guys want to do that. Do you want to go long and finish a combat, or you want to stop it this week at the prospect of a combat?
I'm game to keep going. I want
Same.
to avenge Surge.
I'm
if he's
fine.
dead.
I don't have to work tomorrow, so
I
I'm
am
good.
angry at this little creature.
Well, in that case, everybody's going to have to roll initiative.
where was I? I don't remember.
You were right beneath Orin.
Okay.
Why do I always have to
Okay,
have
so bleed is a condition. I don't know if that will help, but
You have bleed?
Did you say he was up in a tree?
It came from the tree, correct?
So he's up in it.
Yes.
Got you.
How do I not have a spell to counter bleed? How is that a thing?
you can make
Oh,
a
wait,
heal check to stop it as well.
You'd think that would be one of my like level 1 spells.
Does it have to be a? No, you can do a heal check on somebody else, or does it have to be your own heal check?
No, you can do a heal check on somebody else. Any amount of magical healing,
Okay.
and so on. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's a
5,
standard action to.
Why is my initiative always so low?
14 for Theros. Okay. So in the surprise round, she had already taken her turn. She.
Oh.
The only other person who rolled high enough on perception to be able to act in the surprise round is Theros. So this is the surprise round. You have a move or a standard.
A move or a standard? Theros is going to call out to his companions. Oh, wow.
That's a hob, isn't it?
Yep.
Sure looks like a hob to me. Like a
No.
Yeah.
scout? Oh, frick.
He's going to call out to his companions. There's a hob in the tree up ahead. And
Are they of the goblinoid subtype?
Yes.
Orc? Oh, I am gonna wreck this thing.
Oh,
I hate these.
never mind. It still would have hit. Darn it. If I had my shield, that wouldn't have hit me.
Aha.
Aiden's not on the map.
He is not. He left you guys behind.
True freedom, man. True freedom.
It's like, now's my chance.
Theros is going to. So what you said a heal, like a cure light wounds on Naori would stop the bleeding.
Cure light wounds would stop it. A healed check would stop it if you rolled high enough.
Is the heal check a standard action?
Yes. And make sure it's just a
don't-
standard action.
I don't want.
I looked it up. It is just a
Okay.
standard action.
Okay. So either that or a heal spell.
I'll try the heal check. Probably not high enough.
I think that's the DC.
I think 15 is the DC. Yeah. Well, 15 is to stabilize a creature. I don't know if it's the
Yeah,
same for
provide
bleed.
first aid. It's the same action. So it's all under provide first aid, where it says first aid also stops a character from losing
So does
hit
that
points
stop
due
her
to the
bleeding?
effects.
Yes.
Sure. Yep.
Cool.
That you're able to quickly staunch her wound, using your action in the surprise round, and that will move us to the first round of actual initiative. And Nyari is first.
I will pull out the wand of Mage Armor and cast it on Theros.
Okay, move action, pull out the wand.
Just like a
standard
tag team,
action.
like we want a high five. I stopped your bleeding, and you gave me mage hand, mage
Yes.
armor.
Mage armor on Theros. Okay,
So, Mage Armor. Okay.
that is your turn. Oh,
I can move still, I think.
wouldn't it be a move action to pull out the wand?
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
So you can 5-foot step.
Sure, except I can't move my. Oh, I'm not on the right tool. I'll 5-foot step there.
Man, Rhythmbot's giving us problems tonight.
Oh,
And
there's always something.
Aiden, you are next in the initiative order.
Okay, so he is going to free action, pull out his longbow, and he's going to kind of like ritualistically, more so than normal, pull out an arrow from the quiver as he moves forward, and will cast a spell called Gravity Bow, which I'll go ahead and click for you here. I think I programmed that right.
Okay.
Basically, it'll increase the damage die of my bow up a level. So my medium will do as if it were large. So my 1d8 becomes 2d6 with my bow. And he
Cool
will,
ability.
yes, and he will move. How close does he want to be? He's gonna close the It's in the tree, you said, right?
Yeah, she is in the tree. She's only like 10 feet up, but she's above all of you guys.
So he's gonna close the distance as much as he can without
Okay.
getting too close for range combat.
Okay. It is her turn. She... Yeah, so she's going to make an attack. And I'll roll this one again. So going down the line, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is going to be Aiden. She's
Okay.
going to take a shot at you with her short bow.
I'm not flat-footed, thankfully.
Nope, you are not flat-footed. She is higher on the ground.
So she got a +1, yeah.
Yes. The natural 1.
Misses.
It misses, and then you see her pull out some kind of vial from her belt, and that is her turn. She will stay up where she is. Next up, it is Theros and Volus.
Question: can I tell from here if she's wearing any kind of metal armor, or if any of the weapons she's holding are metal?
With your perception check, I'll say you can notice she's not wearing any metal armor. It's all leather and hide,
Is that for you?
and currently she is holding a bow, which would be made of wood, and then a vial made of glass.
That's
You
it.
see, she does have like daggers on her, but she's not currently holding any of them.
Got it. All right. Theros will tell Volus to attack. And Volus would probably have to go take a full move to try to climb the tree, I guess.
Okay, so it's a move action to get up there, and then he can attempt a climb check, and he would be able to move 10 feet on a success.
Okay. It's a 13.
I don't know what the DC is. 1 second, let me just look up climb.
Climbing a tree.
Yeah. So, any surface with adequate handholds and footholds, natural or artificial, that is a DC 15.
So tree's probably going to be even higher.
And you call yourself a bear.
Yeah, a very rough natural surface or a tree, DC 15. So he's tries to climb up the tree, but he is unable to on this attempt. So he's still down there, and that's his full turn.
Okay. Theros is going to... We'll just say that he casts Magic Fang on Volus before he ran ahead too as part of his turn.
Okay.
And thus ends the 5-foot step there. All right, I'm good.
Okay. And last in the round, we have Orin.
Did you see my message? That is a question I had.
Ooh, secrets.
All right,
Not
keep
really.
your
Just
secrets.
curious.
Keep your secrets.
Looking up the thing real quick. That would be covered, yep. So
That is
you're-
covered.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't give a value, so.
Alrighty. So I'm going to. How far away are you? 30 feet. Think I can reach you from where I'm at.
Yep.
So I am going to use barbed chains.
Ooh.
Okay. So are you using that to attack her or trip her?
How does tripping work in a tree? Would she fall out of said tree?
If you succeed, I would probably have her fall out.
I think I'm going to do it as the attack, is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So let's see, how does that work?
So it uses your base attack bonus and your wisdom as the attack bonus.
Base attack.
So I think for you, your base attack bonus is 3 and your wisdom is 4. So I think that's a +7 to the roll.
Slash roll 1d20 plus 7.
Yes.
Unrecognized command because I put a space. 1d20 plus 7. There we go. Ugh,
Okay.
killing me.
13, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. even if it
Hey.
were to like target touch AC, it
Sorry,
wouldn't.
I was muted. I think he gets 2 attacks because he gets 2 chains.
Oh, I do get 2 chains. So how does that work?
What's that?
I do get 2 chains because at 4th level I get 2 chains.
1 second.
2 chains.
Or 2 chains.
You summon 1 additional chain every 3 levels after the first for a total of 4.
That's what I don't know if it's just one
Multiple
attack roll and then
chains.
2 damage rolls.
Right.
Multiple chains can attack the same target, but the shaken effect doesn't stack.
Yeah, no.
So
it's
it would be another attack roll.
yeah, it's
Okay.
another attack.
Slash roll 1. Roll
Plus 7.
d20 plus 7. Oh my god.
Oh,
Get
man.
out of here.
My gosh.
Both of those fail to hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
Balls.
Now,
And I'm gonna just
if you have a move action.
move here.
Okay.
And then my turn's done.
Okay. And it is top of the round Nyari's turn.
How far up in the tree is, or how tall is this tree?
10 feet.
She's 10 feet up.
Excellent. I will mutter some words, and Jason, I need you to modify my token, please. As I will double in size.
Whoa.
That's new.
Not width, just
And-
height.
And then Orin just cheers. It's happening!
Ultimate
Orin
power!
on!
Well, not quite like that, Jace.
Wait. What did you do? Stop.
You
That
said
looks
just
really
yet.
weird. All right. So I need to, because this does some stuff. But you said she is humanoid, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh man, you'll be able to swing at her because you're gonna be practically the height of where she's at.
Yeah, and then I'm going to free action rage. And then go boom. Boom. I don't know how
Okay.
my steps work, but I think that I can do that in my movement.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that is my turn.
Okay. And it is now Aiden's turn.
Do either the bear or Niari count as being in melee for the purposes of the -4 penalty?
Nyari is definitely in melee now.
That's too bad. That sucks. But it doesn't matter. So each of these are going to be at a -4, and he's going to take them
Okay.
with a rapid shot on.
Okay, rapid shot -4 because of the firing into melee. Is that 4 not pre-calculated in?
No.
Okay. So the first one is only a 14 then.
What? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 14 and
Okay.
20.
Okay. The 20 will hit.
Okay.
Dealing 7 points of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And she has deflect arrows now. You have no
What a
idea
shit,
how funny
Jedi.
that would be.
In the module we played, Josh played a ranged character with a bow, and all of my enemies were monks that had a feat called deflect arrows, where they can just negate like the first hit.
Yeah.
It was not good.
It was
Oof.
not good.
Jeez.
So 5-foot step a little closer.
Okay. And so on her turn, she takes that vial and just kind of douses her bow.
Does that provoke?
I don't know because she already had it drawn out.
Using a vial or something, I think does. Sure, it does, right? I don't know. Let's look it up real quick.
It might. Using an oil. It probably will.
It's so hard to find when you're hurrying. Yeah, where's the little chart that drink a potion or apply an oil? Yes.
Okay, so that will
Provokes.
provoke.
Okay, I would like to take that provoked attack.
Okay.
Ooh, very nice.
That will hit for 14 points of damage. Okay. So she does finish pouring that out, though, and it suddenly gets very dark in the area around you, as it seemingly was an oil of darkness.
Of course it was.
And she then is going to...
Where's that dark then?
It's dark in an area around her because...
But it only reduces it to, well, it's the morning, so I'm assuming we have bright light, so it's just normal light.
Well, no, because again, I've said this a couple times. The Fangwood has a very thick canopy of trees,
Gotcha.
so it's not like normal bright light when you're just standing out in the middle of a plain.
So it's normal light, basically.
Here we go
Yes.
again. Orin's gonna be the only one able to see her.
Except he can't get to her.
Right.
Oh, they must have changed how the layout of this works, I think. See if I can still do this. Okay, so 20-foot circle, and I'll make the color black. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And she is going to jump down off the tree and start moving.
Is that
which will
dim light? or low light, or what would that? Is it complete darkness?
I'm going to say, trying to think of what time you guys would have gotten up, how thick the canopy would be, because I'm really tempted to say dark.
Oh, really? Like dim to dark, not normal to dim?
That's what I'm thinking, because again, like I've been saying, is that it's like the fangwood is thick.
Yeah, I
Like
hear ya.
you can be out in a forest in the middle of the day, and it's still very, very.
I'm not gonna be mad whatever you do, except if you say
Tell me thick.
Except if you say it's darkness, that'll be mad.
right. But yeah.
No, I think I'm gonna say it's darkness.
Okay. All right. Sure, whatever.
But you can tell where she is because of the very, very clear globe of darkness.
But in that case, she wouldn't provoke technically.
Correct. Yeah. So she jumps down from the tree and begins moving. She has a crazy acrobatics. No need to even make a check. And that is her turn. She free action swaps weapons, by the way. Theros, it is your turn.
And drops the other weapon somewhere.
I don't
That's-
think she has to drop it.
Just trying to
Oh,
figure
really?
this out.
What does she have that lets her sheath and... Oh, sheath as part of your move action, I guess, and then quick draw the other. But you can't do that. That's not how it
How'd she
works.
get down that tree?
Yeah, you can't sheath as part of move action, so I'm curious what she has. She jumped.
Oh.
I mean, regardless, we don't know what happened, so Jason
Right.
can do whatever he wants.
I mean, I do. I still see her.
Right.
Okay, then she's in the process of swapping weapons then.
Oh, I didn't even know. Because you can't, can you sheath? You can't sheath then as part of move action. Because when I said that, I was like, wait, maybe you can. That'd be so cool.
It just says that you can draw a weapon as part of a free action.
Yeah, I think sheathing takes more time.
Theros is going to cast Entangle right here.
Okay.
Where'd he cast it?
In the general area of her, somewhere around there. I don't know how accurate you can say the spell is because of the darkness, but I have quite a bit of range on it,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got
400
real far
feet.
range.
plus 40 feet per level.
So I can put it like there. Maybe give it a... What is the radius on that? 60? 100?
40 feet radius spread.
40-foot radius. And we'll make that a bright green.
You can't put it 10 feet back.
Yeah, let's can we do that? Can we move it like here then?
Yeah, you can move it there.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool.
She will make... Is it a reflex save, I assume?
Yes, here I'll just tap it. It's
DC 15 reflex.
Say 22.
Okay.
So she passes the reflex save.
which means she can move as normal.
But no, it's still difficult terrain though.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. And then if she ends her movement in there, you have to make another check.
Yep. So that's your standard action.
Yes. Take a 5-foot step here. And Volus would still be chasing after her, so I don't know how he can do what, half the distance through difficult terrain?
Yeah, difficult terrain it is. Your speed is basically halved.
Probably could make it at least into the darkness and probably wouldn't be able to know where to go from there, so that's probably about as far as he'd be able to make it, I'd
Okay.
imagine.
He might be able to smell her though, right? With the scent.
He can take a move action to denote the direction,
Oh, the move
but
action.
he wouldn't have any actions
Yeah,
to
after
then
moving through the
follow it.
difficult terrain. Well, would that be both his move actions just to go through the difficult terrain?
Well, it would be one move action to get to where he is. It would then be a move action to denote the direction that she is in.
Okay. Well, then we'll have him do that. Go ahead, sure.
Okay, so he
Sniff
is,
her out.
he's aware of her direction at the moment. and it is now Oren's turn.
Cool. So
Also, I think Volus has to make a save since he ended his turn in the entanglement area.
Got it.
A reflex save against your spell.
sure, correct. Pearl of Power.
Hey, good.
Okay, yep.
Okay. So Oren will move up there and shout, "She's exactly here." in a pattern of Narmathis 5-foot squares. And then he's gonna use the Pearl of Power to cast Barb Chains again.
So with the Pearl of Power, I believe you have to take a standard action to re-prepare the spell. Because the Pearl of Power says on command, and I believe if you look up items that have a command word trigger, I believe it says that it is a standard action to activate a command word item.
No, let's look.
So let's go to magic items, search for command word. If the activation is on command or if no method is given, blah, 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 assume a command word is needed to activate it. A command word means that the character speaks the word and the item activates. Activating a command word magic item is a standard action and does not provoke an attack of opportunity. So it's a standard action to basically prepare Barbed Chains again, and then next turn you can spend your action to cast it. You see how that works?
Yep. Yeah, I see. Because, yeah, it even says in the description, the spell is then prepared again, just as if it had not been cast.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you can have Barbed Chains ready to go for next
turn.
round. Yep.
Right. Okay. Well, then what am I gonna do? Nothing. I'm done. That's my action, right? Well,
Yep.
hang on.
Well, you moved up, and then it would be standard, so yes.
Give me 1 second, just to make sure there was nothing else I wanted to do instead of that. All right, since I didn't know about on command, could I cast a different spell instead?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take away the Barb Chain spell that I had prepared then, and summon monster. Yes, summon monster.
Okay. So you can begin casting Summon Monster. That is
Okay.
a 1-round casting, so you can, since you've already done your move action, you can spend your standard action to begin, and then on your turn next round, your standard action will complete the spell.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's 1 round to cast it, and then the next round finishes it. So I'd lose next round as well.
So normally the way that it works is you start your turn, you say you're going to cast it, and you just don't do anything for that turn. So it takes that round, basically. But there is a way to cast it if you just use 2 standard actions. So next round, your standard action will be used up completing the spell, but you'll still have your move action left to do movement.
Oh.
And whatever you summon it gets its action right away. How summoned creatures work, so.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jason, I forgot. Enlarged person is a round casting.
Oh.
That's very true.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Yeah, because
That technically changes everything that happened. Okay.
yeah. Okay. Hey, also question though. Did you use your Pearl of Power then, or no? You must not have.
No.
No, he's beginning to cast
Right.
Summon Monster.
Jace, you can rule it how you want about the thing, because basically she could be. Well, no, that would change a lot, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I'll try to remember that from now on. If you want to just give her the 14 back and
would
just say that everything else that happened after that happened, then that.
Or
that's
maybe
fine.
he makes you stall here. You know what I mean? Like just.
No,
however-
I'll just give her the stuff back.
Oh, you will. Well, would my 18 have hit then?
What do you mean?
From the longbow, because she wouldn't have been in melee combat then when I hit. With the arrow.
I'm not gonna go that deep into it now.
Okay, sure.
I was basically just saying, what the heck? There was the tab I had open for wondrous items started playing an advertisement, and I was really confused.
Nice.
That's fine. You're just gonna give her the 4 back and then assume Niari is where she is still. and
Yeah,
all that.
I'm not going to retcon every action that happened. It's just since it was Nyari's action that was different, I'm just going to just the one.
That's fine. I respect that.
But it is Nyari's turn.
And there's a tree in your middle, though. I bet you have to run around that.
Yeah, it's hard.
And actually, no, that wouldn't have hit. So an 18 wouldn't have hit anyway, so you're fine.
Yeah, so we're good. I'm not worried about it.
I just checked it again.
I'm not worried about it. What's your
Alright.
movement?
40 feet.
So this is
Alright,
pitch dark too.
So this would be 5, 10-ish. 20. It gets weird. Would that be 20 or 25?
I was not looking at what you were doing.
All right, so I don't know. It gets
5,
weird with
10,
yeah, 5,
10.
10, but then I'm sort of half entangled.
Yeah, moving
So
forward, it will be difficult terrain because you're basically half in it already.
Yep.
all right, so I failed, so I can't go any further.
Oh, do you have to make the
No,
check
no,
as
it's
soon as
when
you enter?
end
Or
your- when you end your movement, I think. Or maybe it's when you enter.
it might be as soon as you enter.
Oh no. The initial save is those that enter the area. Yes. Yep. So I'm stopped.
Okay.
I
Yep.
don't think there's anything else I can do. So
Then you have to save again at your end of your turn, so you always have to save. Yeah. Okay, so she's stuck. So, yeah, technically, did Thero or Volus roll?
He rolled at the end of his
Oh,
turn,
wait.
but he's fine.
wait. Those that fail and their movement gain the entangled condition. So I can use my standard action to try to break free.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Okay.
you still have to make another check because you ended your turn in the difficult terrain.
Right. So I can make the check to try to break free, and then if I break free, then I make another save to see if I just get it again.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that is the order of events.
All right. I did not break free, so it doesn't matter.
You did
Okay.
I
break
can just
free.
roll again. I still wouldn't have made it.
Yep,
Okay.
so you're really stuck.
You're
Yep.
stuck in there.
I'm large and I'm stuck.
We better hope it sticks the.
She's just not used to being so big yet, so she...
I know.
Yeah.
I'm clumsy and awkward.
It makes
Okay.
sense.
So, with that, given the new situation, she's gonna swap back to what she had before,
where it's like, I fell
And
short before.
and she's gonna take a shot at Nyari, who is the
Big
Biggest.
Nyari.
also
Yeah.
since Nyari got stuck in that square, Oren technically gets shunted off to the side.
Can she pick up Orin and throw him at her?
Technically, can he pick
Nobody tosses a dwarf.
one of
No,
these
toss me.
5,
I can't make the
well,
distance. Toss me.
4 spaces?
Yeah, technically he can choose an adjacent square because I believe what it is since he is in her space.
He moves out of the way, basically.
Yeah.
I'm clearly on her back. I put that in chat. That's canon. This is how I'm doing it. She has a little sack that I hop into on her back.
The haversack.
Yeah,
your,
I hop into the
your
haversack.
choice, Orin. You can move basically a 5-foot step away somewhere.
Why? Why am I moving?
She's
What's
on
happening?
your square, so you have to get going. You have to get got.
Yeah, and it can be any of those adjacent
Yeah, that's fine.
squares. Okay, and I believe now it is her turn.
Yeah, she was shooting at Niari.
Niari.
Niari of the snow.
Niari?
Map.
And it's interesting. So uncanny dodge basically makes you immune to sneak attack, right?
I
Yeah.
think so.
I think so.
Which is pretty nice.
Except it depends on how much higher level the
Wait.
rogue is.
Wait.
Uncanny dodge, I don't think so.
I'm waiting.
So improved uncanny dodge. I just wrote improved uncanny. not candy. Because improved uncanny dodge. The defense denies another rogue. Oh, this is the rogue. Shoot. It just means like at 5th level and higher, a barbarian can no longer be flanked. This defense denies a rogue the ability to sneak attack the barbarian by flanking her. Oh, okay, so yeah, if you get a sneak attack from a distance, then I guess. But it's almost like improved uncanny dodge is the one that negates precision damage, which I don't have yet.
Okay, well,
Well,
we'll just do it where you are currently immobilized, so you're not as big of a threat, she'll
Well-
say.
yeah, okay.
So instead, she
Oh wait,
is...
hold on. I have to put on
Oh.
entangled because that
Yes.
changes things.
So
Oof,
Yeah.
instead,
this is
she's
not
gonna take a shot at Aiden.
Oh, I thought it was at Nyari.
No, I was just commenting on the fact that
Oh.
you're
I see.
Do I receive partial cover?
the way that the corners work. I don't think so. Oh no, yeah, you do because some of the one corner will no matter what be. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Nari.
So you'll get some partial cover there.
Yep.
She'll make an attack against you here. I don't know if that will hit with the cover. It's a 20 to hit with.
Wait, a 22 hit or
No, a 20 flat. Like the total to hit is 20.
my AC is 20, so with cover I'm fine.
Okay. So that is her attack. She will spend her difficult terrain movement to move that far, and then the end of her turn, she will have to make a reflex save.
The end of her last turn, she passed. That's right when the spell got cast,
Yep.
right?
Natural 20. Wish that had happened on the attack roll, not on the reflex save, but she's still good.
Okay, great.
And it is Theros and Volus's turn.
They go before me. I thought I was after Niari at some point.
Correct. Yes, it is you. Sorry,
No, it's okay.
I skipped over you.
You did. It's okay. Well, was I before Niari? I don't think so.
No, you were not before Nyari.
Right, that's what I thought. So this is not difficult terrain here, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. That's fine. You can go there. No probs.
5-foot step, and I'm very excited about this. I will be using something that I have not used yet. So I am going to use one of my campaign traits to spend a move action.
Okay.
Which will allow me, when I am in forest or in plains, to hone my my senses and pay attention to my surroundings and the shifts of winds and tussling of trees to reduce an enemy's effective level of concealment against you, from total concealment to not concealed. This reduced concealment ends immediately once the target moves from its current position, but
Okay.
that means it only has concealment against me, and I
Yes.
assume that I can shoot at it now.
Yes, you are paying attention to the sounds and you can hear her footsteps and you're pinpointing her location. She still has the 20% normal concealment.
Right.
But I'll just say you can take a shot at her
Yeah.
and
That seems reasonable.
your standard action shot.
Yep. Darn
Okay.
it.
18 is not gonna do it.
Darn it.
Just misses.
That's too bad. He knows it was close, kind of idea.
Yes. Yeah, you're like, "Oh, I know where she is," type of a thing. Yep.
Right.
Okay. Now we're moving on to Theros and Volus.
Volus would continue on after her. Can he go there?
Yeah.
Straight from there? Okay.
And with scent, if he's 5 feet away, he knows what square she's in, so he can make an
Okay.
attack
Make a bite.
at a 50%. Because we love concealment.
And then +1 because of Magic Fang.
Yes. +1 to hit and damage. So that would hit. Roll your 50%, roll a 51 or higher. Okay. It goes through. That is 7 points of damage. because of the magic fang. Nice. She didn't like that.
Oh, does she have
And-
damage reduction?
You don't know. She
Well, yeah.
she yelled out in
Pain.
pain.
Yeah.
Then
And it is you have your standard and move.
yes, Theros is going to move 30 feet there,
Okay.
and then move again
Okay.
here.
Okay. Now you and Volus have to make reflex saves on the end of your turn
Okay.
for
that,
being in.
that would be the
entangled.
end, so I will do one for Volus. And then because
good.
my level 4, I also have a feat that gives me a resist to nature's lure. Bonus applies to spells and effects that target plants such as blight, entangle, spike growth, etc. So I get a +4 bonus on saving throws. So I'll add 4 to this reflex save for Theros.
Nice.
Which
And you
beats the
needed it,
DC.
too.
Oh yeah!
Clutch.
You needed that plus
That's
4.
13
Okay, you're
plus
good.
4. Yeah. 17.
Wow.
And bottom of the round, we have Orin.
Hi. Oh,
It just says that in the middle of battle. Hi.
hi in Hobgoblin. I say it in Goblin. Don't I speak Goblin? I think I speak Goblin. I don't remember. Maybe I don't.
You say it in Terran.
I do speak Goblin.
Oh,
I do.
awesome. That's good.
So I want to finish my summon creature.
So you
And
standard action complete the summon.
yep, and it has a range. Does that mean I pick within that range where I want it to be?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to put it. I have 35 feet. So
Okay.
I think here next to Volus is where I want to put it, right?
Okay.
Here.
And what are you summoning? Anything?
An eagle.
An eagle.
Yes. An
We got all the
Nice.
animals now.
I do not have an eagle pawn.
Can you imagine if Josh had an animal companion too? My goodness, so
Right.
many tokens.
I have the ability to summon Nature's Ally too, which I might do sometime.
I don't have an eagle, so we will use the Dark Mantle.
Unacceptable.
pawn.
I summoned a dark mantle. That's what
Uh,
we're going with.
Which square were we putting that in?
Next to Volus. So right here. Because I only have 35 feet on it.
Okay. Yep. And it gets its full turn, and as an eagle, it can just 5 foot fly up to her.
Yep, so he'll 5 foot fly up there. And
Okay.
then the
Make
eagle's
your eagle attacks.
attack, it has 2 talons and a bite.
Yes.
So what do I just
So-
roll 1d20?
Yeah. Yeah. Roll. So the talon. So they're all +3s. So just roll d20 +3 3 times.
Let me copy and paste that so it's fast.
6, 15, 21. 21 will hit.
So the bite was the,
The
last
bite,
one.
yes, which is 1d4 points of
4.
damage.
Yep. Slash roll 1d4.
3. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Nice, nice.
Nice.
Bunch of damage is going through. Nyari, it's your turn. Oh wait, you still have a move action.
I do. So 30. So I have to roll a what? A reflex save
Yes.
when I step into it? Alright, so let me roll that. That's not where I'm stopping. I just assume I have to do that to begin.
Yes.
Yeah. My reflex is so low. Gross.
This is a spell, but I don't know what the DC is.
So that's a 15. Does that pass, Andrew? What's Entanglement's DC?
15. So
So
you
that
pass.
is DC. Cool.
Okay, so you can continue moving another couple feet.
Yeah, let's see. So
Move 15, right?
I can move
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, because it's difficult terrain.
Ah, yes. So half my movement speed.
Yes.
So,
So another 2 squares, basically. Yeah.
yeah. So we're gonna go here, right? Is that
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, that'll do it. And I think
Cool.
technically you have to make another save because you ended your turn in the
Yes.
entangled area.
Yes. Do that. Come on, load.
Oh, you're good.
Nice.
Natural
Yay.
20.
Them boots.
Dim springy boots.
Okay. Top of the round, it is Nyari. You're still entangled.
Yeah.
But you can break free.
I can certainly try.
That is true. You can try.
The accents are coming out.
I will use my move action to try again.
Sure. Yeah. There you go.
And then I will
Make a reflex save.
make a reflex save. Oh.
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
That's comical.
I
She
guess-
breaks free and they re-grab her.
I guess Blood Sanctuary would apply to that, though. I
It's
think.
not gonna help.
It's not, but in future, I think it would. So that is your turn.
Sorry, entangle's a double-edged sword here.
Well, then technically I would have passed the last time because I rolled a 13, but it's alright.
That's all right.
I missed it.
Is it DC 15?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give her, I don't know, 15 feet? Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
I took back the other thing, so I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll
Wait,
let you retroactively move 15 feet forward like you could have.
So is this a 5-foot step for me?
There's no such thing as a 5-foot step, but yes is the answer.
You
No,
can't
but I mean, like, is
step
this
in difficult
moving
terrain.
5 feet?
Yeah.
Is with a large token I get weird. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's 5 feet.
Yep.
Because it's like you're practically moving intersection by intersection almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
5.
So then that's 15.
Yes. And that's
then
where
I'm
you would
now
then be
stuck here.
you would then be entangled there, right on the edge of the
Need some
darkness.
Attack on Titan music playing.
And Aiden, it is your turn.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, okay. I can't do it anyway. Never mind.
So
Okay.
it's 20 feet to get there, question mark, or 30 feet? 20 feet.
5, 10. I'll say 20, but you would then have to make a save.
Yep. And I will reflex, right?
Yes.
So I pass.
Yep, you're good.
And I will double move. This tree like the bark is like there, so I could shoot if I can get an angle around it in theory.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try to think.
Because he can see the tree. It's not in the darkness. It's just in the entangled. So I'm gonna try to see with my eyeballs where I want to be. Versus. Yeah, we'll try to sneak it north a little bit. Undo all that. I want to go. I can't go there, can I? Because that'd be 30 feet of movement. So I have to go like.
I don't know where there is yet. You basically have another 2 squares.
Right. I can't go 2 diagonals. What I can do.
Yeah, like here or here, basically.
Right. Let's swing it around that way a little bit.
Okay.
End of
It
turn
is-
reflex save.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're fine. It is her turn. Now that everybody's up in melee, she's going to drop the bow, draw out the dagger real quick like, and make 1 attack against the bear. Actually, the bear didn't get to attack her, the eagle did. The
Yeah.
eagle actually did damage. Oh wait, no, did the bear do damage too?
Bear did damage. Both of them did.
Okay, and 6 versus... Yeah, so Volus did more damage. She's going to attack Volus. Cocked, though it would have been a good roll. No, that was a worse roll. He is flat-footed because he's in darkness, but even still, that's only going to be a 13, which I don't think is going to be anywhere near his flat-footed AC. The other roll would have been way better. So that misses. She can't 5-foot step. Also, in the future, we'll have to remember that eagle still has to do. Do eagles get dark vision?
They do.
Oh,
Smart. Smart,
Interesting.
Justin.
It doesn't make any sense, but they do.
I don't know why they do and cat folk don't. Or at
Well,
least I
and
don't think
owls
maybe
do
they
not either, which is
Really?
Well, that
mind-boggling.
really
That
doesn't
was
make any
there was
sense.
a point of contention in the GCP about that actually. Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean owls can't see in the dark?
yeah, being
It's
a
like-
nocturnal animal.
It's like, how do they not have dark vision? And then Troy tried to be like, well, you know, it's because dark vision is like this magical different sense that really no animal has.
Yeah, because like eagles see. Yeah,
Right.
because I just looked it up and it's like eagles have more cones in their eyes than humans, which means they see in the dark worse than humans.
Right. Well, that's
Like,
exactly
why
what I was gonna say. Matthew
Yeah.
pulls that up and brings that exact example. It's like,
Yeah.
birds can see in the dark. I don't know why.
Actually, I hate to say it, but eagles, just the eagle, does not. Has low light vision.
Ooh, someone trying to cheat.
It says on this D20
Maybe it's different.
TFSRD says dark vision 60 feet, perception plus 10.
I wonder,
Yeah.
it must be a different eagle.
It's 'cause you're on
summoned creature.
I'm
probably.
on the D20.
Okay,
and I
the
don't see
summoned
that.
eagle creature is different
Yeah.
because it's a small celestial /
Yeah.
fiendish animal. So it's technically a celestial eagle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I pulled it straight from the summon monster spell on
Yeah,
D20.
it's a celestial.
They're doing the celestial thing. Okay. Okay. Right.
Because a regular eagle does not get that.
And I
Wow.
don't remember if that, like, you can just apply celestial to a summoned creature for free, right?
I think
Or
so.
is that a thing that
Yeah,
I don't know.
no,
I'm
we
pretty
will-
sure.
we'll
That's
look
what
into
I
that?
pulled it from.
We'll look into
Yeah.
that later. But yeah, for now, it is a very good dark vision eagle.
Right. Well, the
And-
question is it going to take a move action?
What do you mean?
Is the orc or the hobgoblin going to move or no?
No.
Okay.
Nah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, that's why it says this spell summons an extra planar creature, typically an outsider, elemental, or magical beast native to another plane. And then when you click on the summon monster table on the right, you click on eagle. It's a special celestial eagle.
Yeah, because down below it says when you use a summoning spell to summon a creature with an alignment or elemental subtype, it is a spell of that type. Creatures on the table summon monster marked with an asterisk are summoned with the celestial template if you are good, and the fiendish template if you are evil. So
Okay.
eagle is marked with an asterisk, and because he's good, it would have been a
Cool.
celestial eagle.
Okay.
That's really cool. I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
that
There
in
we go.
mind in the future.
Those of you listening to the
Celestial
podcast, leave a review on iTunes and let us know if you think Justin should get this or not.
Do you think Justin is cheating?
Yeah,
Right?
so it is a celestial eagle. We're good with that.
Listen, I go
Um,
by the rules that I find.
And Theros and Volus, it is your turn. Again, Volus is right next to her, so he can make a full attack, but all of them, he does not have dark vision, so all of them would have the 50%.
Yeah. All right, well, let's try it. Let's try it, bear. Bite's not
Yeah.
going to do anything. Neither's claw. And oh my goodness.
Okay.
Aw,
9, 10, 10. Unfortunately, all of those miss.
Yeah, I
Um,
know. I
If
know.
only it was a celestial bear.
If only. And Theros, you still have your turn.
Yes, Theros is going to. Let's see. I'm trying to figure this out. So do I have to? I can move diagonally, and it's still like.
Bears have night vision
This is weird.
naturally in the real world, and they don't have it in the game. I don't like this game.
If I move to here, it's 10 feet, but if I move from there to here, it's 20 feet. How does that work?
5, 6. It's because every other diagonal is counted. So the way Pathfinder works is if you move diagonally once, it's 5 feet. If you move diagonally again, it is now 15 feet. And if you move diagonally a third time, it's 20 feet. So every other diagonal is an increase in distance.
I see.
And it does that in order to keep the distances correct. Because otherwise, you could move 30 feet straight up,
That makes sense.
and moving 30 feet in a diagonal would be like twice the distance if it didn't work quite like that, if it didn't alter.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. 20, and then 30. Go there, I guess. And,
Wow.
Okay, so you're full round to move over there.
mm-hmm.
Did you have to move through a threatened square to get there?
No.
So you
I
have the
think
distance to get there
I
without
moved
stepping into this square?
this square?
Yes.
Oh, no, I didn't. Wait,
I didn't know if you had enough to go
maybe.
like
right
around the
here.
corner.
I think I was right here before, wasn't I? Or was I
Mhm.
here?
I think so.
I think you're right. I don't know.
No, I wasn't in the darkness yet, so I was right here. I want 20, 25. That would be too far. I'm pretty sure.
Well. Yeah.
I don't think you can get there without provoking. You can get there, but I think you'll provoke to get there.
Oh, let's let it happen.
Okay. Make sure you have your mage armor and whatnot on there, so your AC is a little higher.
Jason.
My goodness, it's a 13 to hit.
Man, you haven't.
13 does not
I
hit.
rolled a 4 on the die.
That's a no.
I've been rolling
that's a
really,
no-go.
really, really, really bad for her.
I
Good.
don't like that +9 to hit. That I don't like that at all.
And
So this is
I'll roll
full round.
reflexes for Volus. Oh yeah, he's good. And then +4 for Theros. Oof.
That's a fail. Natural 1. You are entangled at the end of your turn.
Well, fiddlesticks. Okay.
Bottom of the round, we have Orin.
Yo. All right, so we'll start with the eagle.
Yep,
Orin 2 chains
Your
here.
magic eagle gets that's a miss. That's a hit. That's a miss. 17 misses, 21 hits, 16 misses.
Aw.
So
And of course, I closed it.
another 1d4, I believe.
Yep, let me just double check. I think you're right. Go there, go to eagle. I'm thinking I'm gonna call him Seagull. Get it? Celestial Eagle. Thank you,
That's
Sarah, for the laugh.
1d4.
1d4, yes. 1d4. Let's roll 1d4. God, this eagle's harassing.
2 points of damage. Okay.
Can you can't charge in difficult terrain, right?
Correct.
I can't make it. I got little baby legs.
He's embracing them.
All right, I got little baby legs. I can't make it.
That car though.
Yeah, that was.
That was probably me.
It sounded like a whale horn or something ridiculous.
Wait, you made the sound, or it was your
No,
car behind you?
it was outside because I'm
Sarah's
right
just
next to
like,
the
"Meow."
road. Doppler effect. Meow.
I don't know what I want to do. So I will cast Magic Stone. No.
We were like, it's fine. We can handle just one combat. Turns out to be a 3-hour-long combat.
It
Right.
has been a hot minute.
I'm going with hedging weapons again. So I'm gonna cast
Okay.
hedging weapons, and then I'm going my 15 feet,
Okay.
which I think will get me like here. I think, right?
5, 10, 15. Yep.
So and that will be my turn.
Top of the round, it's Nyari, who is entangled.
All right.
Wait. You said it's the Titan's turn. Okay, 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they had to pick the slowest song from Attack on Titan to put in this.
Let's do
Oh
the opening.
That's so funny.
man, why would you start an epic like Attack on Titan playlist with this?
Yeah, just play Gurren no Yumiya.
Oh yeah, just type that in real quick.
Yeah, because that
I'm
usually
doing it.
starts off pretty sick. I will stall
Alright.
while I think of what to do
Here we
with
go.
You wanna-
my turn.
You want to delay?
No.
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 What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be so bad if I roll a natural one.
You're gonna roll on that one.
I can't get out. I will try to do it again, and
There
then
you
I
go.
make it. But then here's my reflex save. Oh man, I finally am not entangled in my turn.
You're good.
That's it.
You're all set. Never been better.
Now you gotta clear the entire distance up to her,
I know, and then roll another reflex save.
right?
Aiden, it is your turn.
Gonna double move into the darkness and roll a reflex.
Okay.
Oh, that's a question. Was there flanking for my eagle?
Yeah.
So did that 16 and
Well-
17 hit?
Actually, that's a good question. Do you count as flanking if you're in darkness and you can't see? Because
Yes.
you can make attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, but you count as flanking for reasons, I think.
Sorry, because then all 3 hits would have hit. I think.
The 17 would become a 19 and would hit. The
Okay.
16 misses
18
if it's yeah.
misses. Okay.
So it would be one more hit if that is the case.
If it's the case, I'll let
Yeah.
you rule on that. I don't know.
You can go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
Okay, another 2. Okay. That is Aiden's turn. Aiden, did you roll your reflex save?
Some people disagree with me.
Does
I
the,
didn't-
the eagle have reach, or is it supposed to be in a different
No.
square? It's in this square for me.
Oh,
No, yeah, it's not on that square. I think you're not updated.
Because
Well, let me
yeah.
try to reconnect and see what happens.
Aiden, did you roll your reflex save?
No. But other people agree with me that you should. So, just depends
GM's
who you ask.
discretion. Yeah.
Right. Just depends who you ask.
It's not like the eagle's a heavy hitter.
Okay. You're good. It's her turn. She's going to turn to face Theros, and she kind of grumbles out something, and only one of you speaks Goblin. So,
Yeah.
Oren, you can hear her say, "You and your elf magic," as she takes an attack against him.
She's racist against elves.
You gotta be kidding me. That's a natural 2.
Yeah! Suck
So-
it, goblin!
You're
Sorry,
flat-footed.
hobgoblin.
You're flat-footed, so that's an 11.
Oh, that laugh.
No,
That
actually.
laugh.
I'm super frustrated that is just
My
super
flat
bad
foot
rolling.
is 12.
That's really, really bad rolling.
Jason,
That's so annoying.
How do you feel about this? Do you need to express your feelings a bit? Maybe on.
I dislike it immensely.
She's about to catch a warhammer here in a minute.
And yeah, she will move action, try to get over here, which will provoke from the eagle.
And the bear, if you're going to allow that for scent, I don't know. Since it knows what 5 foot square it's in.
Sure.
I don't know how that works.
I almost bet you that it doesn't work that way, but sure, we'll allow it. The eagle misses with a natural 1.
I knew it. She just didn't want to catch these hands.
Next, Theros would have no idea she even like ran past him.
It's Theros and Volus's turn after
Well, I
hers.
imagine you hear her, but you can't, like, actually
Yeah.
take an attack of opportunity. You don't know where she is.
She's running from the giantess that just appeared out of nowhere.
The one that's been super effective.
Right?
My debut has failed.
What's the duration on this entangle?
4 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's dismissible though.
Is it? That's cool.
Wait, I
Yeah.
didn't
I think it takes a standard action to dismiss a spell.
I think it's a move action.
Oh.
Is it?
So,
Could be wrong.
Jason, quick question. What is the earth like of the forest? Is it moist? Is it
A little bit. Yeah.
A little bit moist. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have soften earth and whatever, and or stone, and I've never used it, and it's a domain spell.
Yeah, dismissing a spell is a standard action. You were right.
Wow. Too many times tonight we've had to tell Sarah she was right.
Theros and Volus, it is your
Jittery.
turn.
Oh,
I'm
Sarah,
pretty sure it came up in cult.
you're right again. Oh no.
The bear would take a move action, I guess, or standard action to sniff her out. Know the
Yep.
direction. Then
So he knows her general direction.
I smell
she's not
in
a
your general
trog.
direction. And can he get there? Not that it would really keep her from running away.
It's
but-
difficult terrain, so he can move 20 feet, basically.
So
5,
back
10.
so-
He can get to,
There.
yeah.
That's 30. Could
Well,
get to-
he started down here.
That's right.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
and I
you're
used
right.
one of my standard actions already.
Yeah, his full movement is to get there. I think. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Theros wouldn't know where
Yeah.
to go.
Actually, he does. Well, he 5, 10, 15, 20. He does have 40-foot movement. Actually, yeah. He doesn't have 30.
Right.
He's 40-foot movement, so he
So
could
you could
get
be
one
there
further
or
over.
there. Yeah, your choice. I was just looking at it. I didn't know.
The music's sad because she's getting away.
So is that where you're gonna have Volus move then?
Yeah.
Okay. And Theros still has his turn.
Yeah, he's not gonna know where to go, so I guess he'll just stay there because he just ran into the darkness without a plan and doesn't know where to go from here. Other than, I guess, ask Orin, where'd she go?
Okay. And Orin, it is your turn.
Bloody bears in my way.
Well, you can't
Yeah.
charge anyway, but yeah.
Oh well, I was gonna go exactly where you put the bear,
Oh, yeah.
because I would have been able to attack from there.
Right.
But
He could
I
make
can't
it.
now.
You can't now. 'cause
I
you know.
I can't make it now.
That's okay though.
That kind of changes what I was gonna do.
You
So
can
I'm not positive what I'm gonna do now.
Eagle can do something.
Well, the eagle can. Yeah, he can move up and do his real quick.
But-
I can't
yeah.
move him. But yeah.
Oh,
there.
right. Yeah, he can move over there.
And do his bite.
Yes.
Roll 1d20 plus 7. Nom 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 nom.
Okay.
Chipping away, chipping away.
That'll hit for 3 damage. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Now, what is Orin gonna do? I'm gonna throw my hammer, my war hammer that I summoned with hedging weapons. I've never done
Okay.
this before, but I can throw it.
Are you going to move to the
yes.
side so that?
Yeah. So I'll
Okay.
move.
Please
here.
just clock her in the head with your
You will
hammer.
be throwing into melee, so I think that the firing into melee penalty applies.
What's that penalty?
It's a -4 unless you have the precise shot feat.
You bear! You bear! So if I was to use soften earth and stone, would it turn the ground into mud? You think? It moves all terrain down 1.
Because earth becomes thick mud, clay becomes this. You affect a 10-foot square. Depth of 1 to 4. A creature in mud must succeed a reflex save or be caught and unable to move. A creature that succeeds on a save can move through the mud at half speed. It can't run or charge. Yes, if you were to cast it on her, she'd make the reflex save.
Yeah.
And if she failed, she'd be stuck.
D-
So
uh,
that's-
difficult
that's it.
terrain also stacks, so it would take 4 feet of movement, like 4 times movement in any place where it was muddy and entangled.
So we're gonna cast that bad boy directly on her.
Okay.
So
It's 10
Right
feet,
on
you
her.
say?
10 feet. Yep.
So it can be like that, those 4 squares.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, yeah. Let me look at this. Hang on. See where I want.
Is
So
that
just so you, what?
how do you have that spell?
This is a domain ability, he said.
It's a domain.
It's a domain. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The domain ability from my Earth domain.
Okay.
So
So
actually,
she.
I'm gonna cast it here. I think.
Okay.
Because I don't want to affect Volus. So yeah, I'm gonna cast it there. So she'd be on like the edge of it, right?
Well, it's just a. Is it a 10-foot rate? Like, how is it? Is it like that, or is it bigger? Like,
It's 10-foot square per level.
oh, so it's big.
But he
Oh.
could put it there and then do another square like north of it, and then the west of it, and then the one. So he can make it a big square off of the map, but just include her in it.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I rolled her reflex save, and she rolled a 20 total. I don't know what the
Oh.
DC is.
16, I think. Let me double check.
However, moving further back in that direction is going to be nearly impossible for her.
Yeah, and that's gonna extend.
Yeah, she's not caught, but she is. She is definitely not getting any further in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. That was Oren's turn. Nyari, you're up.
She's so far back.
I will use my standard action to dismiss the enlarged person.
Okay.
So shrink me back.
You can splash forward, that's always nice.
Dismissing one large
Um,
person. Okay.
And then I will use my move act. Oh, yeah, no, I'm stuck. Use my move action to try to break free. And I do. But then I have to roll a reflex save.
No, wait. You were fine after last round.
Was I?
Yeah. You had succeeded last round because we
Oh.
were all like, "Oh, you're fine for once."
Okay,
You
so
can
then
move with your move action. You're 20 feet.
I'm gonna get in the darkness and be like, I don't know what's going on. I can't see anything.
Again.
Again. And then I'm stuck again.
Freaking darkness.
I'm just gonna sit back and watch, guys. Have fun.
Aiden, you're up again.
So we are going to spend a move action to pinpoint its location again.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead and just take a shot. And it's
Okay.
gonna get, well, whatever kind of cover you want to call
Yep.
that. So
Yep.
2 are open, 2 are not. I'll leave that to your discretion. I have the firing into combat checked, so it's going to be whatever this roll comes up as.
Okay.
Minus whatever cover
Come on,
you
be
have
something
to add
good, boy.
in. I have to be honest. I think I need a nat 20, so that's not going to do it.
Oh, that's a 6.
No, a 6 is not going to do it. 2 on the die.
Yep.
That's your turn. It is her turn. She's growing. She's very much stuck at this point, and the only thing that's hitting her is the eagle, so she's going to try to kill the stinking eagle.
What's the eagle's name, Justin?
Seagull.
Seagull?
That's a 20 to hit.
Celestial Eagle. Yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay.
And
It
its
takes-
health is not very high.
It's probably going to insta-die.
Yeah, it only has
Yeah.
like 5 HP.
Yeah, it takes 11 points of damage, so
Seagull!
I believe
Yeah,
he is
it's dead.
removed from the map.
Yeah.
He evaporates and goes back to his ethereal plane. That is her a standard. She's gonna have to move out of the mud now.
It's going to take a lot.
The thing is like, what? You know,
4
move the va-
times movement.
Move the
right?
back to where she is. Where does she want to go? Because Orin can see,
Right.
so she kind of wants to go, but there's more people over here. So if I, she's gonna move over,
She has
over
60
here.
foot movement.
What?
She has 60 feet of movement. Or
No,
30
she
feet.
she was only on the cusp of the mud.
Right, so she has 30 feet movement. And
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like she couldn't go any further in that direction, so she's forced to now basically confront you guys and get right within reach of all of you.
Oh, did she do her reflex save at the end of her last turn?
Oh, I can roll that here.
I didn't remember her doing it. That's the only reason I asked.
There's a 20 and a 28. If
Oh,
I
yeah.
forgot to do it last turn.
Yeah.
She has a super good reflex save.
Yeah.
It is now
Oh.
Theros and Volus's turn.
Me too. I need to roll. Or maybe I did. Did I?
Can't
did.
ever
I did.
get
I got a
to it.
27.
I did not roll though, and I did move. So
You did not roll, Aiden.
Oh, that was from the last round, the 27.
Yeah, because you made an attack roll, so you'd have to do it after.
Oof. So yeah, I'm stuck.
That's at the end of your turn, though.
What should have been at the end of my last turn.
round. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm stuck as well.
Okay. Theros and Volus, you're up. I don't think either of you are stuck. Volus would have been aware of her moving past him. So he knows that she went in that direction. He doesn't know how far, though, because she went outside of his 5-foot step range.
Right.
So Volus would spend another standard action to sniff her out.
I think it's a move action.
It's a move action.
to
So
sniff her out.
Yep.
move 5
So
foot
he knows
step, he can get a bite.
direction. Well, he can't 5-foot step because it's difficult terrain, but he can move action to note her location and then step forward to get into position.
Got it.
And then Theros, it is your turn.
Theros, would it be too much of an assumption for Theros to grasp that the direction that Volus is heading towards, she might be nearby?
I would let you have a perception check versus her stealth check to see if you can notice that she's next to you.
Okay.
That seems fair. That seems fair because I have that trait that lets me not have to do that basically.
That's
So.
super stupid. She rolled a natural 1, so that's a total stealth of 17.
Oh, maybe she's freaking out. And that you included the darkness bonus too?
I was just giving her, so the fact that there was a stealth check at all in combat was because there's darkness. I don't think she gets a bonus from that.
Okay. I thought you did, but for being in the dark, I thought you got a plus.
So Theros would get the sense she's there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then he'll, I guess, attempt to swing at her. No, he's not going to swing at her. Well, actually, yeah, I guess if I try to cast something this close, I would provoke, wouldn't it?
If you try to cast something, yes.
But also, well, yeah, also no, but yes. Because you can't provoke attacks of opportunity in the dark unless she has dark vision, which I assume she must. She must have dark vision.
She can't see where she's going either.
No,
I
no,
just had
she
that,
can.
Yeah.
She's definitely been seeing.
That's terrible. 1. No. See, at least,
That's
Jason, you're not the only one
missed.
rolling badly.
I've been rolling really badly, though.
I rolled a 1. That's as bad as it can get, too.
Rolled a 1 on my stealth check. She's got a plus 16 stealth.
I rolled a 1 on my perception earlier. I have a plus 11. Oh, I got you.
Orin, you're up then.
I will just. Is Niari gone yet? Or no?
No, she goes next.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use my move action to yell to Niari that she's 10 feet ahead of you.
Okay.
Straight ahead. Right there. Right there. Right
Okay.
there. Kill her.
So Orin pings her location on the
Yes.
map.
Using his celestial magic. And then to heck with it. I'm just gonna try lobbing this weapon at her.
Okay.
So what kind of roll do I have for that?
Well, a lot. So she has cover.
I think it ends up being, I think you need a natural 20 to hit.
Yeah, you need a nat 20. There's no other way.
So you might as well, if you want to go with that, you can just roll a d20 and see if you get a 20 on the die.
Yeah, because you're firing like.
Because it's firing into melee with cover.
Yeah.
Big old negatory. All right.
It's going to be.
That's my turn.
Nyari, you're up. You have been. You saw Orin ping her location 10 feet in front of you.
His celestial tongue magic.
Well, I will have to use my standard action to try to break free. So I break free, but then I can use my full move action to get up there, and that ends my turn.
Okay.
And then I will make another reflex save.
Oh, I forgot
I'm
to roll
stuck.
reflex saves for
Rinse
Volus.
and repeat.
Wow.
I say that I'm rolling bad, but Sarah, your reflex saves have consistently been awful, and it's
It's
hilarious.
not like they're that bad. It's a +4, and she's still just.
Dang, Volus has been rolling above 20 every time.
Yeah.
Do I have to roll one if I'm just standing still?
Ooh.
If you end your turn in the area, technically.
Oh, okay. I didn't move, but I'll do it.
Okay.
I didn't move either, but I'm still stuck.
Yep.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay.
I guess
Well, it's because when you are entangled, you get a -4 to your dexterity, which factors into your reflex. So I guess I've been rolling it with the entangled condition on this whole time, but it wouldn't really matter.
Even still, you've been rolling
just give
so
me a
far
+2.
below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiden, you're up.
I am entangled now, though. However, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. But I'm just gonna spend my move action to discern its location.
Okay.
Entangled sucks because that affects my dex, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need. I think I got to get a nat 20, even though it doesn't have cover at this point.
Okay.
It just has what's it called? Firing into combat, which I have ticked on.
Yes. Okay.
So here we are.
12's gonna miss. And it is her turn. She's gonna make another attack against Theros.
Why me?
Hobgoblins love elves and elven magic.
Oh.
That is a thing.
It is a thing.
Well, Theros wouldn't know.
Okay, I finally rolled a double-digit number. That's a 22.
I told you she was racist. I yelled at
What do you-
her. She's racist.
I was rolling the wrong die for that. That was her bow damage.
Just
Okay,
have
so you
daggers.
take
How bad could it be?
10 points of damage, and then sneak attack.
Oh. Right.
Another 7. So a total of 17 points of damage.
Ow. Jeez. That's more than
You are
half my
then
health.
bleeding, so every round on your turn you will take some bleed damage. And she's going to use an ability called Debilitating Injury.
I know what that does.
And she is going to lower your AC. So for one round, you take a -2 penalty to your AC, but against her attacks, it's a -4 penalty to your AC.
Jeez.
She's honing in on you as the elf magic caster whom hobgoblins universally love. And it is your turn. You just got a pretty big hit there.
Yeah.
Can you withdraw in darkness?
I'm about to look that up.
One day.
I don't think there's anything saying you can't.
Except for logic, but yeah.
Except
At
for
least not in
launcher.
the withdraw section.
Maybe under darkness or concealment, maybe.
No, I'm more interested in difficult terrain. I don't care about the darkness with withdraw.
You can withdraw in difficult terrain.
Well, then I'd say that's probably fine. So Volus knows where she is because he's only 5 feet away.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and attack with all of his attacks.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at something after
Okay.
I roll his stuff. So here's a bite, a claw, and a claw. None of which will hit.
Those all miss.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That's Volus's turn.
Just a second here.
Someone is typing away. And it's not me. It's normally me. Sarah, how you said you're good? You sure?
What? I'm good for the night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
just
don't
realized-
have to
I
work
just
tomorrow.
Just
It's all
noticed the
good.
time.
Yeah, I was not expecting the combat to go that long.
Well, Entangle always slows the combat down, and then you gave her darkness too, so obviously it was going to take
I
a
knew
little
the
while.
darkness was going to be in there, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't want her to get away though, so Entangle was definitely the right call. It just makes combat a slog. That's all.
I'm trying to figure out something I might want to do. So can I just delay my action for a moment?
Okay.
Let somebody else go, and then I can just interrupt.
Yeah, you can delay, and it'll be Orin.
I will use my movement to just shout out that she's in the same exact area she was before. And then Pearl of Power to refresh Barbed Chains.
Okay.
And then that's my turn.
Going on to Nyari. You've been told that she is right in front of you.
All right. So I don't have to move this time.
Correct.
So I can stay entangled.
Correct.
So I will swing out in front of me to where Orin is saying and see what happens.
Okay. Assuming that all of the modifiers are on there correctly, a 20 will hit,
Will not hit.
but the concealment makes you miss.
Classic.
The
That's your
rage
turn.
monster is about to come out. I'm trying to keep it suppressed.
That's your turn.
Trying real hard.
There's no concealment when I told her where she was at. Kidding. I'm joking.
If only.
Right?
Aiden, you're up.
I am making a strength check to try to escape my entangled condition.
Okay.
So I just roll strength or escape artist.
I believe
whichever's
so.
higher.
Oh, Jason, real quick. Am I allowed to use my move action to try to get out?
I'm going to.
I think so.
Oh, can you? I thought I should escape.
I didn't. I haven't been reading all of the spells.
Oh, break free is a move action. So yeah, you can.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you get your +2 from Blood Sanctuary, don't you?
It's only on reflex saves.
Oh, never mind.
Yep. All right. So here's my strength check. All right.
Okay. So you are free. You have your move action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, I have a standard action even.
Yes. Standard action.
Which that's what he's going to do. Use the standard action. I think. I'm going to roll a d2. He knows where she is. He does not know where that tree trunk is, however. So I don't know if he's going to move there or move there, but he is going to attempt to close the distance. So a 1, he goes here. A 2, he stumbles there. Are you okay with that, Jace?
Sure.
Okay. All right, give me a sec.
Two.
So he goes there.
Okay.
And switches to switches to the greatsword, dropping the bow somewhere in the darkness.
Okay. It is now her turn. And she's gonna make another attack against the druid.
So since I delayed, can I have him take an action first?
Yeah, you can go after Aiden's turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get out of there.
So upon being hit with by her daggers and taking this pretty devastating damage, something feral will just erupt inside Theros, and he like stumbles back upon getting hit, and he finds himself snarling, and all of a sudden he collapses onto all fours, and he takes the form of a badger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
Holy animal of Torog!
Honey
Honey badger don't care.
Okay.
I assume you were taking some time to figure out what animal you wanted to be.
Yeah, there's no animals that exist with dark vision, but I figured it might help, at least in this, because badgers can burrow.
That won't help, but that's still good.
Oh, really? What's it do?
Burrow lets you go through ground as if it was regular movement, so you can dig with its movement speed.
Well, wouldn't that
Maybe
help in
that's-
this terrain?
Maybe you could ask Jace, but scent is going to be the one that really helps.
Yeah, I would let Burrow bypass.
Ooh, all right. A benevolent GM. I appreciate that.
Does that change my AC?
The
Having-
polymorph rules are a handful and a half.
So
and-
basically, all of your armor bonuses wouldn't apply, but I think mage armor, because it's a
Does.
spell, so
Mage
I would
armor
imagine
will.
mage armor would stay on,
Correct. But he'll lose his armor bonus.
which doesn't
And-
matter because he has mage armor.
And then what magic items does he have?
Is a badger a small animal?
It is.
Or- So you would get up. The natural armor I don't think would stack with your amulet.
No. So you'll
You
get,
get a +2 size bonus to your dexterity.
Yep.
And this says, oh wait,
and AC and your AC. Well, because of the dexterity, yeah.
Or how about a dire badger? That's a medium animal. Instead of
Oh.
a regular badger. Because I can
Then
turn
you
into
don't
a
get the-
medium.
Well, then you don't get the small template. I think you actually, yeah.
you would get a
So-
+2 to your strength if you're medium, and then you would get a +2 natural armor, which I think your amulet only gives you a +1, so you might get an additional AC.
That is correct. That is how it'll work. You'll get 1. Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
mage armor lasts through that. So your AC is actually going to go up a bit.
Okay, so you wild shape into this creature. Is that a swift action, move action, standard action? I don't know what action it is to wild shape.
Good question.
I think it is more at lower levels, and then it gets less. I think it starts standard, then it becomes a move, then swift at higher levels. Maybe a free action at one point. At level
This
20,
is
I
just
think.
what I pulled in.
Like beast shape 1, so it's a standard action.
Yes. Changing form is a standard action and does not provoke attacks of opportunity. So that's your standard action. You still have a move action.
Okay. Move action would be
Grab something or move, basically, I think.
moving here would provoke, wouldn't it?
Moving anywhere will provoke.
Yes,
Okay.
moving pretty much anywhere will provoke because you are in a threatened square.
Even if I move back.
Correct.
Yes.
Gotcha. Then I guess I'll just do that. Stay put.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, but that buffs your AC by 1. That's no joke.
Yep. And on her turn, she will make another attack, seeing yet more what she considers to be elf magic.
Elf
Yep.
magic.
That's a 19 to hit.
That will probably hit. You said it's the AC of whatever this creature would be plus what?
It's
No,
your AC
my-
plus your mage armor, and then plus an additional 1.
Didn't
Wait,
you do something to me to lower my AC the last turn? Jason?
Yeah, so your AC is, well, that's only for 1 round. I think it stops at the start of her round.
Yeah, but this would be an attack of opportunity.
No, because he didn't move.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, so it would just be
So-
my normal AC now?
Yeah, as soon as her turn starts, I believe you no longer have that penalty.
Okay. So I have my AC plus what? Sorry for all the confusion. Still trying to figure this out
So
myself.
it's AC, so it's basically 10 plus your dexterity modifier, plus 4 for the mage armor, plus 2 for natural armor.
10 plus my dexterity. So 12 plus 4, 16 plus what for mage armor? I mean, plus
Well,
what for...
mage armor was the 4.
What was the 4?
And what is the natural armor beast shape bonus?
2.
So
Yeah, so
18. So
think
that
it's an
you,
18.
You still hit.
Okay. So she rolled minimum damage, which is still going to be 9 plus sneak attack.
That sneak attack, though.
Wow, that was a decent sneak attack roll. 16 points of damage
How is it sneak attack always?
because you're in darkness. You can't see her.
Oh, okay.
How much?
16 total
And so they get
Oof.
it because why, again?
because it's in darkness. You can't see.
Right. But I mean, mechanically, like, I didn't know rogues could do that. That's cool.
Oh, you know what kind of sucks actually?
What?
We technically all should have the blinded condition.
I mean,
That's why.
So
y'all.
we take an additional -2 to AC. We lose our dex bonus to AC, if any, and take a -4 penalty on most strength and dexterity-based skill checks and unopposed perception skill checks.
It's because we're denied our decks.
We need to make a
Yes.
DC 10 acrobatics skill check to move faster than half speed, which doesn't matter. Otherwise, we fall prone.
Which doesn't matter for now, yeah.
So I need to do a reflex for Volus and Theros, and that should end my turn.
Okay.
Volus passes, Theros is still stuck.
Okay. So you take the 16 points of damage. Also on your turn, you would have taken 2 points of bleed
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
because you had been hit by her bleed before.
Ooh, no. No, I just did the same thing again. Dang it. 2 points of bleed.
What
Okay.
round are we in?
This is round 10, I believe. And Theros, are you still conscious?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. It's because of the ferocity ability of a dire badger, which allows it to remain conscious and continue fighting even if its hit points total below 0.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, that could be really bad.
That could be
That's-
quite bad.
Actually, the worst possible thing ever.
Really?
Yeah, because that means she can hit you again and do like more than your con to perma-kill you.
Oh,
that might
crap.
that might actually kill you.
That's
Well,
what happened to Joe's character in the first round of combat. He got hit for 12 points of damage at level 1, and he's like, "Oh, I'm still
you
up."
know this now, Jason, though. You know you know
I
it.
do know. I do know.
Crap.
Yeah.
I'm okay for now, so.
It has 2 attacks though already.
No, it doesn't.
That's if it had iterative attacks, you would have been done. You're still really close to being done.
Okay. Orin, you're at the bottom of the round.
Barbed chains.
Okay. Roll your 2 attacks. I think they're both at +7, we said.
+7, yep.
Oh, come
That's a
on!
miss.
My gosh, my goodness gracious.
And that's a miss.
The only one who doesn't even have to roll concealment also.
This is absurd. Alright. Well.
Okay.
And then move action, I can do what to try and escape?
Strength check, but you'll have to roll a reflex at the end of your turn.
Well, let's see if the strength does it first. It doesn't do it. It doesn't really matter.
So you are still entangled.
Yep.
Okay, at the start of round 11, I'll ask this again. Do you guys want to keep going, or do you just want to
I feel
midway?
like I think there might be a turning point here in the next round, so maybe we go 2 more rounds and see.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I'm good to go, but I don't
I'll
don't
do
know
whatever.
if everybody is.
I'm okay. I'm usually up until 1 or 2 anyway. But it's up to you guys.
I can see you on Discord, and I know.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Top of the round, it's Nyari.
Oh my gosh. So it's a move action to try to break free, right?
Yes.
All right. So I will use my move action to try to break free. I don't. So I can't do what I wanted to do. So I'll just try to hit her.
Okay.
And probably miss on the concealment.
Come on.
There you go. That's it.
It's a very high attack roll.
Why are all our enemies in darkness? Why?
Okay, so I think I forgot, Jace, on my turn to roll reflex at the end.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so, if I'm looking back at the chat log. So I'll go ahead and do that.
Yep, and it's your turn, so...
Yep. So I was never entangled to begin with.
Okay.
And I am going to, with my greatsword, fed up, and I don't have to take a move action to discern her location because she didn't move. So I get power attack 2-handed and flanking with Bolus.
Destroy her.
And I suppose, I wonder if... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I had delayed my action before. Don't I technically go before Aiden?
No. Delay makes it so that you go after.
Yeah.
When you ready, you go before.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it changes the initiative entirely?
Yes.
Oh,
you
okay,
you
gotcha.
go right after him.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that it, I should have picked up on that earlier,
Okay.
but I didn't realize it reset. We're good.
So I suppose as a move action, I could do it again, and she would go from concealment to not concealed for me.
I am not. No.
No?
No.
You don't think?
No.
You don't think?
Hey,
You may-
Jason, this
Okay.
could be really important. He doesn't actually get the ferocity until B shape 3, so he actually would be unconscious.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
really? Oh, that's good to know.
You won't let me do that twice?
No.
Okay. All right then. I'll leave it at that.
Because that does not make any sense.
Sure it does. You become more and more certain.
You somehow go from being completely blind to having no chance of missing at all.
Yeah, I think that's
No.
fair. I think that's fair. It's like blind sense. It's
I
great.
will allow you the 20% miss chance.
All right, fair enough. All right.
Okay.
And then D100. So
Okay.
So 18 slashing comes barreling down.
and she goes unconscious.
Thank
She had 9 hit points left.
Yeah.
Theros, it is your turn. You immediately take 3 points of damage. 2 points from the bleed, and 1 point because you automatically fail your check to stabilize when you are taking continuous damage.
Are we still in initiative order?
Until somebody stabilizes him, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Orin, you're up.
Stabilize.
Okay.
There's.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
what
'cause
about
you
Volus?
can see him.
You
Yep.
can't stabilize because he's taking bleed damage.
What about Volus?
He can use the magic.
You have to. You
I have
can. You
magic
can.
stabilize.
Yeah, but you can step up and heal him with a cure spell. But I do not think that the stabilize spell helps in this situation because he is bleeding. They
Yeah,
had a
that's-
very, very long discussion on the Glass Cannon podcast because this exact same situation came out. Somebody was taking bleed damage every round and they wanted to stabilize him. But they discovered that stabilize does not stop you from bleeding out
Right.
if you're taking the actual bleed damage.
You have to.
He's not just normally dying. He's taking bleed damage every round.
It's a heal check, or you have to use magical healing.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you can
Okay,
step
so
up to
I'll
him
just-
and cast
yeah.
Cure.
When he went unconscious, did the entanglement go
No.
away?
Mm-mm.
Nope, Entangle stays around.
It's still awesome. All right, well, I'm actually entangled, so oh boy, I don't want to use channel energy because I'm pretty sure she's too close yet.
You have a scroll of Cure Light Wounds. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, the problem is he has to get up to him.
Yes,
I have to get up
Oh,
to
'cause
him to
it's-
do something. Yeah. So we'll do a strength check. Oh my goodness.
Wow. This is amazing.
What do I even have that I can do? Anything? Let's see.
How many rounds does that darkness work? Minutes per level?
It is minutes, yes.
Touch. So we'll try again with the standard. Nope. And the reflex. I don't know what that means.
So you're out
Well,
next
Well,
turn.
no. He doesn't even need to make a reflex save. He's already entangled.
Okay, so you don't make the reflex save if you're already.
Yeah, you only make the reflex save if you're not entangled at the end of your turn.
That's what I thought, but earlier we
Yeah.
did it for some reason. But yeah, okay. So that's my turn.
Okay.
Drag
Top
him
of-
over to me.
Top of the round, it's Nyari.
Can I?
Question. Volus
Yes.
never went. Wouldn't
Okay.
he get his 3 attacks on my turn?
Well, she.
Well, she went unconscious on Aiden's turn.
Yeah, she's unconscious.
Yeah.
So he could, but
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
we're good.
Aiden had knocked her out.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, thanks.
Can I, like, as my move action, get Theros's healer's kit? Oh, 'cause he's a badger.
and it's still darkness.
It's still darkness, and all of his stuff is kind of melded into him because of wild shape.
Correct.
So it probably doesn't make sense for me to try to stabilize him because I don't even know that he's down.
You would know he's down, I think. I mean, maybe he'd ask for a perception for that, but I don't think you would know anything else beyond that. It would be a shock when you start to stabilize him and he feel fur.
Well, I don't know,
don't have any-
Jason, how you want to rule it if I just can't even attempt it. I don't know. I don't think it's going to pass because I don't have any bonus to the heal skill. It's just kind of a shot in the dark. Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, because in darkness, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You can hold your turn maybe, and
Because I don't know if Orin would have said anything or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have. He would have.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I guess I can like use my move action to try to feel around for him, and I don't get it.
Okay.
So that's my turn.
Because it has the blinded condition in there. You take a -4 on Dex, and healing is a Dex skill. So, or Wisdom.
I believe it's wisdom.
It's Wisdom. So then you're fine. It won't matter.
Okay. That is your turn. Aiden, you are up.
Move action to try to break from entangled.
Okay.
Actually, maybe not. He's gonna spend a move action to pull out a potion, and then we'll call out for Niari and try to hand it to her and let her know that he's got one.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to play that, but move action to grab it, maybe standard action to give it to her. Question mark. On her turn, she'd have it. I don't know.
Sure.
Okay.
Theros and Volus. Theros, you take another 3 damage because of the 2 points of bleed and the automatic failing of stabilization.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Jason. That's what happens when you let a new person play this game. I'm so close to dead.
Bleed damage is
no joke.
insanely difficult to deal with.
Yep.
I can't. Okay, well, my turn's over. I can't do anything else.
It is her turn. This is now the round at which the darkness dispels. It has been 10 rounds since darkness was first
God.
cast.
Oh,
Get
good.
out of here! Oh.
What, is Entangle gone too? Question mark.
No, entangled
It's
is 4
minutes per
minutes.
level.
Curses of Strahd.
Okay. So you now are able to see. All of you can see, and you can see that Theros is unconscious. He is also a badger.
That's new.
That's probably the first thing you see. You see in Theros, you see a badger.
I honestly think when Naria was trying to do the heal check, she probably thought it was Volus the whole time.
Yeah, probably.
And the badger is dying.
Is it Aiden's turn right now?
No.
It is your turn, Orin. You can see that where Theros once was, there is a badger, and it is dying out, bleeding out, dying.
And nobody coup de grace the
No.
hobgoblin. Oh my god. Ah! I don't know what to do. Cause she's still there, so to save him, the only thing I can really do, it would also probably bring back the stupid hobgoblin.
But she'd be prone.
She'd
would
be prone. You don't know how low she is.
Right.
Yeah, to heck with it. I'm gonna channel an energy.
Okay.
I'm not just gonna watch Theros die.
Yeah, I was gonna say Theros will die if you don't. I think. is the answer.
Better roll the best heal roll of your life.
You really don't want that, bud. You want it to be low. I just want to stabilize you right now.
Yeah,
I don't want to pick her up.
He wants an 8. He wants an 8.
So that's a 2d6, right?
Yeah.
Yes, 2d6.
What's it take to stabilize?
Any amount of healing.
Any amount of
Yeah.
healing
Oh, okay.
magically.
Yeah, so if he
Okay.
channels, the bleed condition will be gone.
Now it's
11.
almost max. Almost max. Really?
I was gonna say, also,
Wow.
don't you get a save against bleed or no?
Dang.
Oh, it takes the DC 15 heal check, so she comes back up actually.
Yeah, she comes back to consciousness. I wasn't expecting that.
I almost do. Can I tell them what my health is at now?
Yeah.
My health is at 0 now. I was at -11. My con is 13.
So you would have died if you didn't do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Well, my turn would have come up, and didn't you give me that potion?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
and I
true.
was gonna full round
Oh.
action give you our cure mod, which
That was so
you would
close.
have been fine.
It would have been fine, but
Oh, that was close.
it's
Well,
hard
you
to
could have
say.
said something. I didn't hear that he gave you a potion. I didn't know that at all.
I
Yeah, I didn't hear him say that at all.
Oh yeah,
It's
Yeah.
whatever.
It's all
They did,
good.
but they
Fine,
also
she's
didn't
down.
know.
She's prone, so it's fine.
Story-wise,
It'll all be
Also
fine.
didn't know if the darkness was going to go off yet, but
Yeah.
so you channel, and he is now conscious at 0, and she is conscious at 2.
Okay, so
And-
I'm gonna yell in Hobgoblin for her to just stay down.
Okay,
Or we
you
will kill
yell.
her.
You yell that out in Hobgoblin. Nyari, it's also your turn. So it is no longer dark. You can see. You can see that the badger is next to you.
Has
eyes
actually
kind
regained
of
conscious.
The
slightly
badger.
flicker open. You see that the hobgoblin is in front of you. Her eyes also shoot open in a flash, but it's not her turn. What are you gonna do?
I don't want to mess around with this.
Pretty suspicious
so
badger. You should probably get rid of it.
I'm
Jason, you jerk.
still. All right, so there's no way I can get into flanking. I don't think
No.
because I'm stuck. Oops, I just exited out of my character sheet.
No.
No.
You get a +4 attacking a prone target.
Yeah, you get a bonus because she's prone.
All right, so I'm gonna use a Destined Strike. I'm gonna
Oh,
add
yeah,
8
really
to
not
this
messing around.
roll. I'm gonna
Oh,
add an
gosh.
additional 4.
My goodness.
So help me. If I roll a 1,
It's a
I'm
lot
just
of.
gonna I'm just gonna get up and walk away. Just
Historically, you only ever roll ones when you have a bunch of bonuses on an attack.
so I think. Oops, that's the wrong one. Hold please.
Okay.
36 to hit.
A 36 will
damage.
hit.
It's gonna ask
She
us some
goes-
questions, but all right.
Back
wish
to
I-
unconscious.
I wish I was playing a much darker character so that I could say the line, "We brought you back to kill you again."
I wanted to watch the light go out of your eyes once more.
I really want to play a neutral evil character.
And Orange channels energy again. I have questions.
And Aiden, it is your turn.
Does the orange shout out that he wants to talk to it?
No, I don't.
I was gonna
It's
say,
fine.
He yelled out in Goblin for her not to get up, but none of you speak Goblin.
Right,
Yeah.
So we're going to cut off its head.
Okay. Coup de grace.
We never have the info we need about anything.
She did.
Can you
Yeah.
like do it really hacking sawing like she supposedly did to Zeph and Dudewall?
Well, can I show you just what the damage on this is gonna be?
Sure.
37. Holy cow, though, my actual regular roll was pretty fire too.
It's because you rolled 2 6s on your regular roll and 2 1s on your crit.
Yeah.
Save the
Okay.
badger.
She is very, very dead.
Right.
And with that,
we'll end the session.
we will end the session with you guys dispatching whoever this was. Hopefully, she was the sole perpetrator.
4 more show up.
Oh,
But we will see next week.
Whoa.
Was not expecting a death there.
oh man.
To be fair, though, you were not 100% wrong. I wouldn't say it's entirely your fault, but you were in danger because of the wild shape choice. That did hurt things.
Yeah, and I apologize, guys. I totally wouldn't have went with that channel energy if I had heard Josh say he handed Nyari.
It's all good. It worked out.
I don't know
It
how
worked
I
out.
didn't hear that at
Well,
all.
no, I mean
yeah,
it's
I think also maybe spur of the moment, Oren just really saw the desperation and went for it.
Mhm. It's totally believable. I wasn't gonna say anything because
Same. It's
I don't-
believable either way.
Well, and that was my conflict. Was I was like, I know this is gonna bring her back up, but I'm not just gonna sit here and watch Theros die when I know that I can stop
Well,
him.
that's what it
from
was.
dying.
She was at -9, so I figured that you
There's
wouldn't
no
heal
way
enough.
you'd heal her back up. Yeah, I did
But
not
Yeah,
you
think-
and then I land a freaking 5 and 6. Like, come on.
But then Sarah was not messing around. Diari
Right?
was not having it, so it was great.
No, I mean, from what our understanding is, she's like crazily murdered 2 of our people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, Nyari was still raging, which I was like, this is just not good because when this
Talk about drained resources
out.
for a one combatant fight. From,
Yeah.
like,
I
a
mean-
metagame perspective, that was a loss.
Let's be honest, it was probably self-defense on her part. She was
Oh,
probably
whatever.
innocent.
Take an
Oh,
L.
man.
Take an L. Move on. Do better next week.
Everybody say goodbye to the stream. Bye, stream. Thanks for
Bye,
watching.
stream. Thank you for tuning in. If you actually stayed up this late, oh my gosh, God bless you. Thank you for tuning in. If not,
Curious, what was her combat
check
rating?
out our recorded on
She's a CR3.
or Spotify.